Hello everyone, I'm the Creep's Cabin. I know you use these videos to fall asleep. So before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from and what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. I first saw the house when I was 16. I was in Winter Harbor visiting my uncle for the summer. We had driven down the main road that winds along the coast, through the tall spruces and pines, past the lobster pounds with their rusted metal tanks and the weather-beaten houses tucked behind stone walls. Then it came into view. It rose up from the land like it had been there since before the trees. The first thought I had when I saw it was that it looked like an old man sitting alone in a park, hunched and silent, but still watching you as you walked by. The white clapboard siding gleamed in the sun, the windows tall and black like empty eyes. Even the wide green lawn that sloped down to the road didn't make it look less threatening. It just sat there, big and silent, looking down at everyone who passed. I remember asking my uncle who lived there, and he shrugged. Back then it was empty. Nobody had lived there for a while. People said it was cursed or haunted or just plain wrong. It wasn't abandoned, though. The paint was always fresh, the roof always intact. Someone maintained it. Someone paid for the gardeners to come cut the grass every week. But no one lived in it. Years passed. I finished high school, moved away to college, moved again for work. I forgot about the house for a while. Then, about 7 years ago, I moved back to Maine. Not to Winter Harbor, but close enough. I worked at the small clinic in town as a nurse, doing mostly routine care for the elderly who wanted to stay in their own homes as long as possible. Word spread pretty quickly when a new family moved into the old house. Everyone talked about it. They were a rich family from out of state. The husband worked in finance or something. People said the wife was nice, polite in that distant way rich people are. They had 2 little girls, one with strawberry blonde hair and the other with darker red hair. I never met them myself, but everyone said they seemed normal. I didn't think much of it. I had my own life, my own problems. Then my friend Amanda started babysitting for them. She needed the money. The first time she babysat, she called me after she got home. I remember her voice was shaking. She told me she couldn't sleep. She said the house was beautiful, clean, and tastefully decorated. Everything you'd expect from a rich family. But she said as soon as she walked in, she felt like she was being watched. Not by cameras, not by the parents, by the house. She said it felt like stepping into someone's mouth. The day that really messed her up was a bright summer day. It was July, humid and hot, the kind of day when the breeze smells like seaweed drying on the rocks. She got there around noon. The girls were waiting with their parents in the foyer, standing under this huge chandelier made of iron and glass that looked like it could crush a person if it ever fell. The parents were dressed up. The mom wore a cream-colored dress with gold earrings, her hair tied up neatly. The dad wore pressed khakis and a blue button-down. They smiled at Amanda, thanked her for coming. The girls stood there silently, side by side, wearing matching navy dresses with little white collars. Amanda told me that the second she saw them, her gut twisted. She said it felt like walking into a room and seeing a tiger sitting quietly in the corner. Nothing was happening, but your body already knows something is wrong. The mom said the girls wanted to play down by the shore at the boathouse. They all piled into the car and drove down the gravel driveway, past the big oak trees that line the edge of the property, through the narrow road that cut between a small copse of spruce and pine before reaching the boathouse near the water. Amanda said the drive only took a few minutes, but it felt longer. The kids were quiet in the back seat, staring out the window. When they arrived, the parents said goodbye, told the girls to lead Amanda back home through the woods when they were done. The parents drove off to their dinner reservation. The boathouse was beautiful, Amanda said. Weathered wood siding, big windows facing the water. Inside it smelled like old varnish and salt. The girls didn't want to stay inside. They ran down to the rocky shore and started collecting shells, piling them up in careful little towers. Amanda sat on the worn wooden steps and scrolled on her phone. After an hour, she told them it was time to head back. They ignored her. She waited a bit longer, then stood and called again. Still nothing. Finally, she walked over to them and said it was time to go back before it got dark. That's when she said the world tilted sideways. The older girl turned and looked at her with this blank confusion. Her mouth opened a little, but she didn't say anything. Amanda repeated herself. The older girl said, "How?" Amanda felt her stomach drop. She said, Your mom said you know the way back through the woods. The girl just looked at her, blinking. We've never been here before. What way through the woods? Amanda said her knees felt weak. She turned to the younger girl, who was staring straight out at the water, not even blinking. For a moment, Amanda wondered if she'd misheard the parents, if she'd gotten it wrong. But she knew what she heard. She didn't want to think about it too long. She gathered the girls, and they walked back along the road. The sun was starting to go down, the trees casting long shadows across the gravel. Amanda said she felt like they were being followed the whole time. She kept looking back, but no one was there. They reached the house as the last light was leaving the sky. She gave the girls dinner, put them to bed. She said they ate quietly, mechanically, like little wind-up dolls. After that, she sat in the living room under a blanket, staring at the dark windows, listening to the quiet tick of the grandfather clock. She said she tried sitting in the kitchen at first, but it felt wrong in there, like she was trespassing. When the parents came home, she didn't even say goodbye. She just grabbed her bag and left. A week later, she told me she wasn't going back. I believed her. I didn't think about it again for a long time. I didn't want to. But then one of the women I visited for her weekly blood pressure check told me another story about that house. Her daughter was friends with the woman who lived there. The mother was exploring the house one day. It's so big, with so many wings and rooms, she hadn't seen it all yet. She walked into a small sitting room with dark wood paneling and a marble fireplace. Above the mantel hung a large oil painting in an ornate gold frame. The painting was of two little girls sitting side by side on a green velvet love seat. One had strawberry blonde hair, the other had dark red hair. They wore matching navy dresses with white collars. The woman stared at it for a while, puzzled. She assumed her husband had commissioned it recently. That night she asked him about it over dinner. He looked confused. He said he hadn't commissioned any paintings. She shrugged it off. Maybe it was a housewarming gift from someone. Weeks passed. They hosted a dinner for some neighbors, including a local historian. He was talking about the history of the house, about the original owner and his family. The woman mentioned the painting, joking that she couldn't believe how lifelike it was. The historian paused. He asked her to describe it. When she did, he told her it was a painting of the original owner's daughters. It was painted not long after they moved in. The woman laughed, thinking he was joking. But he wasn't. She walked him to the room after dinner and showed him the painting. He nodded. That was them, the original daughters. They died young, he said, during the sickness that swept through the area. The woman said she stood there staring at the painting long after everyone left. The two girls in the painting looked exactly like her own daughters. Same hair colors, same faces, even the same distant, calm expressions. I don't know what to make of that. No one does. There are no ghosts in this story, no cold hands grabbing you in the dark, no shadows moving on their own. Just the cold, flat fact of that house and those two girls. I drive by it sometimes on my way to work. The lawn is always perfect. The windows always dark. Sometimes I see the girls playing outside, running through the grass with their hair streaming behind them like fire. They never look up at the road. They never look at me. People ask why the family still lives there. I think about that a lot. I think about what Amanda said, how when she saw the girls that first day her whole body told her to leave. Sometimes I wonder if the parents ever feel that. If they wake up at night and hear something moving through the halls, something small and barefoot. If they ever look at their daughters and feel that cold fear in their bones. Or if somehow they don't feel anything at all. Sometimes I dream about the house. I dream I am standing on the lawn at dusk, the grass cold and wet under my feet. The house looms over me, dark and silent. The front door swings open, and the two girls are standing there, side by side in their little navy dresses. They don't move. They don't speak. They just stand there, staring out at me. Their faces are calm. Their eyes are empty. I stand there until the sun disappears, and the whole world goes dark, waiting for them to come down the steps. But they never do. In the morning I wake up and tell myself it's just a dream. I tell myself it's just a house. But even now, even all these years later, I can't drive by it without feeling my chest tighten. It's a beautiful house, beautiful and perfect and quiet. But every time I see it, I feel like it's watching me back. And no matter how many times I tell myself it's nothing, I always find myself thinking the same thing. Why the fuck is that so creepy? I remember it was a Friday evening when this happened. School had ended earlier that day, and I was in 5th grade back then. It was early spring, not too hot, not too cold, and I still remember the way the breeze felt against my face when I walked home from school, feeling excited because 3 of my friends were coming over for a sleepover. My parents were out with my older sister for her dance practice, so it was just us kids at home that evening, and that always made it feel like we were free to do whatever we wanted. My house wasn't huge, but it felt big back then. It was a simple brick house with 4 rooms, a living room, and a small kitchen. The hallway was long and narrow, with the bathroom right in the middle across from my parents' room. The bathroom door had no lock, just one of those round brass knobs that would sometimes stick a little when you turned it too fast. The mirror above the sink was wide, and the light switch was right next to the door. That bathroom always felt a little cold, even in summer. I never thought much of it until that night. My friends arrived around 5 in the evening. We dumped our school bags near the door and ran straight to my room to play with my Lego sets and Hot Wheels tracks. We took turns building these giant ramps and watching the cars fly off, crashing into my bed frame or the walls. Eventually, we got bored and went to the living room to set up the Super Nintendo. We played Mario Kart for about an hour before deciding we wanted snacks. We raided the kitchen, grabbing anything we could find, some leftover chips in a half-empty bag, 2 cans of Sprite from the fridge, and a big plastic jar of cheese balls from the pantry. When the sun went down and the room turned from bright orange to dim gray, we pulled out our sleeping bags and laid them down across the carpet, feeling that excitement only kids feel when they know they're going to stay up late. Someone suggested we tell scary stories. At first, I didn't want to. I always hated scary stories because they stuck with me for weeks. But everyone else wanted to, so I went along with it. We turned off the lights except for the small lamp near the TV. Its light felt warm but didn't reach far, leaving the corners of the room looking darker than usual. It made everything feel quiet and tense at the same time. We sat there, each of us telling the scariest story we knew. Most of them were silly ones about ghosts or monsters under the bed, stories we had read in those Goosebumps books from the school library. But then one of my friends brought up Bloody Mary. I had heard about it before but never tried it. I always thought it was just a made-up thing to scare kids, but the way he described it made my chest feel tight. He said that if you go into the bathroom with a candle, turn off the lights, close the door, and say Bloody Mary over and over again into the mirror, she would appear behind you. He said you had to hold the candle upside down for it to work, because that was how you invite her. He said if she came, she would either scratch your eyes out or pull you into the mirror forever. I didn't want to try it, but one of my friends, her name was Kayla, said she would do it if I went with her. Everyone else backed out, saying they were too scared. I felt embarrassed. I didn't want them to think I was weak, so I said fine, I'd go. My heart was already pounding even before we stood up. I went to the kitchen drawer where my mom kept the candles. I grabbed one of those long white candles she used for the dining table on special occasions. It was brand new, still wrapped in plastic. I unwrapped it and grabbed the matchbox from the same drawer. My fingers felt stiff. The candle felt cold and smooth in my hand. We walked down the hallway towards the bathroom. The hallway felt colder than usual, and my arms were covered in goosebumps. The floor felt hard and cold against my feet as I stepped onto the bathroom tiles. Kayla was right behind me. I remember the smell of the bathroom, that mix of soap, toothpaste, and the faint lemon scent of the cleaner my mom used. I shut the door behind us, and everything felt different. It was pitch dark once I turned off the light. The only sound I could hear was my breathing and the faint music of the Super Nintendo coming from the living room, far away. I struck the match against the box, and it made that sharp scratching sound. The small flame flared up and lit the candle. The wax smelled slightly like chemicals when it started to melt. The bathroom felt so quiet that the small hiss of the burning wick sounded loud. I turned the candle upside down, holding it carefully so the melted wax wouldn't drip on my hand. The flame burned straight downwards, and its reflection in the mirror looked strange, like it was floating in the air. We started chanting, "Bloody Mary, Bloody Mary." Our voices sounded soft and shaky, echoing slightly against the walls. I could see Kayla's face in the mirror beside mine. Her eyes were wide, and her mouth was moving, but she looked like she was trying not to cry. We kept chanting, "Bloody Mary, Bloody Mary," over and over again. I counted in my head each time we said it. When we got to 10, I started feeling dizzy. The shadows in the mirror moved in weird ways because of the upside-down flame. It felt like the walls were breathing in and out slowly. The mirror looked darker each time I blinked. When we reached 15, everything happened at once. The candle flickered once, and then the flame went out. Just like that. There was no draft, no movement. It was just gone. Darkness filled the room, and it felt like the air got thicker, pressing down on my chest. My eyes were wide open, but I couldn't see anything except faint outlines. Before I could even react, Kayla screamed. It wasn't just a small scream. It was the kind of scream that tore out of your chest when you think you're about to die. It was so loud that it hurt my ears. I dropped the candle, and it clattered onto the tile floor, rolling away somewhere into the darkness. I reached for the door handle, grabbing it with both hands and yanking as hard as I could. The door didn't open. It didn't feel like it was locked. It felt like someone was holding it from the other side, pulling against me. I pulled harder, putting all my weight into it. The door moved a little each time I pulled, but it felt like someone was pulling back, making it slam back into the frame. My hands were sweaty, and I could hear Kayla sobbing behind me. Her breathing was so loud and fast that it made me panic even more. I don't know how long I kept pulling. It felt like forever, but it was probably 5 seconds, maybe a little more. My heart was racing so fast it felt like it was vibrating inside my chest. I gave one final pull, pushing my foot against the wall for leverage, and the door burst open so suddenly that I almost fell forward. The light from the hallway flooded into the bathroom, blinding me for a second. Kayla pushed past me, stumbling into the hallway and collapsing onto the carpet, still crying uncontrollably. I expected to see my other 2 friends standing outside the door, laughing at us for getting so scared, but when I looked up, the hallway was empty. My knees felt weak as I stood up straight and walked out of the bathroom. I turned and looked down the hall. I could see both of them sitting in front of the TV in the living room, their backs towards me. They hadn't moved. They were still playing Super Nintendo, the sounds of the game filling the living room in a calm, repetitive rhythm. They didn't even turn around to see what the scream was about. I stood there for a moment, breathing hard, feeling the sweat running down the sides of my face. My hands were shaking so badly that I could hear my fingers tapping lightly against my leg. I walked over to Kayla and helped her stand up. She was still crying, her face red and her nose running. I led her to the living room and sat her down on one of the sleeping bags. Our other friends paused the game and looked at us with confused faces, asking what happened, but neither of us could really explain. They just stared at us for a while, then went back to playing. That night, we didn't tell any more scary stories. We didn't even talk much. We just lay there in our sleeping bags, listening to the sounds of the game and the occasional car passing by outside. I couldn't sleep for hours. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the dark bathroom and felt that heavy pressure holding the door shut. I kept thinking about how it didn't feel like a locked door. It felt like someone was there, right on the other side, holding it closed with just enough force to keep me trapped. The next morning, when my mom came back, I checked the candle. It was lying on the bathroom floor where I had dropped it. The wax had dripped down in weird streaks while it was upside down, leaving long hardened lines along the side. The wick was blackened but intact, like it had just gone out on its own. I put it back in the kitchen drawer without saying anything. I didn't want her to ask questions. For days after that, I avoided looking into mirrors in the dark. Even when I brushed my teeth at night, I kept the bathroom door open and the hallway light on. Every time I walked past that bathroom, I felt a chill run down my spine, remembering the feeling of being trapped inside, the darkness so thick it felt like it had a weight to it, and the feeling of someone invisible holding me back from getting out. As I grew older, I told myself that it was probably just panic. Maybe I was pulling the door the wrong way, or maybe Kayla's scream had scared me so badly that my mind made it feel like something was holding the door. But deep down, every time I think about that night, I remember how the door moved each time I pulled, not like a jammed door, but like someone was slowly letting it open and then pulling it back, almost teasing me. I never tried Bloody Mary again. Even now, as an adult, I don't like standing in front of a mirror in the dark. I always keep the bathroom light on, just in case. Because no matter how many times I tell myself it was just my imagination, I can still feel the weight of that door pulling back against me. And I can still hear Kayla's scream echoing in that small cold bathroom like something was there with us, waiting for the candle to go out so it could trap us inside forever. I don't really know how much of this is actually true because I was really young back then, but some parts of it are so clear in my mind that even today I can still picture them like they happened yesterday. I think I was around 4 years old. We lived in these tall apartment buildings that all looked the same, gray concrete with small balconies. Our neighbors were mostly quiet people, families with kids like us, and some old couples who spent their days sitting outside on the shared benches watching everyone come and go. The man who lived next door was always a bit strange. I didn't really know him or talk to him because I was so little, but I remember seeing him sometimes when we came back from school or when I played outside with my brother. He would be standing on his balcony, smoking, just staring at the road or the trees. Sometimes he would wave if he saw my mom look up. My mom said he was nice but lonely. I don't know what really happened with him. All I know is that one day my mom and dad were whispering to each other in the kitchen, and I was sitting on the floor drawing with crayons, and I remember my dad saying something about him jumping. My mom told him to keep his voice down because I was right there, but I still heard them. And later when I asked my brother what it meant, he said he jumped out of his own window headfirst and died right there on the pavement. I didn't really understand what dying meant back then, but when I went outside later and saw candles and flowers on the footpath under his window, I felt cold all over my chest like I had swallowed ice water. After that, no one ever bought that apartment. For months and months, even years, it stayed empty. Sometimes people came to look at it with the building manager, but no one ever moved in. The front door was always left open. I don't know why. Maybe the lock was broken, or maybe people just didn't care because no one lived there anymore. But for us kids, that was like a secret clubhouse. Me, my older brother, and my cousins used to go there all the time. There were 4 of us usually. My brother was the oldest, then 2 of my cousins who were close in age to him, and then me, the youngest, until my aunt's little boy started coming along too when he was old enough to walk properly. We would go there after lunch, when the adults were napping, or sometimes in the evening before sunset if we were bored. The place always smelled dusty, like old cement and stale air. The walls were cracked and peeling. Most of the rooms were empty, just bare floors and dirty windows. Some of the doors were open, some were missing completely, and some were half broken and hanging sideways off their hinges. We used to go in there and pretend it was haunted. We would tell each other stupid ghost stories about the man who died, saying he walked around at night looking for his cigarettes or trying to find his phone to call his family, stuff like that. We were tough kids. We never really believed it, but we liked scaring each other. That was half the fun. But there was one thing that was true, and it made us uneasy every single time. The 3rd floor of that apartment was always colder than the rest of the place. No matter what time of day or how hot it was outside, when you climbed up those dusty stairs and stepped onto the 3rd floor landing, you would feel that cold air hit your face and arms. It wasn't windy. It wasn't coming from anywhere specific. It just felt colder up there. We would pretend to shiver dramatically and call it the ghost floor. But deep down, that coldness made us all feel a little nervous. Still, we went there every time because it was the scariest place and we liked feeling brave. There was one door on the 3rd floor that was always locked. We tried everything. We tried keys we found in drawers in other rooms. We tried using old bent nails to pick the lock. We even tried forcing it open by kicking it, but it wouldn't budge. That door led to a living room with big windows that faced the road. We could see inside if we climbed up onto the ledge outside and looked through the glass. It was mostly empty in there too, except for an old couch pushed up against the wall and some broken wooden shelves. We always wondered why that door was locked when no one lived there. Sometimes we said the ghost was sitting on the couch smoking like he used to on his balcony, but that was just us trying to scare each other. We never saw anyone in there. One day, my youngest cousin came with us. He was maybe 3 years old at the time, really small and quiet. He liked following us around everywhere. That day it was hot outside, and we were bored, so we decided to go to the apartment again. We went in like we always did, pushing the front door open and letting it creak loudly. Dust floated everywhere in the sunlight coming through the broken windows. We explored the ground floor first. There was an old fridge lying on its side in the kitchen with brown stains dripping down its door. We pretended it was blood to scare each other. Then we went up to the 1st floor. That floor had 2 bedrooms. One of them had old curtains still hanging, fluttering slightly even though there was no wind. The other room had a broken mirror leaning against the wall. My brother stepped in front of it and made creepy faces to scare me, but I just laughed and pushed him away. Finally, we climbed to the third floor. As soon as we reached the top step, I felt that cold air hit me. My arms got goosebumps even though I was sweating a minute before. My brother said it felt like winter up there. We walked around, checking the bathroom with its cracked toilet and stained sink, the empty bedroom with scribbles all over the walls, and then we went to the locked door. Like always, we peered through the window. The living room looked exactly the same as before. Just the couch, the shelves, some trash on the floor. My brother tried the handle again just in case, but it didn't move. That's when we noticed that the little cousin wasn't with us. At first we thought he was hiding to scare us, because that's what we always did. We started looking around, opening the bathroom door, checking behind the old cracked wardrobe in the bedroom, calling his name softly. We didn't want to shout and let the adults hear us from outside, but we couldn't find him anywhere. My chest started to feel tight, like I couldn't breathe properly. I was so scared he fell down the stairs or something. We ran to check the staircase, but he wasn't there. Then we heard it, a loud scream coming from inside the locked living room. It was so sudden and so loud that I felt my knees go weak. He was crying and screaming at the same time. We ran to the window and climbed onto the ledge to look inside. And there he was, standing right in the middle of that empty room, tears running down his red face, his little hands clenched into fists by his sides. He was screaming so hard his voice kept cracking. My brother grabbed the door handle and started shaking it, slamming his shoulder against the wood trying to break it down. The rest of us started kicking it too, but it wouldn't move at all. It felt like it was welded shut. We didn't know what else to do. We were just kids. So we ran down all 3 flights of stairs, our feet thudding on the dusty concrete, and sprinted out into the sun where our uncles were sitting under a tree smoking. We screamed at them to come help. They didn't even ask questions. They just jumped up and followed us back inside. I was breathing so hard I thought I was going to throw up. When we got back to the 3rd floor, my uncle tried the door handle once, and then stepped back and kicked the lock with his heel. The wood cracked, and the door swung open so hard it hit the wall behind it. My little cousin was still standing there crying and shaking. My aunt ran in and picked him up, holding him tight against her chest. Everyone kept asking him how he got inside. We asked him, my uncle asked him, my brother asked him later at home. But he was too little and too upset to explain anything properly. He just kept saying he was looking at the window, and then he was inside. The window didn't open from outside. There was no way in except through the door that we knew was locked the whole time. Even now, when I think back to that day, I can't understand how he got in there. Maybe he slipped away from us when we weren't looking, and the door wasn't fully closed, and he pushed it open. Maybe he crawled in somehow, though I don't know how. Or maybe we just missed something obvious because we were so little and stupid. After that, none of us ever went back inside that apartment again. Not even my brother, who never got scared of anything. Every time we walked past it after that day, I felt my stomach twist and my skin prickle like I was standing under cold water. The front door stayed open for years, dust and leaves blowing in and piling up against the walls. Eventually they locked it up properly, or maybe the building manager sealed it off. People stopped talking about it, and the story just faded away like most old neighborhood stories do. Now, as an adult thinking about it, I still don't have answers. Maybe he just got in there by accident. Maybe the lock was old and failed that day. Or maybe there's a perfectly normal explanation that I'll never know. All I know for sure is that when I remember that scream, the way his voice echoed off the bare walls, and how cold that 3rd floor always felt, I still get chills running down my arms like I'm 4 years old again, standing on that dusty stair landing, listening to my cousin scream from behind a door we could never open. And that was the last time we ever stepped foot inside that place. I grew up in the city, but I used to spend some summers out on the reserve with my dad's side. I'm half native, but I didn't grow up on the land. My half-sister did. She spent her whole life there, surrounded by the rolling foothills that spread out before the mountains, wide and smooth, covered in short grass that turned yellow in late summer and stayed dry till winter. The land out there felt endless. No fences except for the odd broken barbed wire that had rusted and sagged into the dirt. No thick forests to hide anything, just hills and shallow dips that held secrets in their shadows when the sun went down. She told me a story once when I was staying with her for a few days. It was just after supper. The sun had set, but there was still a pale blue left in the west. I was sitting on her couch, drinking instant coffee that tasted like ash, and she was sitting on the floor folding laundry. She wasn't looking at me as she talked, just focused on folding each t-shirt, smoothing them out with her fingers. Her voice was calm, but I could tell by the way she pressed her thumb along the edges of the clothes that this story still sat in her bones. It happened when she was about 14. She and some of her cousins were over at Travis's place. His house was old, built sometime in the 70s probably, with the wood siding peeling in strips and bare plywood showing in places. It sat on a patch of flat gravel with no fence around it, just a few old cars parked to the side, one with its hood missing, another with the trunk popped open full of old plastic jugs and rusted chains. They'd all been bored that night, sitting on the front steps smoking stolen cigarettes and daring each other to do stupid things. It was Travis's idea to play hide and seek. He was always the loud one, always the one who thought he could make anything fun. My sister didn't really want to play, but it was either that or sit around listening to the older cousins talk about weed and booze they couldn't afford. So they all spread out after Travis counted down. There were 6 of them, slipping into the shadows, ducking behind the twisted pieces of metal that sat forgotten in the dirt. Someone hid behind an old washing machine, lying on its side with weeds growing through the drum. Someone else crouched in a shallow ditch near the driveway culvert. My sister said she ran out past the main yard, her feet crunching over dry patches of grass, the smell of dust kicking up with each step. She slid under a piece of old machinery. She didn't know what it used to be, maybe part of a combine, just rusted beams and big bolts sticking out. It sat on a slope that dipped down so you could crawl underneath it if you were small enough. She found her cousin hiding there too, both of them pressed flat to the dirt, breathing quiet, feeling the cold from the ground sink into their arms. She said from where they lay they could see Travis walking around calling out names, but then he started running. 2 of the others had already run back to base, touching the side of the house and yelling safe. Travis was trying to tag whoever he saw before they made it back. My sister heard him running closer, his feet pounding the ground so heavy that it shook the rust flakes loose from the metal above their heads. She heard him yell something, but his voice cut off as someone ran right past where she was hiding. She felt the wind move against her cheek, and for a second thought he was going to step on her arm. But the feet kept going fast, out into the dark beyond the yard light. That's when she realized Travis was yelling at her. He was yelling for her to stop, telling her she was going too far, but she was still under the machinery. She turned her head and saw him sprinting after whoever it was. She said it didn't make sense because she was still lying there with her cousin, watching him chase something else. She crawled out when he was too far to see them, and the others came out too, calling after him. They were all yelling now, their voices echoing off the hills, sounding small in the open land. Travis kept running, almost catching up to whoever it was, but then he stopped. He stood there for a second, looking at the back of whoever it was running away from him. Then he turned around and ran back to the house as fast as he could, not even bothering to see if anyone was following him. My sister said everyone was screaming by the time they reached the porch. They slammed the door shut behind them, the smell of stale fry bread oil and old wood filling their noses as they stood there panting. Travis's dad came out of his bedroom, wearing old sweatpants and rubbing sleep out of his eyes. He got mad at them for being out so late, said they shouldn't be playing outside in the dark, said they were acting like little kids. My sister said he didn't even ask why they were so shaken up, just told them to shut up and go to sleep. They all ended up lying together in the living room, wrapped in thin blankets, staring at the ceiling. Nobody said a word about it after that. She said the next morning they acted like nothing happened, ate fried eggs with burned toast, and then went outside like normal kids do, kicking rocks down the gravel road and swatting horseflies off their arms. When she finished telling me that story, she folded the last shirt and set it on top of the pile. She didn't look at me. She just sat there for a bit, her knees pulled up to her chest, her chin resting on them, staring out the window. The hills were dark outside, almost black. The porch light was broken, so there was nothing between us and that darkness except the thin glass pane. I could see the curve of the land against the navy blue sky, dipping down into a ravine before rising again. It looked like the ocean frozen in place, waves of land rolling away forever. She told me other things too, about her uncle who used to drink down by the road with a neighbor who died years before, about the silent green lightning that lit up the whole prairie some nights, flashing across the sky without a single crack of thunder. I saw it once myself when I was staying there, the way it flickered like an old fluorescent bulb, lighting up the horses in the field, so bright they looked like they were made of metal. The horses didn't like it. They always stomped and snorted when it happened, bunching up their muscles, their heads jerking towards the hills like they wanted to run, but didn't know where to go. My sister told me about something her brother-in-law saw once. He was driving home late with his wife and kids. It was one of those winding roads that cuts through the hills, no streetlights, just gravel and the ditches dropping off into dark. They came around a bend and saw a man standing by the side of the road. Beside him was a horse with its head missing, just standing there with blood all down its chest and front legs, steam rising off the stump into the cold night air. The man didn't move, just stood there looking at them as they drove by. They didn't stop. They just kept driving until the house lights showed up in the distance, and the kids started asking for water. It was always like that out there. People saw things they couldn't explain, but nobody called them ghosts or spirits. They just accepted that the land held memories. The old people used to say the prairie remembered everything, every death and every birth, every fight and every silent meal. It soaked it all up, and sometimes it showed it back to you if you weren't paying attention. That's why they said you shouldn't play games like hide and seek outside at night. You might find something you weren't looking for. I never saw anything myself out there except the green lightning, but I remember how it felt to walk up one of those hills alone at sunset. The way the wind would push against your chest, cold even in July, smelling of dust and wild sage. The grass would whisper against your legs, and you could hear your own footsteps crunching on the dry patches. When you reached the top, the land fell away on all sides, nothing but space and distance, shadows filling the dips like water in an old riverbed. The sky felt bigger out there, so big it pressed down on you, heavy with stars when night finally came. Sometimes at night the coyotes would start yipping, their voices carrying over the hills, echoing back so it sounded like there were 100 of them all around you. You'd lie in bed listening to them, your chest tight, your ears straining for any other sound. The dogs would bark back from the houses, low and deep, and you'd hear the horses shift their weight, their hooves thudding against the dry dirt. Then everything would go quiet again, quiet like the bottom of a lake. When I think back on that story my sister told me, I think about how Travis must have felt when he realized he was chasing someone that wasn't any of them. I think about the way his legs would have burned with the effort, his breath ragged in his throat, the taste of blood rising up as he pushed himself harder, thinking he was about to tag her and win the game, then realizing it wasn't her at all, realizing there was someone else running with them that night. That's what stays with me. Not fear exactly, just a deep feeling in my stomach that the land out there is older than all of us, older than our memories or our stories, and it doesn't need to be haunted to hold something heavy and dark inside it. It just is what it is, wide open, silent, and full of all the things that came before us. My sister still lives out there. She's got 2 kids now and a husband who works pipeline when there's work and fixes cars when there's not. They live in a newer house, but it sits on the same old land, looking out over the same hills that curve and dip like they did 1,000 years ago. When I visit, I stand on her porch at night and look out at those hills, at the dark shadows lying across them, at the way the yard light shines just far enough to make the edges of the shadows sharp and deep. And I think about her lying under that rusted machinery, feeling the earth cold and damp under her arms, hearing footsteps run right past her head into the darkness. I think about Travis running after something he thought was part of the game and finding out it wasn't. I think about all the things we chase in this life, thinking we know what they are until we get close enough to see they aren't what we thought at all. And I think about how sometimes it's better to stay hidden in the shadows, pressed to the ground, listening to the wind move across the dry grass, and letting whatever is out there keep running off into the dark where you can't see it anymore. I remember that day so clearly, even though it was so many years ago. The heat in the Philippines always seemed to settle over everything like a heavy blanket, but that afternoon was especially humid. I had just finished playing basketball with some classmates after school, and my shirt stuck to my back with sweat as I walked home. My arms felt tired from shooting hoops, and my legs felt a little heavy, but I was in a good mood. It felt good to move around after sitting in class all day. My backpack bounced lightly against my side as I walked down the small street lined with old houses, rusted tin roofs, and concrete walls darkened by years of rain and sun. I remember looking up at the sky. It was already turning that deep orange color. The the kind that made everything glow before the sun dipped below the trees. The breeze that ran between the houses smelled like warm dust and distant cooking fires. I could hear kids laughing somewhere down the road, and a dog barked from inside a yard. It was a normal day. Nothing felt off at all. As I got closer to our house, I could see the big mango tree that grew near the front wall. Its branches hung low with green fruit that weren't ready yet. I kicked a small stone down the road as I walked, feeling relaxed. Our house was always lively. With my parents, my 5 siblings, and our maid, there was always noise, someone calling out, a pot clanging, the TV playing something in the background. I was used to that noise. It felt safe. But that afternoon, when I reached the front gate and looked at the main door, it was closed, completely shut. That was strange because someone was always home. The door was usually open, and from the gate I could always hear someone inside talking or moving around. I stood there for a moment, gripping the hot metal bars of the gate, looking at the closed door. I could hear a bird calling out somewhere far away. The street felt unusually quiet then. I called out towards the house, thinking maybe someone was in the kitchen or upstairs and didn't hear me come up. My voice sounded small in the quiet street. After a few seconds, I heard the maid answer from inside, her voice muffled through the door. She said she would come get me. I felt relieved. I set down my backpack on the ground and sat on the low cement wall by the gate. I wiped the sweat off my neck with my collar and waited. I remember looking at the little cracks in the cement under my feet, small weeds pushing out from them. A minute passed, then another. The breeze felt cooler now that the sun was sinking, and I could see shadows stretching across the street. I looked back at the door. It was still closed. I called out again, louder this time, my voice echoing off the walls of the neighboring house. There was no reply, just silence, except for the distant sound of a tricycle engine somewhere on the main road. I stood up and walked to the door, knocking lightly at first, then harder. Still nothing. I could feel my shirt sticking to my chest, my hair damp with sweat. It felt wrong. I stepped back and looked up at the window on the side of the house. It was slightly open. I had climbed up there a few times before, usually when I left something in my room and forgot my keys. It wasn't too hard. There was a small ledge I could step on, then pull myself up to the window. I hesitated for a moment, looking around the empty street. The neighbors' houses looked quiet, their windows dark. I picked up my backpack and placed it by the gate, then stepped onto the ledge. My fingers curled around the window frame as I pulled myself up slowly, feeling the rough concrete against my palms. I could smell the old wood of the window as I pushed it open wider. The inside of the house looked completely dark. No light from the kitchen. No noise. Just darkness. I climbed in carefully, my foot landing on the cool tiles inside. The smell of the house hit me instantly. It was the familiar smell of home, old wood, floor wax, the faint scent of cooking oil and rice. But it felt different without any lights on. I stood still for a second, letting my eyes adjust. The living room was empty. The electric fan wasn't whirring in the corner. The TV was off. There were no plates left out on the dining table. Everything looked exactly like it always did, just dark and silent. I called out the maid's name, my voice echoing softly off the walls. I waited, listening. I heard it then. That voice. The exact same voice I had heard from outside. It sounded like it was coming from the kitchen, deeper in the house. It spoke louder this time. It said it told me it would come get me. I felt my stomach twist. The tone of the voice was sharp and angry, not how she usually spoke. She never yelled. She was always calm, always gentle, especially with me because I was the youngest boy. I could feel my heart thumping in my chest, so hard it almost hurt. I stood frozen for a moment, staring into the darkness of the hallway that led to the kitchen. It felt like something was staring back at me, hidden just beyond the corner. I didn't wait to check. I turned quickly, climbed back out the window, scraping my arm against the frame as I pushed myself out. My foot slipped slightly on the ledge, but I jumped down onto the cement. My legs felt weak when I landed, but I grabbed my backpack and ran. I didn't look back at the house as I ran down the street, past the mango tree, past the neighbors' houses with their flickering TV lights inside. I just ran. I reached my friend's house a few streets away, still panting. The sweat on my back felt cold now as I sat on their front step. His mom saw me and asked what happened, but I just said I needed to wait there for my family. My friend came out to sit with me, and we watched the sky turn dark blue, then black. The street lights came on, buzzing softly above us, moths flying around them in dizzy circles. I sat there for almost an hour, feeling the sweat dry on my skin, and my breathing finally slowed down. I kept thinking about that voice, the sharp way it spoke. I had never heard her sound like that. I kept looking down the road towards my house, the yellow lights from the windows of other homes glowing in the darkness. I wondered what I would see when my family got home. I wondered if they would believe me. Finally, I saw our old van coming down the road, its headlights bouncing off the potholes. My dad was driving. When they parked in front of the house, everyone climbed out carrying grocery bags. My brothers and sisters were laughing about something, and my mom was scolding my oldest brother for almost dropping the eggs. Then I saw the maid climb out too, holding a bag of rice on her hip. She smiled when she saw me sitting there with my backpack. We walked back to the house together. They asked me why I was sitting at my friend's place, and I just said I thought no one was home. As we reached the gate, my dad unlocked it, and we went inside. The door was still closed like when I left it. My siblings ran inside, turning on the lights and placing the groceries on the dining table. The maid walked past me and went straight to the kitchen, humming softly to herself. Her voice sounded calm and soft, exactly like normal. That night, as I lay on my thin mattress on the floor of the boys' room, listening to the electric fan whirring by my feet, I thought about what happened. I thought about that voice and how it sounded exactly like hers, but with anger buried inside it. I thought about how dark the house was and how silent it felt. I couldn't sleep. My brother beside me was already snoring lightly, his arm hanging off the side of the mattress. I turned to face the wall, pulling the blanket up to my chin, even though it was hot. I never told them what really happened that afternoon. I knew what I heard. I knew what I felt when I looked down that dark hallway towards the kitchen. I don't know what it was, and I don't think I ever will, but I know that it wasn't her. It couldn't have been her. Whatever it was, it sounded like her, but it wasn't. That's the part that scares me even now, all these years later. Sometimes when I go back home to visit, I stand in front of that same window I climbed through. The paint is peeling now, and the ledge feels rougher under my fingers. I look inside, and everything looks exactly the same as it did that day. Sometimes, when I'm alone in the house, I think I hear someone calling my name from the kitchen. The voice sounds soft and familiar, but I never answer. I just walk out the front door, sit under the mango tree, and wait for someone to come home. Because I know, deep in my chest where fear settles and never really leaves, that there are some things in this world that we hear and feel, but will never really understand. And that's enough to keep me up at night, even now. I never really believed many of my uncle's stories. He was the type to twist anything into a ghost story or prank to make you squirm in your seat. Growing up, every time he'd start with, "Did I ever tell you about the time?" I would brace myself to roll my eyes or laugh halfway through when he revealed the punchline. But this story, this one stuck with me. Because every time he told it, he looked away, like his eyes were seeing the old house again, the dim hallway, the quiet ticking in the night. And my mom, who usually interrupted his nonsense, would stay silent, only nodding slowly when he finished. Even my grandmother, who hated scary talk at breakfast, never denied it. They all knew it happened, and that made it worse. My uncle was around 10 or 11 back then, living in their small house by the river in Maryland. It was an old place even then, plain and simple, built to hold a family without extra space. My grandfather, who was a ship designer for the Navy before retiring, had turned the attic into 2 bedrooms for the kids. But my mother, being the only girl, got a room upstairs next to my grandparents', while the boys slept downstairs in a single bedroom near the kitchen and basement door. That basement was my grandfather's world. He worked down there every evening and weekend. He made wooden boats, carved models, painted, and fixed anything that broke in the house. The place was always coated in a thin, gritty layer of sawdust. Even now, decades later, it still smells like pine and varnish when I visit. You walk down those wooden steps and feel the cool cement floor under your feet. See old shelves lined with half-finished carvings, sandpaper rolls, paint cans, brushes stiff with dried paint, and tools everywhere. Screwdrivers, chisels, hammers, planes. The basement was his workshop and storage room in one. There was an old paint-stained stool near his big workbench, and a small dusty window looking out to the riverbank behind the house. The main basement door faced the water, and it never quite latched right. It had swollen over time with damp Maryland summers, and sometimes it looked closed, but if you pulled hard enough it would open. The door from the basement into the house itself, leading up to the kitchen hallway, had only a small brass latch on the inside. My uncle never liked that basement. He didn't mind it in the day, when he'd watch my grandfather work and try to play with leftover wood scraps, but at night it felt like a cave. Cold, silent, always smelling like wet dirt and cut wood. At night, lying in bed, he could hear the river water against the rocks outside, frogs croaking, sometimes owls calling from the trees lining the bank. The boys' bedroom door faced the hallway, and directly across from it was the basement door. Just a small dark brown door with peeling paint and a latch high up. He could see it every night before closing his eyes. He told me he woke up that night because his room felt too quiet. It wasn't the river sounds or frogs that woke him, it was the absence of them, like the world had suddenly muted itself. Lying there under his thin blanket, feeling the cool summer air coming from the open window, he stared at the ceiling in the dark. Then he heard it. Tick, tick, tick. At first he thought it was the air conditioner. It was old and always made tapping or ticking noises when it shifted or turned on and off. He closed his eyes, thinking it would stop. But after what felt like an hour, he woke up again, feeling like he had barely drifted off. Tick, tick, tick. It was louder this time. Not by much, but enough that he could tell it wasn't coming from his window unit. He lay there, staring at the shadowy ceiling fan above him, listening. Tick, tick, tick. His chest felt tight. He told me his heart was thudding so hard he could hear it in his ears. He didn't want to get up, but something inside him needed to see, needed to know. So he slid out from under his blanket and stepped onto the cold hardwood floor. It felt like stepping onto ice. He shivered and slowly walked to his door. His hand was shaking so hard he had to grip the knob with both hands to keep it quiet. He turned it slowly, feeling every creak of the metal parts inside, and opened it just a sliver. The hallway was empty. The dim light from the street lamp outside came through the front window, casting a pale line across the floorboards. Across the hall was the basement door, and from beyond it, he heard it again. Tick, tick, tick. There were small pauses between each sound. It wasn't steady like a machine. It was uneven, like someone was thinking before each tap. His stomach clenched tight. He closed his door again, locked it with the old hook latch, and sat on his bed, curling up under his blanket. He told me he tried to cover his ears with his pillow, tried to think about anything else, but every time he felt himself drift to sleep the sound came back. Tick, tick, tick. It went on for hours. At some point, exhaustion won over fear, and he slept. He dreamt about boats rocking in dark water, about drifting under bridges in the blackness. In the morning, his mom called them all for breakfast. The sun was bright and gold through the windows, lighting up the living room. He felt stupid for being scared. He ate his toast and eggs quickly, eager to tell everyone what he heard. As he spoke, his brothers laughed at him, saying it was just the air conditioner or the pipes. But he felt uneasy. He knew it wasn't the air conditioner. The ticking was too deliberate, too human. He got up after breakfast and walked to the basement door. He reached up to unhook the brass latch. It felt cold and rough under his fingers. He pulled the door open. The smell of sawdust hit him first, that thick, warm smell that coated your nose and tongue. The dim basement was lit only by the small window near the workbench, casting a dull white glow over everything. He stepped down onto the wooden steps. Each one creaked under his bare feet. Halfway down, he saw it. At the top of the steps, near the wall, lay one of his grandfather's screwdrivers, a flathead with a red plastic handle. It was lying on its side, and next to it, pressed deep into the sawdust, was a shape, a long, narrow impression like someone had been sitting there with their legs outstretched. His stomach turned cold. The sawdust was disturbed everywhere. There were clear footprints, adult-sized, going up and down the steps. Some led to the workbench, some back to the basement door that faced the riverbank. He walked down the last few steps and crouched, looking at the marks. He could see where the person had sat, shifting slightly, tapping the screwdriver on the step or the door. Tick, tick, tick. He imagined someone sitting in the dark, their back to the wall, legs bent up, slowly tapping the screwdriver against the door. The thought made his knees weak. He could almost see it in his mind, a shape hunched in the dark, silent except for that tiny ticking sound. The footprints led to the basement door. He walked over, feeling his heart hammer in his chest. The door was shut, but when he pulled it, it swung open with barely any force. Outside, the morning sun lit up the riverbank, the water shining bright and clean. There were footprints in the dirt leading away into the trees along the bank. He backed up, his breath coming in quick, shallow gasps. He slammed the basement door shut and locked it, then ran upstairs 2 steps at a time. He told his mom what he found. She called my grandfather, who spent an hour checking every window, every door, walking down to the riverbank looking for more footprints. But by then, the sun was high, and the dirt was dry and hardening, erasing the prints. Whoever it was, they were gone. My grandfather started locking the basement door with a deadbolt after that. He fixed the back door to latch properly. My uncle moved his bed away from the door and started sleeping with his radio on low, so he wouldn't hear the quiet sounds at night. He told me that for months afterward, he would wake up in the dark, sweating, convinced he heard that ticking again. Tick, tick, tick. But it was always just his fear. Just his memory playing it back to him. Years later, when he was grown and had kids of his own, he told this story less often. But sometimes, when we were all sitting around at night, he'd talk about it again, his voice quiet, his eyes distant. And every time, my mom would just nod and stare at her cup of tea silent. When I was a teenager, visiting my grandfather's house, I slept in that room once. I lay in bed staring at the ceiling fan spinning slowly above me, listening to the frogs and the river outside, feeling the cool air from the window unit on my face. I told myself I was brave, that it was just an old story. But in the quietest hour of the night, I thought I heard it. Tick, 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 coming from beyond the basement door. My chest froze. I squeezed my eyes shut so tight they ached. I told myself it was nothing. It had to be nothing. But I didn't open my eyes until the morning light filled the room and I heard my grandfather's footsteps in the kitchen, brewing coffee and humming softly. Only then did I breathe again, staring at the ceiling fan blades above me, feeling the sweat cold on my neck. I never told anyone about that night, because even if it was just the old pipes or the air conditioner, I didn't want to give that sound power again. I didn't want to think about someone sitting in the basement, alone in the dark, tapping a screwdriver against the door for hours, waiting for nothing but the fear it caused. It made me realize that the scariest things aren't ghosts or monsters. They're real people, silent in the night, doing things that have no reason, things that make no sense except to them. And knowing that someone was down there, in the dark under my family's feet, just sitting, that is a thought I will never shake, even if I live to be as old as my uncle is now. I don't think I'll ever forget that day, no matter how old I get. I can still remember the way the air smelled, like warm grass and pine needles mixed with old rust, and the way my skin felt sticky with sweat by the time the sun started going down. Back then, I was around 14, maybe 15, and my best friend, who I'll just call Kyle, was the same age. He lived out in rural Pennsylvania in a pretty quiet area. Houses were spaced far apart and surrounded by trees and hills. There was an old insane asylum out there too, called Wernersville State Hospital. It was still in use back then, but the land behind it, which was acres and acres of forest and old stone roads, wasn't used anymore. They owned it, but it just sat there, overgrown and silent, slowly being eaten up by the trees and bushes. We were kids with nothing to do on weekends, so exploring was our main form of fun. I'd ride my bike over to Kyle's house early in the morning, before the sun got too hot, and we'd pack a couple of sandwiches, maybe an apple or two if his mom had them in the fridge, and we'd just head out into the woods behind his property. His family lived right up against the boundary of the asylum's land, so all we had to do was hop an old wooden fence, and we were in. There weren't many trails. It was mostly thick woods with patches of old roads. Sometimes you'd find stretches of asphalt cracked and broken, disappearing under leaves and dirt. Other times you'd come across chunks of low stone walls covered in moss, or broken down steps that didn't lead anywhere anymore. They were old ruins from when the place was a resort area over 100 years ago. Back then, the wealthy would go out to these resorts in the country to relax and breathe fresh air. But now it was just forest swallowing everything up. On this particular day, it was hot. I remember how I could feel sweat dripping down my back under my t-shirt as we walked. Kyle was leading, as usual, since it was his turf. We didn't talk much while hiking because we needed to listen for deer or snakes underfoot. The ground was uneven with fallen branches and rocks, so you had to watch where you stepped. We walked for hours, taking breaks only to drink from our water bottles or eat an apple. Sometimes we'd hear birds or the scurrying of squirrels, but mostly it was quiet. I liked the quiet. It felt peaceful. That day we kept walking uphill because we always figured it was easier to find our way back by following a stream downhill. We didn't really have a plan. We just wanted to see what we could find. After a while, when the sun was starting to move lower in the sky, we stumbled across an old shed. It was hidden back in a thicket of trees, its roof sagging so low it almost looked like it was going to collapse. The door was still there, hanging off rusted hinges, and an old iron lock dangled uselessly on a rotting plank. The wood had gone soft with age, so Kyle just pulled on it and the lock popped right off. Inside, the air smelled like rust, old wood, and wet leaves. It was dark except for thin streaks of sun coming through holes in the roof. The floor was dirt, but lined with broken boards. All around us were these old tools. I remember seeing these huge shovels, like 15 feet long, with splintered wooden handles and rusted metal blades. There were also scythes with blades curled like dead leaves, and what looked like hand-pulled plows, the wood eaten through with termites. I remember thinking how small and thin the handles were. Whoever used these tools must have been skinny and worn down. Later I learned that back before modern medicine, patients were used for manual labor, mostly farming the fields around the asylum. It gave me chills, imagining men and women in rough cotton clothes digging long trenches with those heavy tools, under the sun, with no choice but to keep working until their backs gave out. We didn't stay in the shed long. There were spiders everywhere, and the floor felt like it could give way any second. We kept walking, still going uphill, just wandering. After a while we came out onto this clearing. It was weird because it was so perfectly round. There were no trees inside it, only tall grass swaying in the wind. In the middle of the clearing were these concrete cones, each about 3 feet tall. They were arranged in neat rows like grave markers in a military cemetery, except these didn't have any names or inscriptions on them. We walked between them slowly, feeling like we were somewhere we shouldn't be. The sky was turning orange behind the trees and shadows stretched long across the clearing. Eventually we came to the center, where there was a stone marker with a tarnished brass plate. The words were hard to read in the fading light, but we took turns kneeling down to see it. It explained that a long time ago there was a fire in a building that stood there. Patients working there had died in the fire, and because many of them were never identified, their remains were buried right there, in that clearing. The cones were grave markers. I remember feeling this cold dread spread through my chest. The whole place felt sad, like the ground itself remembered the pain. The sun was really sinking then, turning the sky pink and purple. We both felt creeped out. I tried to act casual, but my skin was crawling. I could tell Kyle felt the same. He kept looking over his shoulder, like he expected to see something standing behind us. We decided to head back before it got dark. But instead of going back the exact way we came, we picked a stream bed that led downhill in a different direction. We knew it would eventually spit us out somewhere near his property or near a road we recognized. We were walking fast, not quite running but close to it, our footsteps crunching dry leaves and twigs. The woods grew darker around us. Bugs were starting to come out, their high-pitched songs filling the air. After maybe an hour of hiking downhill, we stumbled onto an old building foundation. It was made of mortared stones, not bricks or cement, so we knew it was from the old resort days. All that was left was the stone outline, like someone had drawn a square on the forest floor, and piles of collapsed stones where the walls had fallen. Thick vines and tree roots wrapped around everything, pulling the rocks apart. We stepped into the foundation carefully, climbing over mossy stones. Inside was flat dirt, clearer than the forest floor outside. Fallen roof beams lay rotting, half buried in dirt and leaves. Kyle went to check out what was left of the fireplace because it was still standing, a tall stack of stones blackened with old soot. I wandered away, just kicking at the dirt with the toe of my boot, looking at the ground without really thinking. That's when I saw it. Something white, crumpled up against the dirt. It stood out because everything else was brown and green with age. I walked over and saw it was a cheap blanket, the kind they give out in hospitals. I remember thinking it looked brand new, like it hadn't been there long at all. My chest felt tight. I picked it up to see if it was just trash, but in the corner there was writing stamped in faded blue ink. The light was really dim, so I had to hold it up to what was left of the sunset to read it clearly. I read the words aloud to myself as I figured them out. Property of Wernersville State Hospital. Not to leave the premises. If found, please call XXXXXXXX and report where it was found immediately. I remember my heart thudding so hard in my chest it felt like it shook my ribs. I looked up to find Kyle standing by the fireplace, staring at me. His face was completely pale, his mouth slightly open. In that moment, I noticed the ground around me. It was swept clean. No stones, no leaves, no branches. Just smooth dirt, like someone had made a clear spot to lay down. Neither of us said a word. We just turned and ran. I don't think I've ever run that fast in my life. We didn't care about the branches whipping our faces or the rocks cutting into our shoes. We ran until our chests burned and our legs felt like rubber. Eventually, we burst out of the woods into a field behind some houses, gasping for air under the purple sky. We found a road, checked for cars, and just started walking back to his place. Every few steps I'd look over my shoulder, feeling like something was behind us, even though nothing was there. When we finally got back to his house, we told his parents everything. They called the hospital and reported it, gave them the GPS coordinates and everything. The hospital thanked them and hung up, but they never said anything else about it. We never found out if someone had been out there that day, or if they found anything when they went to check. I didn't sleep that night. I lay on the floor of Kyle's room in my sleeping bag, staring at the ceiling, listening to the sounds of the house creaking and the wind brushing the trees outside. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that blanket, bright white against the dirt, with those words stamped into the corner. Even now, years later, whenever I go hiking alone and come across an old shed or ruin, I remember that feeling in my chest, that cold, empty dread that made my skin crawl and my hands shake. The forest is beautiful, but it remembers everything. Every pain, every death, every secret. It keeps them hidden, but if you walk far enough and look closely, you'll find them. We never went back to that clearing again. We never talked about it much either, not because we wanted to forget, but because it didn't feel like something that needed to be shared. It was ours, in a way, a memory that felt heavy and quiet, like the woods themselves. But sometimes, when I see a patch of forest from the highway or smell wet leaves after rain, I think about that place, and I wonder if the forest ever let go of whatever was there, or if it's still holding on, waiting for someone else to find it. I don't really like thinking about that day, but sometimes it just comes back to me, especially on quiet nights when I hear something outside. I still remember the smell of the grass, mixed with dust and heat. It was a Sunday afternoon, and I didn't have any plans, so I thought I'd go for a walk to clear my head. I was feeling restless that morning, waking up before the sun was fully out. I lay there for a while staring at the ceiling, hearing birds start their noise outside, and I just couldn't go back to sleep. I made myself some tea, sat by the window, and watched the sky change colors. It was peaceful in that moment, like everything was still asleep except me and the birds. When I finished my tea, I pulled on my jeans, a faded gray t-shirt, and my old running shoes. I grabbed my phone and wallet and left the house, locking the door behind me. The air was already warming up even though it was still early, and I remember thinking it was going to be a hot day. I decided to walk towards the edge of town, where there's a dirt road leading to some old farmland. It's mostly empty land now with broken fences and dry weeds growing taller than my knees. I liked walking there because it was quiet and I could hear myself think. I walked past the last few houses on my street, past the small grocery store that wasn't open yet, and onto the cracked sidewalk that turned into the dirt road. As I walked, the smell of hot earth rose up into the air. There was no wind. Everything felt heavy. I walked for what felt like an hour. My shirt was stuck to my back with sweat, and little pebbles kept getting into my shoes, making me stop every few minutes to empty them out. I remember feeling slightly annoyed, but also calm. I liked feeling far away from everything, and this place felt like a forgotten piece of the world. The dirt road went down a small hill and curved slightly to the left, leading to an old metal gate that was half fallen over. Beyond the gate, there was an open field that used to have cows grazing, but now was just filled with wild dry grass, tall weeds, and little purple flowers scattered around. I stepped over the gate, careful not to catch my jeans on the rusted metal, and walked into the field. The sun was higher now, beating down on my head. I could hear cicadas buzzing loudly in the bushes around the fence line. The ground was uneven, filled with little holes dug by rabbits or foxes. I walked slowly, watching where I stepped so I wouldn't twist an ankle. In the distance, to the right side of the field, there was a line of thin trees with yellow leaves, even though it wasn't autumn yet. They marked the start of the old farm's orchard. Most of the trees were dead now or barely alive. I kept walking towards those trees, feeling a bit curious. I hadn't been inside the orchard in a long time. Last time I came here it was winter, and everything looked gray and silent. Today it was bright, and the air smelled of hot dust, and something sweet coming from those few trees still trying to bear fruit. As I walked between them, their branches creaked softly above my head. A couple of small green apples hung there, not yet ready to eat. The ground inside the orchard was softer, with old fallen leaves mixed into the dirt. I kept walking, feeling sweat drip down my temple. I wiped it away with the back of my hand and squinted ahead. That was when I saw it. At first, I thought it was just another tree stump. But as I got closer, I saw it was a small tent, gray and dirty, set up under one of the trees. It blended into the colors around it so well that I almost missed it completely. I stopped walking and stood there, staring. My chest felt tight. There wasn't supposed to be anyone out here. This land was abandoned. Nobody camped here. I looked around but saw no one. I stepped closer. The tent was zipped shut, and there were muddy footprints around it leading away towards the trees at the back of the orchard. I felt a shiver run down my arms despite the heat. I listened carefully, but all I could hear were cicadas and the distant croak of a crow flying overhead. My heart was beating faster now. I didn't know why, but something about that little tent felt wrong. I stood there for what felt like a long time, just staring at it, waiting to hear some sign of life. A cough, a laugh, a snore. But there was nothing. Finally, I turned around and started walking back out of the orchard. I felt like I was being watched. I kept looking over my shoulder, expecting to see someone step out from behind a tree. But no one did. I walked faster now, almost tripping over the roots and holes in the field. My mouth felt dry, and my legs felt shaky. When I got back to the metal gate, I stopped to catch my breath, looking back one last time. I couldn't see the tent anymore from here, just the tops of the thin trees swaying slightly in a breeze that didn't reach me. I climbed over the gate and started walking down the dirt road, back towards town. I tried to calm myself down. I told myself it was probably just a homeless person camping out there, or maybe someone who wanted to be alone for a while, just like me. But my chest still felt heavy, and my stomach felt cold. Halfway down the road, I heard something behind me, just a little rustle, like someone stepping on gravel. I stopped walking and listened. The cicadas were loud again, but under their noise, I thought I heard another sound, softer, like a slow dragging footstep. I turned around quickly, my heart jumping into my throat. There was nothing there, just the empty dirt road curving back towards the field. My hands were trembling a little, so I shoved them into my pockets and kept walking, faster this time. I didn't want to look back again. I felt like if I did, I'd see something I didn't want to see. The road turned into cracked pavement again as I reached the edge of town. I could see the little grocery store up ahead, its shutters now rolled up, and a man sweeping the front porch. Seeing him made me feel a bit better. I walked past him, nodding slightly. He didn't look up from his broom. I walked back towards my street, my feet aching in my shoes. When I reached my house, I unlocked the door quickly and stepped inside, closing and locking it behind me. I stood there in the quiet hallway, feeling the cool air of the house wrap around me. I didn't realize I was shaking until I tried to take off my shoes. I went into the kitchen and poured myself some water, drinking it in big gulps until the glass was empty. I leaned against the counter, listening to the silence of the house. I felt tired now, more tired than I had in a long time. That evening, I couldn't stop thinking about the tent. I kept imagining someone crawling out of it and following me quietly through the trees. Every little sound outside made me jump. I closed all the curtains and double-checked the locks on every door and window. When it got dark, I lay in bed with the blanket pulled up to my chin. My eyes kept flicking to the window, even though the curtain was shut tight. My heart would race every time I heard a car drive by or a dog bark in the distance. I tried to tell myself it was fine. Nothing had happened. I was home and safe. The next day, I woke up feeling heavy and tired. I decided to go back out there. I don't know why. Maybe I wanted to prove to myself that there was nothing to be afraid of. I waited until the sun was high in the sky before leaving my house. I wore the same jeans and t-shirt, but this time I brought a small pocket knife with me, just in case. The walk felt longer this time. Every step felt tense. When I reached the metal gate and climbed over, I stood there for a while, scanning the orchard. It looked the same as before. I walked towards the trees slowly, listening for any sound. When I reached the spot, my heart almost stopped. The tent was gone. There was nothing there now except a flattened patch of dry grass where it had been. I looked around, searching for any sign of someone. There were no fresh footprints, just the old ones from yesterday, mixed in with my own. The orchard felt silent, too silent. I stood there for a long time, feeling cold sweat on my back, even though the sun was burning down on me. I kept thinking about who it was and where they had gone. I thought about what would have happened if I had gone closer to the tent the day before. My chest felt tight just thinking about it. Finally, I turned and walked back out of the orchard, my legs feeling heavy and weak. When I reached the road, I looked back one last time. The trees stood there, quiet and still, hiding their secrets in their shadows. I walked home slowly, feeling the sun burning the back of my neck. When I got home, I locked the door behind me and sat on the couch, staring at the floor for a long time. That feeling never really left me. Even now, years later, I still think about that tent sometimes. I still think about the person inside it and where they went. I think about how easily things could have gone wrong that day. Now, every time I go for a walk, I stay close to houses and roads. I don't go into abandoned fields anymore. I don't climb over broken gates or walk into old orchards. Because that day taught me something I didn't want to learn. It taught me that sometimes there really is someone out there, watching, waiting, and they don't always want to be found. I learned that even in the bright light of day, danger can hide right in front of you, silent and patient, and you won't know until it's too late. And I never want to feel that cold fear again, the fear of knowing I was alone out there, but I wasn't really alone at all. I woke up before the sun that day because I had planned to do a long hike up into the hills behind my town. I had been planning it for weeks, looking over satellite maps on my phone, checking the old dirt roads and trails that twisted up into the scrubby ridges that rose above the main highway. The sky was still dark blue when I set out, just a faint line of pale light over the far edge of the hills. The streets were quiet, no cars, no people walking dogs, not even the sound of birds yet. It felt good to be out before everyone else. I carried a small backpack with water bottles, my lunch, and a thin windbreaker jacket just in case. The air felt warm though, even before dawn, and I knew it would be a hot day. I walked out of town along the side road that turned into dirt after about half a mile. My boots crunched over loose gravel as I headed up towards the hills. There were old ranch fences along the sides, some broken and leaning, and I saw patches of weeds and wildflowers growing up against them. The smell of dry grass mixed with the faint scent of cattle somewhere far off. As the sun came up, I saw the land turn gold and pale green. Shadows from the hills stretched out long across the ground. I walked steadily, feeling strong, feeling like I could go on all day. After an hour, I passed through a metal gate that someone had left open. Beyond it, the dirt road narrowed and curved upwards, weaving between clumps of oak trees and thorn bushes. I liked the feeling of being alone out there, just the sound of my steps and the occasional rustle of lizards moving in the dry leaves. After another hour, I stopped to drink some water. I sat on a flat rock and looked out over the landscape. The town looked small and far away, tucked between the low hills and the wide valley. The sun was higher now, and sweat rolled down my temples. I could hear insects buzzing around the bushes. A crow landed on a fence post a little way off and stared at me for a while before flying away again. I packed up and kept going, following the road as it wound deeper into the hills. The bushes got thicker, and the oak trees cast darker shadows. I saw deer tracks in the dusty road. Then I noticed a side path, not really a path, but a faint trail where the grass had been pressed down. It led off the road and up the slope towards some rocks that stuck out like broken teeth. I felt curious and decided to follow it. The trail was rough and uneven. I pushed through bushes that scratched at my arms and legs. Thorns tugged at my socks. I climbed over a fallen tree and kept going up. When I reached the rocks, I realized they were bigger than I thought. They rose above me like walls, with narrow gaps between them. I stood there for a moment, catching my breath, and I felt a sudden chill even though the sun was hot. The place felt silent in a different way than the road below. There was no wind here, no insects, no bird calls. Just a dead, waiting silence. I walked between two of the rocks and saw a small flat area beyond them, surrounded on three sides by stone. In the dirt there were broken pieces of wood and rusted cans. Old shotgun shells. I guessed it had been a hunting camp, or maybe just a spot where people came to drink beer and shoot at bottles. I looked around carefully, stepping over the debris, and I felt that chill again. My skin prickled, as if someone was standing behind me. I turned quickly, but there was no one there, just the rocks and the bushes. I felt uneasy, but I didn't want to leave yet. I took out my water bottle and drank again. As I stood there, I heard a faint sound far off, like an engine. I listened carefully, trying to work out where it was coming from. It faded away, leaving only silence again. I decided to head back to the road. I turned and started walking down the faint trail, brushing past branches and stepping over twisted roots. But after a few minutes, I realized I wasn't on the same trail I had come up on. The bushes were thicker here, and I didn't remember a fallen tree across the path. I stopped and looked around. Everything looked the same in every direction: rocks, bushes, patches of dry grass. I felt my chest tighten a little. I knew I just had to keep calm and figure out where I was. I turned back and tried to retrace my steps, but within a minute I reached a steep slope covered in loose stones. I hadn't come up that way. I stood still, breathing hard, feeling sweat run down my back. I felt like the whole hillside was watching me, silent and hidden. I decided to keep going downhill anyway. I thought that as long as I went down, I would eventually reach the dirt road again. I moved carefully, holding onto bushes to steady myself. Rocks shifted under my boots, sliding down with little cracking sounds. My legs were shaking by the time I reached the bottom of the slope. I looked around, but there was no sign of the road. Only more bushes, more trees, and the ground sloping away into another small valley. I started walking again. The sun was high now, and the heat pressed down like a weight. I drank the last of my water and felt a dry ache in my throat. I kept moving, stumbling over roots and loose rocks. The brush scratched at my legs, and I could feel little cuts stinging with sweat. I started to feel dizzy. The hills rose and fell around me, all looking the same. I tried to remember the direction I had come from, but everything blurred together in my mind. After what felt like an hour, I saw something ahead. A fence. Relief washed over me. I hurried towards it, pushing through the bushes. When I reached it, I grabbed the top wire and felt the rust flake off under my fingers. I looked to my left and right, hoping to see a gate or a road beyond it. But all I saw was more of the same dry land, stretching out until it reached another line of hills. I climbed over the fence carefully, feeling the wire sag under my weight. On the other side, I walked down into a shallow ravine, stepping over dry weeds and fallen branches. The ground was cracked with old animal tracks. I followed the ravine for a while, hoping it would lead me somewhere. The sun burned down from straight above, and the light felt harsh and white. My head started to pound, and I felt weak. Finally, I saw something that gave me hope. Tire tracks, pressed into the dry dirt and still sharp at the edges. They looked fresh. I followed them, stumbling a little. My vision swam with heat haze, but I kept my eyes on those tracks. They led up a slope and over the edge of a rise. When I reached the top, I saw a dirt road below. Relief flooded me again. I almost laughed out loud. I walked down to the road and sat on the ground for a while, breathing hard. My shirt was soaked with sweat, and I felt lightheaded. I forced myself to stand up and start walking down the road. It twisted between oak trees and past clumps of thorn bushes. I didn't know exactly where I was, but I felt sure it would lead somewhere. My feet hurt with every step, and my throat felt like it was full of sand. After what felt like forever, I heard a sound behind me. I turned and saw a cloud of dust rising over the road. A pickup truck came around the bend, moving slow over the bumps. I stepped aside and waved my arms weakly. The truck slowed down as it passed me, and the driver gave me a long look. I saw his eyes flick to my empty water bottle hanging from my pack and the sweat stains on my clothes. He kept going without stopping. I watched the dust trail fade away behind him. I felt empty after that, but I kept walking. I thought about my house, my bed, cold water running from the tap. The road sloped down and curved again, and finally I saw the faint line of the highway through the trees ahead. I almost cried with relief. My legs were trembling when I reached the edge of the trees and stepped out onto the side of the highway. Cars roared past in both directions. I stood there for a minute, feeling the hot wind of their passing on my face. I crossed carefully and walked along the shoulder. After about 20 minutes, I reached a gas station. I went inside, feeling the blast of cold air from the AC, and bought 2 bottles of water. I drank one right there at the counter, feeling the cool liquid run down my dry throat, then carried the other outside. I sat down on the curb in the shade of the building, feeling the concrete rough against my palms. I sat there for a long time, just breathing and feeling the sweat cool on my skin. The cars came and went at the pumps. A dog barked somewhere down the road. I looked out towards the hills in the distance, all pale gold under the afternoon sun. They looked peaceful from here, like nothing bad could ever happen up there. But I knew how easily those hills could swallow a person, how quiet and empty they really were, how quickly a bright morning could turn into a silent, sunburned nightmare. I finished my water and stood up slowly. My legs felt stiff, and my feet throbbed in my boots. I started walking down the road back towards town. The sun was still high, and the shadows were short under the cars and the trees. Everything looked so normal again. People pumping gas, kids in the back seats of cars, playing with their tablets, a man eating chips as he filled his tank. I walked past all of it, feeling tired and a little numb, but alive. When I got home, I took off my boots and socks and saw that my feet were blistered and bleeding in places. I cleaned them and lay down on my bed, staring up at the ceiling fan as it spun slowly. I thought about the rocks up in those hills, the silent places where even birds didn't sing, and I felt that same chill deep in my chest. I knew I would never go back up there alone again. I closed my eyes and let sleep pull me down, feeling the ache of my body sink into the mattress, and I was glad that I had made it back at all. I woke up early that morning feeling restless. I didn't sleep well the night before because of the summer heat. It was only 5 a.m., but the sun was already creeping up behind the hills in the distance. I lay there staring at the white ceiling of my bedroom, listening to the quiet hum of the fan above me. The rest of the house was silent. My parents were still sleeping in their room down the hall. I could hear the faint ticking of the old wall clock in the kitchen. For some reason, I felt like getting out of the house for a while. I didn't know why. Maybe it was the heat, or maybe I just wanted to clear my mind. I got out of bed and pulled on some old jeans and a black t-shirt. I went to the bathroom, washed my face with cold water, brushed my teeth, and tied my hair back. I didn't bother with breakfast because I wasn't hungry yet. I filled up my water bottle, grabbed my small canvas backpack, put my phone and wallet inside, and left the house quietly so I didn't wake anyone up. The air outside was warm and still. The sky was light blue with pink streaks above the roofs of the neighboring houses. I walked down the street slowly, enjoying the silence before the world woke up. I lived in a small town surrounded by fields and woods. At the end of our street, there was a narrow gravel path that led down into the valley where an old railway line used to run. I walked down the gravel path, feeling the stones crunch under my shoes. Birds were starting to chirp in the trees overhead. The path curved left and opened up into a wide flat area of tall grass and weeds where the railway once was. The tracks had been removed years ago, leaving only a flat dirt trail lined with broken concrete sleepers and wild plants. People used it as a walking path, but that early in the morning it was empty. I kept walking for a long time. The path cut through thick bushes and trees in some parts, then opened up again into wide clearings where rabbits darted across the dirt. I saw a fox standing still far off in the grass, staring at me before it turned and trotted away into the trees. The sun rose higher, and the sky turned pale blue. I reached a part of the path I had never been to before. I usually turn back halfway, but that morning I felt like keeping on. After a while, I came to an old steel bridge that crossed a dry creek. The bridge looked rusted and worn, with holes in the metal walkway where you could see straight down to the rocks below. I crossed it slowly, careful where I stepped. On the other side, the path continued uphill into thick woods. I had never been that way before. I hesitated for a moment, but then curiosity took over. I stepped off the bridge and walked into the woods. The trees grew close together there, oaks and pines with thick trunks and dark rough bark. The ground was covered in dry leaves, fallen branches, and pine needles. The smell was sharp and earthy. As I walked deeper, the light dimmed because the branches overhead blocked the sun. The air felt cooler. I could hear insects buzzing in the undergrowth, and somewhere far away the tapping sound of a woodpecker. I followed the narrow dirt trail, stepping over roots and ducking under low branches. I walked for what felt like hours, though my phone said it was only another half hour. I didn't have signal there, but I didn't care. I kept going until I reached a small clearing where the trees opened up a bit. In the middle of the clearing was an old abandoned hunting shack. It was small, made of wood that was gray with age. The roof had caved in on one side. There was no door, just an empty frame leading into darkness. I stood there for a long time just staring at it. I felt a slight chill even though the air was warm. Something about it felt wrong. I couldn't hear the birds anymore. The forest had gone silent around me except for the buzzing of flies near the shack. I thought about turning back, but part of me wanted to see what was inside. I walked slowly towards it. The dry grass crunched under my shoes with each step. I stood at the doorway, peering inside. The floor was covered in dirt, dry leaves, and broken wood from the roof. In one corner there was an old metal chair tipped on its side. Against the far wall there was a wooden shelf with empty cans and rusted tools scattered on it. A spider had spun a thick web across the corner near the ceiling. It smelled damp and moldy inside. I stepped in carefully. The wooden floor creaked under my weight. I moved towards the shelf and looked at the tools. There was an old handsaw with its teeth rusted brown, a hammer with a splintered handle, and a few nails bent out of shape. There were empty food cans with faded labels. I wondered who used to stay here. Hunters maybe, or someone hiding out. I felt uncomfortable standing there. My skin prickled like I was being watched even though I knew no one was around. I turned to leave but stopped when I noticed something on the floor near the tipped chair. It was a square wooden trapdoor, half hidden under fallen branches. The metal handle was rusty, but still intact. I don't know why I did it, but I knelt down and pulled away the branches to get a better look. The wood was cracked and dark with age. I grabbed the handle and pulled it open. It creaked loudly, echoing in the silent shack. There was a small dark space under the floor, like a shallow cellar. It smelled like damp earth and rot. I couldn't see much, so I pulled my phone out and turned on the flashlight. The light lit up the dirt floor below. It was just an empty hole with broken jars, old rags, and bits of trash. But then I saw something in the corner. I leaned in closer. There was a large plastic bag tucked behind some broken boards. It was covered in dust and dirt. I reached down, grabbed it, and pulled it up out of the hole. I stood up and opened the bag carefully. Inside were several folded cloth bundles. They were wrapped in what looked like bed sheets, stained dark brown in places. I felt my chest tighten. My hands were trembling as I opened one of the bundles. Inside it was full of old, rusted tools. Knives, hammers, pliers, all covered in dried brown stains. I felt sick. I dropped it on the floor and stepped back. I looked around the shack, feeling a wave of fear rush through me. Who did this belong to? Why were these here? I suddenly felt exposed and vulnerable. The woods were silent around me. I stuffed my phone back in my pocket, grabbed my bag, and ran out of the shack. I didn't look back. I ran down the trail, stumbling over roots and branches, scraping my arms and legs as I pushed through the trees. I didn't stop until I was back at the steel bridge. I crossed it quickly, my shoes slipping on the rusted metal. I ran down the railway path, past the tall grass and bushes, past the fox dens and rabbit holes, until I reached the gravel path that led back into town. My chest was burning from running. My shirt was soaked with sweat. I slowed down only when I could see the rooftops of the houses in my street. When I reached home, I walked in quietly and went straight to my room. My parents were still asleep. I sat on my bed, trying to calm my breathing. My hands were shaking. I looked down and realized they were covered in dirt and small cuts. My jeans were torn at the knee. My heart was still pounding, so hard I thought it might burst out of my chest. I went to the bathroom and washed my hands, scrubbing the dirt out from under my fingernails. I washed my face and looked at myself in the mirror. My eyes were wide and my hair was messy with bits of leaves and dirt stuck in it. I felt sick thinking about what I had found. Who put those things there? Why were they hidden under the floor? Was it just an old hunting kit, or was it something worse? For the next few days, I didn't tell anyone about it. I couldn't get the image out of my head. I kept thinking about the stained sheets, the rusted knives and tools. It made me feel sick to my stomach every time I remembered. I avoided going out for walks. I stayed in my room most of the time, keeping myself busy with schoolwork and reading, trying to push the memory away. But it stayed with me. The feeling of standing alone in that silent shack, the smell of rot and damp earth, the sight of those tools. I couldn't sleep well at night. I kept thinking, what if whoever left those things there came back? What if they saw me? What if they followed me home? A week later, I decided I needed to tell someone. I couldn't keep it to myself any longer. I didn't want to get involved with the police or anything. I just needed someone to know. So I told my friend when we were walking home from school. He looked at me with wide eyes and told me I should report it, that it could be evidence of something bad. I told him I didn't want to. I just wanted to forget about it. He nodded, but I could tell he thought I was being stupid. That night I lay awake in bed for hours, staring at the ceiling. I thought about the shack sitting there alone in the woods, about that trapdoor, and what might have happened there. I wondered if anyone else knew about it, if anyone else had ever found it. I knew I would never go back there. I knew I would never tell my parents. I just wanted to pretend it didn't happen. But deep down, I knew I would never really forget it. I knew I would carry that feeling with me forever. The feeling of being alone in a place where something terrible might have happened. The feeling of knowing you found something you were never supposed to see. The feeling of fear that wraps around you and stays there waiting every time you close your eyes. And so I moved on with my life. I went back to school, I studied, I laughed with my friends, I ate dinner with my family, I slept in my bed at night. But in the quiet moments, when everything else was still, I could feel it there in the back of my mind. That shack in the woods, the rusted tools and stained cloths, the silent trees standing guard around it, and the thought that somewhere out there, someone knew exactly what was under that floor. And that thought stayed with me, like a shadow that never goes away. I woke up around 5 that morning because I couldn't sleep properly the night before. The air felt heavy and damp, like it was about to rain, and the room was already warm, even though the sun hadn't come up yet. I sat there on the edge of my bed staring at the floor, feeling the tired ache in my shoulders and back from working late the previous evening. I live alone in a small single-story house on the edge of town. There's a narrow road outside that gets dusty in summer and muddy in winter, and across from it is just an empty lot with weeds and piles of gravel. Beyond that is a row of old shops, most of them closed down. Everything always feels quiet here, like the world ended and no one told me. That morning, I decided I would go for a walk to clear my head before getting ready for work. I grabbed my old trainers that were sitting under a broken chair by the front door and put them on without socks. They felt cold against my feet, and I tied the laces tight so they wouldn't rub. I didn't bother locking the door behind me. I just pulled it shut. It never locked properly anyway. The air outside smelled like dust and heat even though the sun was still hidden. I walked along the road, past the old post office with its boarded-up windows. There were weeds growing out through the cracks in the cement footpath, little yellow flowers tangled with dry grass. I felt the grit under my shoes with each step. A few crows were already picking at rubbish near the bins behind the takeaway shop, their wings black against the gray sky. I walked for about 10 minutes before turning down a side street that led to the railway tracks. This track hadn't been used in years. There were rusty metal fences leaning sideways and old signals still standing but faded. I liked walking there because no one ever came down that way. The gravel was uneven and mixed with broken glass and bits of wire. My shoes scraped along as I walked. I kept my head down, looking at the ground, feeling the breeze slowly warm up as the sky turned from gray to pale blue. After about half an hour of walking along the tracks, I decided to cross over to the other side and walk back home through a small patch of bushland that ran between the track and the industrial warehouses. There was a narrow dirt path that cut through the dry grass and wove around skinny gum trees with peeling bark. I stepped onto the path and started making my way through. The grass brushed against my shins, and I could hear small insects clicking and chirping from somewhere deep in the undergrowth. I kept walking slowly, looking at the ground to watch for snakes. The ground was covered with fallen leaves and dry twigs. Every few steps I kicked up a cloud of dust. I wasn't really thinking about anything, just walking and listening to the sound of my own breathing. After a few minutes, I noticed fresh tire tracks in the dirt path, like a motorbike had come through recently. I didn't think much of it at first. People sometimes rode motorbikes through here, even though they weren't supposed to. I walked further along the path, and that's when I noticed something else. Footprints. At first, I thought they were mine, but they were too big and too deep. The dirt was still damp from dew, so the footprints were clear. They looked fresh. I felt a small tightness in my chest as I realized they were heading in the same direction I was going. I slowed down a bit and kept looking ahead, scanning between the trees. The path curved slightly to the left, and the trees grew thicker there, blocking my view. I kept walking, feeling my shoulders tense up. The breeze moved the branches overhead, and dried leaves fell quietly onto the path in front of me. I tried to tell myself it was probably just someone walking their dog early in the morning, but I didn't see any dog prints, only those deep boot prints. I came around the curve in the path, and that's when I saw him. A man standing with his back to me about 20 meters ahead, partly hidden behind a big old tree. He was wearing dark jeans and a dirty gray hoodie with the hood pulled up. His hands were in his pockets, and he wasn't moving, just standing there facing away from me. My feet stopped on their own, and I felt my chest tighten even more. I didn't want to move forward, but I didn't want to turn around and walk back either, in case he heard me and followed. I stood there for what felt like forever, staring at his back. I couldn't hear anything except the wind rustling the leaves above me. I looked down at the ground, thinking maybe I could walk quietly into the bush and go around him. But the ground was covered in dry twigs and leaves. I knew it would be too noisy. I looked back up and saw he was still standing there, completely still. Then he moved, just a little. He shifted his weight from one foot to the other, and I felt a jolt go through my stomach. I didn't want to keep standing there waiting for him to turn around and see me, so I decided to walk backwards slowly, keeping my eyes on him. Each step felt shaky, and the ground crunched under my feet louder than I wanted. I kept moving until I rounded the bend again, and he was out of sight. My chest was pounding hard, and my throat felt dry. I turned around and started walking fast back the way I had come, almost jogging. My legs felt heavy, but I kept moving, trying to stay quiet. The path was empty behind me. I kept looking back every few seconds to make sure he wasn't following. When I reached the railway track again, I didn't stop. I crossed over quickly and walked along the gravel back towards town. My hands were shaking a little, and my mouth tasted bitter, like metal. When I got back to the road near my house, the sun was coming up properly, casting a dull yellow light over everything. I could hear traffic starting on the highway in the distance. I walked up to my front door, unlocked it, and stepped inside. I stood there for a moment in the hallway, feeling my chest rising and falling with each fast breath. The house felt quiet and safe. I closed the door and locked it properly this time, sliding the old bolt across the frame. I walked into the kitchen and poured myself a glass of water. My hands were trembling slightly as I lifted the glass to my mouth. I kept thinking about the man standing there so still with his hood up, not moving. I didn't know what he was doing out there so early, standing alone in the bush with no dog, no bike, nothing. I drank the water slowly, feeling my throat relax as it went down. The rest of the day I stayed inside. I called my work and told them I was feeling unwell and wouldn't be coming in. I spent the morning sitting on my couch staring at the wall, trying not to think about what might have happened if he had turned around or started walking towards me. Every little sound outside made me jump. A bird landing on the fence, a car driving by, the neighbor's dog barking at nothing. By evening, I felt exhausted. My head hurt from thinking so much, and my stomach was twisted up with nerves. I closed all the curtains and made sure every door and window was locked before I went to bed. I lay there in the dark, listening to the quiet hum of my fridge from the kitchen, trying to breathe slowly so I could fall asleep. That night I dreamt I was back on the path, walking towards him again. Only this time he turned around. I couldn't see his face. It was dark under his hood, like an empty shadow. He started walking towards me, slowly at first, then faster and faster until he was right in front of me. I woke up sweating, my heart hammering so hard it hurt. The next morning, I told myself I wouldn't walk there again. I still needed to clear my head, so I just walked up and down the road outside my house instead. Each time I passed my gate, I looked up and down the street, making sure no one was standing there watching me. I felt safer knowing I was close to home, close to my locked door and my quiet little house where no one could get in without me hearing. Weeks passed, and I tried to push that morning out of my mind, but it stayed there like a stone in my chest. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw his back, the way he stood so still among the trees. I kept wondering what he was doing out there, what he was waiting for. Sometimes late at night when the wind rattled the window frames, I thought about him walking those paths in the dark, hood up, hands in his pockets, moving slowly through the dry grass while the rest of the world slept. And each time I thought about it, I felt that same tightness in my chest, the feeling that I wasn't alone even when I was. In the end, I never saw him again, but I didn't need to. Just knowing he was out there somewhere, walking the same paths I once walked, was enough to keep me from ever going back. I don't really believe in psychics or fortune tellers or people who say they can talk to spirits. I've always thought that stuff was just fake. Like people telling stories to make themselves sound important or to get money from gullible tourists. But ghosts are different. I never thought about them much before. I didn't think they were real, but I also never really cared. They were just something from horror movies or campfire stories. But after what happened to me, I don't know what to think anymore. It was about 3 years ago when I went to the UK with a friend. We were doing a cheap backpacking trip, staying in hostels, walking everywhere we could to save bus fare, eating meal deals from Tesco, and just trying to see as much as we could with what little money we had. One day we decided to visit this old castle. I can't even remember its name anymore, just that it was huge, made of gray stone, and parts of it were covered in scaffolding because they were doing renovations. It wasn't one of those dark, creepy castles either. It was really well lit because of all the renovation lights, so even the stairwells and stone hallways felt bright and safe. Or so I thought. We had been exploring for maybe an hour, going up towers, down winding corridors, reading signs about kings and dukes and sieges, taking photos of each other posing like idiots with cannons and statues. My friend Matt had stopped to read some big plaque about an old painting that had been restored. I didn't care about it, so I kept walking down the hall. I remember the stone under my shoes was cold and slightly damp. I could hear the echo of my footsteps as I passed another small hallway on my right that led to a spiral staircase going down. I don't really know what made me turn down those stairs. There was no sign or rope blocking it off, and I was curious about where it went. The lights down there were bright white, the kind they use for construction work, and the steps were wide and flat, not steep like most castle stairs. They looked modern, as if they had been redone to make them safer. I started walking down, taking it slow because I was tired from all the climbing we had done earlier. I was about halfway down when I saw it. At the bottom of the stairs was a stone doorway, and just beyond that was another hallway. As I stepped down onto one of the middle steps, this big black figure came out of the doorway. I remember it so clearly because at first I thought it was a worker wearing dark overalls or some protective gear. But then I realized it wasn't wearing anything. It was just black, completely black, like a hole in the air shaped like a person. No lights reflected off it. It didn't glow, it didn't shimmer, it just stood there, big and solid and black. And it was looking straight at me. I could feel it. I couldn't see eyes, but I knew it was staring right at me. I froze on the step. I didn't move, I didn't even blink. My chest felt tight, like I had been punched and all the air was gone. My throat closed up and I couldn't swallow. My hands started tingling and my legs felt cold. I don't know how long I stood there. It felt like forever, but it could have been only a few seconds. It didn't move closer, it didn't make a sound. It just stood there staring up at me. Something deep inside me told me not to go down there. I've never felt fear like that before. Not fear of being attacked or mugged or anything like that, but a fear that felt like it reached into my bones and squeezed them tight. I started backing up slowly, keeping my eyes on it the whole time. My legs felt stiff and heavy, like they didn't want to move, but I forced them to step back, one after the other, until I reached the top of the stairs again. I turned and walked away as fast as I could without running. My heart was beating, so hard I felt it in my neck. I found Matt still reading the plaque, and I tried to calm down, taking deep breaths. He asked if I was okay, and I just nodded, not trusting myself to speak. I didn't want to look like an idiot telling him I saw a black figure at the bottom of some stairs. But after a minute, I wanted to make sure I wasn't going crazy. I told him there was something interesting down the stairs, and asked him to go take a look. He shrugged and walked over, and I followed him at a distance. He started down the steps, and I watched from the top, my stomach twisting in knots. He reached the bottom, stepped through the doorway, looked around for a minute, and then came back up. He just said it was empty, nothing down there, just a closed-off hall with some tools and paint cans. I didn't tell him what I saw. I didn't want him to think I was losing my mind. But for the rest of the day, I couldn't stop thinking about it. I couldn't focus on anything else, even when we left the castle and went for lunch. That night in the hostel bunk bed, I lay awake, thinking about how it felt looking at that black shape. Thinking about how it felt like it wanted me to come closer, but at the same time like it didn't want me there at all. I still don't know what it was. Maybe my eyes played a trick on me with the lights and shadows, but it didn't feel like that. It felt real in a way that still makes my chest tighten when I remember it. Then there was France. That was a year later. I had taken a short solo trip to Paris. I spent the day walking everywhere, from Notre Dame to the Eiffel Tower to random narrow streets with bakeries and art shops. I must have walked 15 kilometers that day. In the evening, my legs felt heavy and sore, so I decided to sit down for a while before going to my hostel. I remember I was in front of this random church. I didn't even know its name, just that it had a small stone wall around the front courtyard with a few benches. So I sat down and took off my backpack to drink some water. The sky was turning a gray blue as the sun went down behind the buildings. The stone bench was cold under me, and I felt a bit stiff. I sat there watching cars go by, people walking past with grocery bags or briefcases, pigeons pecking at crumbs on the ground. I took a long drink of water, feeling my dry throat relax a bit. That's when I felt it. It was a clear nudge against my right foot. A gentle but solid push, like when a dog nudges you for attention. I looked down, expecting to see a dog. I love dogs, so I was ready to smile and give it a little scratch behind the ears. But there was nothing there. Nothing at all. No dog, no person, not even a shadow or a moving leaf that I could mistake for a dog's nose. Just the stone ground and my tired, dusty shoes. I kept staring at the ground for a good minute, waiting for something to move, for a dog to appear from under the bench or behind my legs. But nothing happened. The street stayed busy with cars, people walked past, pigeons flapped onto a nearby fence, but there was no dog. I felt goosebumps run up my arms, even though the air was warm. I picked up my backpack and stood up, my knees clicking painfully from sitting so long. I left quickly, not even finishing my water. I didn't think much about ghosts before these two things happened. I didn't care if people said they saw something or felt something. I thought it was just their minds playing tricks. But now I think about it a lot. I think about how my body reacted before my mind even processed what I was seeing or feeling. The way my chest closed up at the sight of that black shape. The way my foot felt the solid push of a dog's nose when there was nothing there to touch me. I've tried to come up with explanations. For the castle, I told myself it might have been a worker in dark overalls, but Matt said no one was down there. For the dog, I thought maybe a piece of trash or a falling leaf brushed my foot, but there was nothing around me. I don't know what's real anymore. All I know is that since then, I feel different in old places. I feel a tightness in my chest when I walk down empty hallways or sit alone on stone benches. Like there is something just out of sight that is aware of me, even if I can't see it. I still don't believe in psychics or people who say they can talk to spirits. But ghosts, I don't know what they are. I don't know if that's even the right word for them. All I know is that something is there. Something I can't see properly or touch or hear, but I can feel it. And no matter how much I try to tell myself it's nothing, deep down, I know it's real. Because when I think back to those moments, I can still feel that cold fear in my bones. And I know that what I felt wasn't just my mind playing games with me. It was real. And it's something I'll never forget for the rest of my life. I still think about that Halloween sometimes. We were in grade 6. I remember that year really well because it was the year my friend moved into his new house. His family had just finished building it, and there wasn't much furniture inside yet. It smelled like fresh paint and wood. Even the front yard was just dirt, no grass yet, and there were empty boxes in the garage. I went over after school. We were excited because it was Halloween, and his parents weren't home. They trusted us to be alone for a few hours, which felt like freedom. His little brother was gone too, at a friend's house or something, so it was just the two of us. We planned to go trick-or-treating for a while, then come back and watch Tenacious D. He loved that movie, kept telling me I needed to watch it. I had never seen it before. He went to his room to grab the DVD. I remember following him upstairs because I wanted to see his new room. It was nice, with a big window that looked out into the backyard, which was also just dirt and some leftover wood planks from construction. His bed was on the floor because the frame hadn't been put together yet. He had his TV set up with his PlayStation, but that was pretty much it. He grabbed the Tenacious D DVD from a cardboard box next to his TV and carried it downstairs. He set the DVD case on the couch in the living room. The living room felt big because there was nothing there yet except the couch, the TV stand, and the TV. The floors were hardwood and the walls were empty. There wasn't even a coffee table. The TV wasn't hooked up to cable yet, just his PlayStation. He said we'd put in the DVD when we got back. We put on our costumes and headed out. It was still light out, but kids were already on the streets. We went all around his neighborhood. Most houses were new like his, and many weren't finished yet, so the streets were dark in some places. There were families outside handing out candy, little kids with pumpkin buckets, and teenagers running around in masks. I think we were out for about 2 hours. Our bags were almost full when we decided to head back. We wanted to dump our candy out, sort it, and watch the movie. When we got back, his house was dark from the outside, but that was normal because he hadn't left any lights on. We walked in through the garage, which led to the kitchen. I remember stepping inside and smelling drywall dust. We kicked off our shoes and walked to the living room. The DVD wasn't on the couch anymore. I remember stopping and just staring at the empty couch. He looked at me and asked if I was joking around, but I hadn't touched it. We checked under the couch cushions, behind the couch, under the couch itself. We looked in the kitchen, even though we hadn't gone in there. Then we went upstairs and checked his room. We looked on his bed, under his bed, around the TV stand, in the cardboard boxes. Nothing. We checked the bathroom upstairs, the hallway closet, even his little brother's empty room. After about 30 minutes, we started getting annoyed. We split up to check everywhere again. I checked the laundry room, the garage, the entryway closet. He checked the backyard, in case it somehow fell outside, but the backyard was just dirt and trash from construction. Nothing. We spent about an hour and a half searching the whole house. We checked the same spots again and again, opening every drawer in the kitchen, looking in the fridge even though that made no sense. The house felt cold and empty because there was so little inside it. Every time I walked down the hallway, my footsteps echoed off the walls. I remember feeling frustrated and tired. My back hurt from bending down so much, and my hands were dusty from checking the floors. Finally, we gave up. He was upset because he wanted to watch that movie so bad. We decided to just play PlayStation instead. As we were setting it up, his phone rang. It was his dad calling to check in. I sat on the couch while he talked to him, staring at the empty DVD stand under the TV. I could hear his side of the conversation. It was just normal stuff, his dad asking if we were okay, how trick-or-treating was. Then he asked his dad if he knew where the Tenacious D DVD was. That's when out of nowhere, the power went out. The TV shut off, the lights went off, the little green light on the PlayStation turned off. Everything went dark. The only light was coming from outside through the window, from the street lamps and neighbors' porch lights. We both just sat there for a second, not moving. It was completely silent. I got out my flip phone and called his dad back because the call had ended when the power went out. His dad answered and said it was probably just the circuit breaker tripping. He explained where the panel was, down in the small room near the garage door. We walked over there. The air in the house felt colder without the heater running. When we opened the door to the room with the panel, it was really dark. The only light was from my phone. I held it up, trying to find the circuit breaker box on the wall. I remember the walls were unfinished drywall, with some exposed insulation in the corners. The floor was rough concrete. As I was shining my phone around, I noticed a weird glow in the far corner. It was faint, bluish-white, and looked almost like light reflecting off metal, but there was nothing metallic there, just wood boards and insulation. I figured it was some backup light from the panel, or maybe a construction light left there. I didn't really think about it. My friend was standing behind me, leaning against the door frame. I reached up and flipped the circuit breaker switches like his dad told us. Suddenly he made this weird choking noise. I turned around fast. He was standing stiff. His face was pale, and his mouth was open a little, but he wasn't saying anything. I asked him if he was okay, but he didn't answer. I grabbed his arm and shook him. He blinked a few times, and then just looked at me, breathing fast. I told him to stay there, while I finished resetting the switches. When I was done, the power came back on. The overhead light flickered on, buzzing for a second before staying lit. I turned to him again. He was wiping his face like he was crying. I asked him what happened, but he wouldn't tell me. He just kept shaking his head, his eyes wide and glassy. We left the room and went upstairs. He sat on his bed, staring at the floor. I sat next to him, feeling uncomfortable because I didn't know what to do. He finally told me that when I was resetting the switches, he felt something grab his shoulder really hard from behind. He said it felt like fingers digging into his skin, and he couldn't talk or move. He said it let go right before I turned around. I didn't know what to say. I hadn't seen anything behind him. He was crying at that point, quietly, wiping his eyes with his shirt sleeve. I felt scared too, but I didn't want to show it. The house felt darker, even with the lights back on. The hallways seemed longer, and the empty rooms felt like they were holding their breath. We decided to go to my house. It was about a 10-minute walk. We grabbed our candy bags, put our shoes on, and left. The cold air outside felt good after being in that stuffy house for hours. We walked to my house in the dark, under the street lights, not saying anything. We just wanted to get out of there. When we got to my place, we dumped out our candy and started sorting it. My mom came in and asked how trick-or-treating was. I told her it was fine. We didn't say anything about what happened at his house. After about an hour, his dad called him again. I could hear his side of the call. His dad said they wouldn't be home until 11 and asked him to go home before they got back. He looked at me and begged me to come with him and stay the night. I didn't really want to, but he was scared, and I felt bad for him. I called my mom and she said it was fine, just to bring my toothbrush next time. So we walked back to his house. It was even colder now, and the wind was picking up, blowing dead leaves down the street. When we got to his house, it looked the same as before. We walked in through the garage again. Everything was quiet. We went upstairs to his room. He pushed open his bedroom door and just stopped. I walked in behind him and saw it right away. Sitting on his bed, right in the middle of his blankets, was the Tenacious D DVD case. It was just sitting there like someone placed it carefully. He turned and looked at me, his mouth open. I didn't know what to say. We had checked his bed so many times earlier. It wasn't there. I was sure of it. I even remembered sitting on his bed when we were searching. There was nothing there at the time. He picked it up and held it in his hands, staring at the cover. He didn't say anything, just put it down on his TV stand and sat on the floor. I sat down too. Neither of us wanted to watch it anymore. We just sat there for a long time, eating some of our candy, not really talking. I kept thinking about how it ended up there. Maybe we were just tired and missed it somehow, but I knew in my gut that wasn't true. I had looked right at that spot multiple times. His parents came home around 11. They brought in some bags from the car, and his dad asked if we had fun. We just nodded. We didn't tell them about the DVD or the power going out or what happened in the panel room. They seemed tired and busy with unpacking. That night I slept on his bedroom floor in a sleeping bag. I didn't fall asleep for a long time. I kept listening to the sounds of the house, the heater turning on, the fridge humming downstairs, the wind pushing against the window. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that DVD sitting on the bed where it hadn't been before. I thought about how empty the house felt, how every room seemed too quiet, how the hallways seemed darker than they should be. I never really liked sleeping over there again after that. In the morning, his mom made us waffles, and we ate them in silence. I left around noon, walking home under the bright sun. I kept thinking about how some things just happen, and you never find out why. Maybe we were tired and missed it. Maybe we both just made a mistake. Or maybe houses, especially empty new ones, have a way of making you feel like something's off even if it isn't. That DVD was probably on his bed the whole time, but even now, I still know in my gut it wasn't. I woke up before my alarm, probably around 5 in the morning. I knew it wasn't time to get up because the window near my loft bed had that bluish early light that told me the sun hadn't fully come up yet. I kept my eyes closed because I wanted to fall back asleep. My bed was warm, and my blanket felt heavy over me, pressed close to my side where I liked to tuck it under. I could hear the faint hum of traffic far away, the sound muffled by the thick curtains I kept closed to block out the city lights at night. The air was cool and fresh because I had cracked the window before going to sleep. A tiny breeze moved across my forehead every now and then, just cold enough to make me pull the blanket higher up to my chin. I lay there, half awake and half asleep, thinking about nothing in particular. Just that early morning feeling where your thoughts drift between dreams and small worries and vague memories. I felt the mattress shift behind me, like something light was walking along the edge near the wall. My first thought was my cat. She used to climb up into the loft bed every morning when she wanted breakfast or just wanted to curl up with me. She'd taught herself to climb the ladder, each step creaking under her small paws. Even if I was asleep, I always woke up to the sound of her claws tapping against the metal rungs, then the soft thump as she hopped onto the bed. But she had died last year. I remembered it so clearly, all of it. She'd been sick for a while, some kind of lingering illness the vet couldn't fully explain. Some days she would eat fine, other days she just slept in one spot and refused food. I remember watching her sleep on her blanket by the heater, breathing slow and shallow, and I felt so helpless. We tried medicines, new foods, warm beds, anything to make her comfortable. She was such a smart cat, so full of personality even in those last weeks. She would blink at me slowly, with those green eyes that looked straight through you. When she died, I felt like a part of my small daily life just snapped off and disappeared. I buried her under the big tree behind my apartment building. I wrapped her in the old blue towel she loved, the one she needed until it was covered in little claw threads. That towel smelled like her for weeks afterwards. Lying there in bed that morning, feeling the mattress shift, I kept my eyes closed. I knew it wasn't possible, but for a moment I let myself pretend it was her. It felt exactly like how she used to walk. A light step near my feet, then a careful step up towards my knees, pausing there like she always did to decide if she wanted to lay down or come up to my pillow. My chest felt tight. I didn't want to open my eyes. I knew there was no cat there, but I also didn't want to see the empty bed and feel that disappointment so early in the morning. The steps continued up along my side, very quiet but clear on the mattress, shifting the blankets just slightly. Then there was another set of steps behind the first, softer, lighter, like a kitten. I felt confused because we never had another cat, only her. This second set of steps moved quickly, as if the little one was trying to keep up with the first cat. My breathing felt uneven. My heart wasn't racing in fear, but more like it was heavy, sinking down into the mattress with my body. I stayed completely still. I didn't even move my fingers. The first set of steps reached my pillow. I felt the mattress dip just above my head. Then I felt a warmth pressing gently against the top of my head. I felt fur. It was soft, so soft that I nearly cried. The feeling of it moved with my breathing, brushing against my hairline each time I exhaled. I could almost hear the small vibration of purring, a deep, content purr that felt like a small engine humming. The sound seemed to come from inside my chest as much as from above my head. I kept my eyes closed, pressing my face deeper into the pillow, afraid that if I opened them it would all vanish instantly. The second cat settled along my stomach. I was lying on my side, curled slightly, and I felt the warmth press against my blanket where my arms were folded in front of me. This one felt lighter, smaller, like a kitten curling into the curve of my body. I didn't feel fur as clearly as with the cat near my head, but I felt the warmth. I imagined tiny paws tucked under its chest, the way kittens fold themselves into tight little balls when they sleep. I lay there for a long time, or what felt like a long time. My body started to ache slightly from not moving, but I didn't want to shift and lose that feeling. I remembered how my cat used to press her paws into my pillow, kneading the blanket with tiny pricks from her claws before curling up. I remembered how sometimes in the middle of the night she would jump down, climb down the ladder, and scratch at her food bowl just to check if there was anything left. Sometimes she would jump back up and sleep at my feet instead of my pillow, and I would wake up with her fur in my mouth. I didn't care. I always just moved over to give her space. As I lay there, thinking about all those small moments, the feeling of the cat started to fade. The warmth stayed for a little while longer, but the sensation of fur against my forehead slowly disappeared, like it was dissolving into the pillow. The weight above my stomach felt lighter and lighter until it was gone. My chest felt empty again, as if something had been scooped out of it, leaving only that soft ache of missing her all over again. Eventually I opened my eyes. The loft bed looked exactly how it always did. My blankets were bunched up around me, my pillow flattened where my head pressed down. There was no sign of any cat, no indent in the blanket, no stray fur on the pillow. The morning light was brighter now, a pale yellow stretching through the curtains. The sounds of cars had grown louder, mixed with a few birds calling outside, and the faint beeping of someone's alarm clock in the neighboring apartment. It was such an ordinary morning soundscape, the same as every day before. I lay there staring at the wall, feeling tears gather under my eyes. I didn't wipe them away. I just let them soak into the pillowcase. After a while I took a deep breath, rolled onto my back, and looked up at the ceiling. The metal beams of the loft bed cast shadows against the paint, forming dark lines across the ceiling. The smell of my blanket was comforting, slightly dusty with that faint scent of old detergent and skin. My nose felt blocked from crying. I sniffed and rubbed it against the blanket like a child. I thought about how real it felt, the warmth, the fur, the purring. But I knew it wasn't real. My mind must have created it from memory, from longing, from that early morning haze where dreams and reality blur together. I thought about how our brains hold onto patterns and touches and sounds, replaying them long after something is gone. Like muscle memory, but for touch and sound. I felt sad, but also something else I couldn't quite name. Maybe peace, maybe comfort, or just the relief of feeling her there again, even if only for a few minutes, even if it was only in my head. I thought about the second cat, the small one curled against my stomach. I never had another cat, but maybe my brain imagined a kitten because I always wanted her to have a friend. When she was sick, I used to think about getting another kitten to keep her company, but I didn't want to stress her out with a new animal in her last months. I don't know why the second cat was there, but it felt comforting, like the two of them came together just to check on me. I stayed in bed until my alarm finally went off, the loud ringtone breaking the quiet morning. I turned it off and lay there for a few more minutes, staring at the ceiling, feeling the last of the tears dry under my eyes. Then I swung my legs over the edge, felt the cold metal rungs of the ladder under my feet as I climbed down, and stepped onto the wooden floor. My room was still dim, the curtains filtering in only a faint golden glow. I stretched my arms up, feeling the stiffness in my shoulders, and walked to the kitchen to put on the kettle. The apartment felt quiet. I moved around slowly, opening the cupboard to take out my mug, hearing the faint clink of ceramic against wood. I filled the mug with hot water, watching the tea bag swirl inside as it darkened the water to a deep amber. I leaned against the counter, feeling the warmth of the mug seep into my palms, and looked out the small kitchen window. The tree outside was rustling in the breeze, its leaves turning silver and green under the rising sun. I stood there and thought about her. I thought about the way she used to sit on the window ledge, staring out at birds for hours. The way her tail flicked with concentration, the way her ears twitched at every small sound. I thought about the mornings I woke up with her pressed against my face, her whiskers tickling my cheek, her purring vibrating straight into my chest. I thought about all the times I came home from work and saw her sitting by the door, blinking up at me, silent but happy. She was never a loud cat, except when she wanted food at exactly 6:30 every morning. I finished my tea and set the mug down in the sink. The feeling of her presence had faded, but the memory stayed clear. I knew she wasn't really there. I knew it wasn't some ghost cat or spirit visiting me. It was just my brain holding on to what it knew. The feeling of her walking across my bed was something I'd felt hundreds of times before. It was burned into my body's memory. In that early morning half-sleep, my brain pulled it back up to the surface. It felt real because it was real once. As the day went on, I kept thinking about it. I thought about it while brushing my teeth, while tying my shoes, while waiting for the bus, while staring out the window at work. Each time, I felt that ache in my chest again. The memory hurt, but it also felt warm. It was like she came back to remind me how soft and good and comforting her presence was. Like my brain gave me a gift I didn't know I needed. Just a few minutes to feel her again. That night when I got home, I climbed up into my loft bed and lay there in the dark, thinking about her. The ceiling fan above me spun slowly, clicking each time the loose blade turned over. I closed my eyes and pulled the blanket up to my chin, feeling the heavy. I was 19 when it happened. I still remember it clear as day, even though it's been so many years. Back then, everything felt confusing, exciting, and unstable at the same time. After finishing my first and only year of college, I didn't really know what to do next. I was never that kid who knew exactly what they wanted from life. My mom had moved away to North Carolina with her new husband, and I didn't want to leave Massachusetts. It felt like leaving would mean losing everything I'd ever known, and I couldn't handle that. So when my friend Corey said I could move in with her, I jumped at the chance. It felt like a way to keep everything normal for a little longer. Her house was pretty small, just a typical Massachusetts house with faded white paint that peeled near the windows, and a front door that stuck in the humidity. The wooden floors inside creaked no matter how careful you tried to be. I only stayed there a few months before we moved out, though. Corey had told me her biological, but not legal father owned a lot of properties in Boston and was offering us an apartment. I didn't know what to think of him. She told me he had been in organized crime nearly his whole life. I didn't know if I believed her because he was such a strange man, and in a way he didn't match what I imagined a criminal to look like. He wore old jeans with holes near the knees and hooded sweatshirts that never seemed washed. His hair was uncombed and oily, his beard rough like he hadn't shaved properly in weeks. But then he would say these weird theories out loud and argue them for hours, like how microwaves could control your brain, or that the city planted hidden cameras inside streetlights. Sometimes he was calm, and other times his voice would shake with anger while he spoke, and I'd just sit there quietly, nodding along because I didn't know what else to do. One day out of nowhere, he decided to buy 2 German Shepherds, all black, and spent nearly $1,000 on each. He told us he wanted to crate them in my room until he figured out where to keep them permanently. That was weird too. I didn't like the smell they left behind or the deep claw marks they put in the wooden floor when they got excited to see him. When the day came to move into the apartment, I felt excited in a nervous way. It was my first real place on my own. Corey and I talked about where we would put our beds and what colors we wanted for curtains. We made plans to go to Target and buy small kitchen decorations, even though neither of us really cooked back then. My boyfriend at the time helped me carry boxes up the back stairs, which were just planks nailed together with old nails sticking out here and there. That was the first time I met Chicky, the downstairs tenant. He looked like he had lived there his entire life. His hair was thin and stuck to the sides of his head, and he had a sagging, wrinkled face that made him look tired no matter what. His left leg was stiff and dragged slightly behind him when he walked. There was this smell of stale cigarettes and old carpet that followed him everywhere he went. When he spoke, his voice rasped like gravel under a truck tire. He told me I was going to love living there, said the washer and dryer in the basement worked fine, and then he started talking about the old tenant. He said the old tenant had called him a cripple. He smiled when he said it, a kind of smile that didn't look like a smile at all, more like the stretching of skin over yellow teeth. He said, "Shows him to call Chicky a cripple, yeah?" I remember feeling uncomfortable, but trying to be polite. I asked him if Corey's father kicked the old tenant out for that. He laughed, a dry, broken laugh, and said, "You could say that," then walked away. At that time, I didn't think too deeply about it. There were so many other things on my mind. I was working in the city, which meant waking up at 6 in the morning and taking the train for nearly an hour and a half. My feet would always hurt from standing all day. My boyfriend lived half an hour away by car. He didn't come every day, only a few times a week when he had gas money. The apartment itself was small, with one tiny living room, a bedroom just big enough for a twin bed and a narrow table, and a kitchen with cabinets that smelled of old wood and rotting onions. The fridge hummed so loudly it vibrated the floorboards at night. The bathroom tiles were cracked with gray grout, and the ceiling above the shower was brown from water damage. One thing I hated most was that Corey had the only key to the apartment. She was always too tired or too distracted to go make me a copy. The only key I had was for the front door downstairs, which Chicky gave me. So my routine to get into the apartment was weird. I'd unlock the front door, go into the basement, walk through it to the backyard, climb up onto the unfinished back porch since there were no stairs, then go to our apartment's porch door upstairs and walk in. We didn't keep that porch door locked because there were no stairs to reach it from below anyway, so no one could get up there easily. One night Corey was out. She said she was going to her mother's place for dinner and wouldn't be home until morning. I was alone in the apartment, lying on my stomach on the old mattress on the floor with my laptop in front of me. The room smelled faintly of dust and dog hair from when her dad's dog stayed there. I was scrolling through social media and reading dumb articles. It was a little after 1 in the morning, and the street outside was quiet except for the hum of a distant car engine. I remember feeling that type of tired where your body feels heavy, but your mind is still wide awake. Suddenly, I heard music blasting from outside, loud enough that the windows rattled slightly in their frames. At first I ignored it. In the city, people played loud music all the time, but then it kept going. It was so loud I could feel it vibrating in my chest like a heartbeat. 5 minutes passed. 10 minutes. It didn't stop. I got annoyed and crawled to the window to peek out through the thin white curtain. Down on the street was a car, a dark-colored sedan, sitting there with the engine running and music blasting. I couldn't see inside. The windows were tinted dark, and there was a glare from the streetlight reflecting off the windshield. I felt a chill spread up my arms. I didn't know why, but something about it felt wrong, like a warning bell going off in my head. I went to the porch door, the one we never locked. My heart beat faster as I reached for the lock. We had never locked it before, but for some reason I slid the bolt closed. My hands felt sweaty as I did it. After that I went back to my mattress and lay down, hugging my knees up to my chest with the laptop in front of me, trying to focus on the glowing screen. Eventually, the music stopped. I felt a small relief wash over me, and I exhaled a shaky breath I hadn't realized I was holding. But when I peeked out the window again, the car was still there, just idling with its headlights off, engine running softly. I tried to tell myself it was nothing, just someone waiting for a friend or sleeping off their drunkenness before driving home. I forced my eyes back to the screen, reading random comments and articles about things I didn't care about. Anything to keep my mind distracted. Then I heard the car door open. The sound echoed up the empty street. Then it slammed shut, sharp and sudden. My skin prickled all over. I heard a man's voice shouting, loud enough that I could hear him clearly through the closed windows and above the hum of my laptop fan. He was yelling over and over, saying the same thing. I know you killed him. I know you're in there, and I know you fucking killed him. Every muscle in my body turned to stone. I couldn't move. I just sat there, staring at the glowing screen without reading a single word. My ears felt hot, and my face felt cold. I thought about what Chicky had said about the last tenant. I thought about Corey's father and all those rumors about his past. My mind twisted into tight knots, wondering if maybe Chicky's laugh had meant something real. Wondering if the old tenant hadn't just been kicked out, but something worse. And now this man was outside screaming into the dark, his words echoing up to my window, rattling around in my skull until they didn't even sound like words anymore. Just anger and pain and hate. I wanted to call the police. I should have called the police, but I was 19 and scared and dumb. Instead, I grabbed my phone and held it tightly in my hand, shaking so hard I almost dropped it. I was about to call my boyfriend, thinking maybe he could come over and I wouldn't have to be alone. That's when I heard it. The sound of footsteps on the back porch stairs. Except there were no stairs. The back porch didn't have stairs. The steps had rotted away months ago, and the landlord hadn't fixed them yet. The only way up was to climb onto the first floor porch and then pull yourself up to the second floor. But I heard the footsteps, heavy and slow, creaking each plank under his weight as he moved closer to my door. I heard the doorknob rattle, the metal shaking as he tried to twist it open. My chest felt like it was being squeezed by a fist. I stared at the door, not even breathing, waiting for it to burst open, waiting to see his shadow come inside. He banged on the door twice hard. The whole wall shook with the force of it, but the lock held. For once, my stupid fear saved me. The lock held, and after what felt like hours, but was probably only a few minutes, the banging stopped. I heard him breathing heavily through the thin wood. Then I heard the footsteps again, moving away, going back down the porch. The last thing I heard was the car door slam and the engine roaring to life as he drove away down the street, the sound fading into the distance until all that was left was my pounding heartbeat and the soft whir of my laptop fan. I sat there for a long time, staring at the door, waiting to hear him come back. Finally, I called my boyfriend. I don't remember what I said, only that I was crying so hard my throat felt like it was closing up. The next day I told Corey everything. She listened with a pale face, and then told her father. I don't know what he did about it, but I never saw that man again. He never came back, never yelled outside my window, never banged on the door again. Maybe he was arrested. Maybe he was told to stay away. Maybe he was taken care of in another way. I never asked, and no one ever told me. I still think about that night sometimes. It's been over 10 years now, but the memory comes back sharp as ever, like it's waiting in the back of my mind for a quiet moment to crawl forward and remind me that it really happened, that I really saw what I saw, and that it wasn't just the donuts or the exhaustion messing with my head. Back then, I was living in a small town in another state, a place I hadn't grown up in. My boyfriend and I rented this old house that creaked and groaned at night, like the wood itself was tired of holding itself up. The paint on the outside was chipped in long lines that peeled away when you ran a finger over them. It had this sagging porch with rotting steps that dipped under your weight. Inside, the floors sloped slightly towards the back of the house, like the place was sinking into the earth a little more each year. We didn't care much at the time. Rent was cheap, and we were young. We spent most nights awake until sunrise smoking, talking about dreams and regrets, or playing old records on his turntable that skipped every so often. That night was no different. It was around 4 a.m., maybe a little before. We were in the back room of the house, a narrow space that felt more like a closed-in porch or an afterthought someone turned into an extra room. There wasn't much in it. Just an old brown sofa with flattened cushions that dipped in the middle, and a small table pushed into the corner. We were sitting there together, me, my boyfriend, and our two friends who were a couple. They were both dozing off against each other's shoulders, half listening as my boyfriend and I talked about nothing in particular. There was an open box of donuts on the table, glaze smeared on the wax paper liner, a half-finished chocolate donut balanced on the edge of the box. That room connected directly to the kitchen. There was no door, just a wide doorway with chipped paint along the frame where the wood had swollen over the years. The kitchen itself was filled with stuff at the time. We had a brand new mattress standing on its side in the middle of the kitchen floor, still wrapped in thin, cloudy plastic. It was waiting to be carried into the bedroom the next day. Because of that, you couldn't really walk around in there. The mattress took up so much space that it blocked the sink and the microwave. You could still see the glow of the small blue nightlight plugged in by the counter though. All the other lights in the house were off, and that faint blue glow cast long shadows across the kitchen tile. I remember how quiet it was that night. The kind of quiet that presses down on you and makes your own breathing feel too loud. Every so often, the refrigerator would kick on with a rattling buzz, and the pipes under the sink would groan and creak. Otherwise, it was just the sound of our breathing, the soft rustle of donut wrappers, and the occasional sleepy sigh from one of our friends as she shifted her weight against her girlfriend. I was mid-sentence when I happened to glance over into the kitchen. I didn't look for any particular reason. Maybe I heard a noise. Maybe I just drifted off for a second, letting my eyes wander. Whatever it was, I looked just in time to see one of our cats jump off the counter. She was a small tabby with a striped back and a white belly, and she leapt down with a clatter of her claws on the tile, tail puffed up like a bottle brush. She tore out of the kitchen like something had scared her, skidding a little on the floor as she bolted past us into the dark hallway leading to the bedrooms. My eyes stayed on the kitchen doorway, thinking maybe she had seen a bug or something that made her jump. But then I saw it, just beyond the mattress, where the blue night light cast its dim glow across the plastic wrapping. I saw a shadow on the far wall. My mind didn't catch up to what I was seeing at first. It looked like the upper half of a man, crouched down low with his shoulders hunched up near his ears. His head was bald, or shaved very close to the scalp, because the shadow showed a smooth roundness. I could see the outline of his ears, and his neck disappearing into his shoulders. He moved in a way that made my chest seize up with fear before my brain even made sense of it. He was crouching and ducking, almost like he was sneaking. His head jerked left, then right, like he was checking if the coast was clear. Then, in one quick movement, he turned and darted into the front living room. His shape disappeared from the wall as he moved away from the light. For a few seconds, I couldn't even breathe. My body went stiff and cold, like I was outside in winter with no jacket. My mouth went dry instantly. My first thought was someone's breaking in. Someone is inside the house. My chest felt like it was squeezing itself into a tight knot, my heart hammering so hard it almost hurt. My boyfriend noticed something was wrong because I was staring so hard at the kitchen, my eyes wide and unblinking. He leaned over and asked what was wrong, but his voice sounded far away, muffled, like I was underwater. I finally tore my eyes away from the dark kitchen doorway and looked at him, shaking my head. I tried to swallow the dryness in my throat and force words out, telling him what I saw. I said it quickly, like if I stopped talking I'd lose the courage to finish. As I spoke, explaining how the shadow had crouched and ducked and run, something clicked in my mind. A realization that made the hair on my arms stand up and my stomach flip over. The kitchen window was above the sink on the far wall, but the mattress was standing up between the sink and the rest of the kitchen, blocking almost everything. There was no way for me to see out the window from where I was sitting, and even if I could, there was no way for someone outside to cast a shadow like that inside the kitchen. The nightlight was plugged into the outlet on the far counter, facing away from the window. The only thing it illuminated was the side of the mattress and the wall behind it. Anyone outside would have to be standing nearly 8 feet tall to cast a shadow like that over the mattress and onto the wall. Even if they were standing on something, the shadow would have been stretched and warped, not crisp and shaped like a crouching man ducking his head to sneak by. I felt sick when I realized this. My skin prickled with goosebumps, and I felt lightheaded, like the world had tilted sideways. My boyfriend went to check the kitchen, pushing the mattress aside just enough to peek behind it. There was nothing there. The front door was still locked. The windows were shut. The girls woke up fully at that point, rubbing their eyes, looking around in confusion. My boyfriend searched the whole house, every room and closet and corner. There was no one. Nothing was disturbed. The cat that had run out of the kitchen was hiding under the sofa, her wide eyes reflecting the blue nightlight glow. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. I sat there on the sagging sofa, my knees pulled up to my chest, staring at the kitchen doorway until the sun started to come up and light began to fill the house. Even then, I couldn't shake the feeling of dread that had settled in my bones. The whole day felt off after that. Every sound felt too loud. Every shadow seemed to shift when I wasn't looking directly at it. I kept thinking about that shadow, about the way it moved, the way it ducked its head and jerked from side to side before running out of view. The next day, we moved the mattress into the bedroom. I stood there in the kitchen, looking at the spot where I had seen the shadow. In the daylight, with the smell of coffee filling the air and birds singing outside the window, it felt silly to feel scared. But then I closed my eyes and I could see it again, that bald head, those hunched shoulders, the quick darting movement as it ran away. It made my stomach twist into knots. I tried to come up with explanations. Maybe it was the reflection of something outside, but the windows were closed and the blinds were drawn. Maybe it was a car driving by, but our street was a dead end and no one ever drove down it at 4 in the morning. Maybe I was half asleep and imagined it, but I was wide awake mid-sentence, eating a donut. I wasn't even tired. My boyfriend believed me because of how shaken I was. He knew I wouldn't make something like that up. Nothing happened after that, at least not for a while. The days moved on like normal. We worked, we paid bills, we watched TV late into the night. But I noticed that I never really relaxed after that. Not fully. At night, I kept the lights on in the kitchen and the back room. I didn't like the feeling of shadows gathering in the corners. I kept thinking about how real it had looked, how solid, how purposeful its movements were. I never saw anything like it again in that house, but every so often, when I was alone late at night, I'd hear the floorboards creak near the kitchen. I'd hear the soft tick of the refrigerator settling, or the sigh of the pipes under the sink, and my body would go stiff, waiting for a shadow to move again. I never told my parents about it. They already thought our lifestyle was irresponsible, staying up all night, eating junk food, sleeping past noon. They wouldn't have believed me anyway. But I know what I saw. I know it wasn't a dream or a trick of the light. I saw the upper half of a bald man crouching in my kitchen at 4 in the morning, ducking and looking around like he didn't want to be seen. In the years since, I've told this story a few times to friends late at night, when we're swapping creepy memories. People always ask me what I think it was. A ghost? A hallucination? Someone hiding in the house? I always shrug and say I don't know. But deep down, I do know. It wasn't a ghost or a fairy tale thing. It was a person. There was no other explanation. Someone was in my house that night. Maybe they came in through the basement door that never locked properly. Maybe they left before we checked. Maybe they were hiding somewhere the whole time. I try not to think about it too hard because when I do, my chest gets tight and I can't catch my breath. Because if someone was in the house, watching us, sneaking around in the middle of the night, it means they chose not to hurt us. They chose to leave. And for some reason, that thought scares me more than anything else. That someone was close enough to touch us while we sat there eating donuts and talking about nothing. That someone could have been standing just around the corner, crouching low, waiting for us to fall asleep. But they didn't do anything. They just ran away. I still don't sleep. I woke up that morning feeling tired. I hadn't slept much the night before because I was cramming for my psychology exam. I remember looking at my alarm clock, and it read 6 a.m. I forced myself out of bed, feeling that weird dizzy feeling you get when you wake up too fast. My room was still dark, the sun wasn't up yet, and everything felt quiet except for the distant hum of the refrigerator down the hall. My parents were already gone for work. My dad left at 5:30 every morning, and my mom left even earlier. My sister was still sleeping upstairs, and the house felt empty. I brushed my teeth, staring at myself in the mirror, trying to keep my eyes open. I didn't bother with makeup that morning, just put my hair in a ponytail, grabbed my hoodie and backpack, and left the house by 6:30. The air was cold. It wasn't winter, but it felt like it that morning. I could see my breath when I exhaled. I wrapped my arms around myself, hugging my books against my chest as I walked down the driveway to the end of the street. My shoes made a light scuffing noise against the pavement with each step. The street was empty, silent, and the streetlights still flickered on even though it was almost sunrise. The sky was a dark blue with little streaks of orange far off near the hills. I walked quickly. I always walked fast. People made fun of me for it. Even my friends at school joked about how they had to power walk just to keep up with me in the hallways. That morning I was walking even faster because the cold felt like it was sinking into my bones, making my fingers go numb. At the end of my street was the entrance to the small trail through the woods that led to the parking lot where my friend was waiting. It was a narrow dirt path, surrounded by thin trees and lots of overgrown bushes. I had taken that path so many times before. I never thought twice about it. It was just an easy shortcut. The ground was covered in leaves and twigs, and the smell of damp soil was always strong there in the morning, mixed with the smell of grass and wet wood. Sometimes I saw a deer standing far back in the trees, or rabbits darting across the trail, but that morning there was nothing. Just silence. I was about 20 feet away from the entrance to the woods when I noticed someone behind me. I didn't turn to look at him fully, but I saw him from the corner of my eye. He was on the sidewalk, a little to my left. He was old, probably 70 or 75, wearing a navy blue tracksuit. His hair was gray, and he walked with his head slightly lowered, like he was focused on the ground in front of him. His skin was wrinkled, and he looked like he might be Korean. In his right hand, he was holding something long, like a tool. There was a plastic grocery bag wrapped around the end of it. At first, half asleep and not really caring, I thought it might be a spatula or something. Maybe he was just coming back from some early morning cooking class or cleaning up garbage from the creek. My brain was still slow from sleep. But as I kept walking and he kept walking, I started to notice that he was speeding up. That caught my attention because I walk really fast. Elderly people don't usually try to match my speed. I quickened my pace a little, thinking maybe I was imagining it, but he kept up with me easily. The sound of his footsteps behind me felt heavy in the quiet street. It was around 6:45 a.m. at that point, and nobody else was out. No cars driving by, no neighbors watering their lawns, no kids waiting for the bus. Just me and him. I kept telling myself it was nothing. Maybe he was going to feed birds by the creek or something. But the way he was keeping pace with me made my stomach twist. It was that horrible gut feeling, the one that makes your chest tighten up and your neck feel cold. I tried to calm myself down by making jokes in my head. I was obsessed with shows like Criminal Minds, so I thought, what if he's going to dump a murder weapon in the creek? I laughed to myself quietly, trying to shake off the anxiety, but it didn't help. He was almost walking beside me at this point, just a step behind. I could see him clearly now. I flicked my eyes over to what he was holding, trying not to turn my head too obviously. My eyes darted over a few times before I understood what I was looking at. The handle was wooden and curved, and at the end, inside the grocery bag, was a solid, heavy shape. The bag was thin enough that I could see the outline of it. It was an axe, a hatchet or small axe, with the grocery bag wrapped around the blade. My chest felt like it caved in for a second. My heart was beating so hard I could feel it in my throat. My hands were shaking, but I gripped my books tighter, trying not to show that I noticed. I kept walking, almost jogging at this point. I could hear the leaves crunching under his shoes as he moved, always just a step behind me. The woods were right ahead. All I had to do was walk through them and get to the parking lot where my friend would be waiting in his old red Toyota. I thought about running right then, but I knew if I did, and he was planning to do something to me, he could swing the axe, and I wouldn't even have time to scream. That was the scariest part, knowing I had to act normal while everything in me was telling me to run. I stepped onto the dirt path, the smell of wet soil and rotting leaves hitting me in the face as soon as I entered the woods. It was darker under the trees, and I could hear my own footsteps crunching on the path along with his. I could hear his breathing behind me too, heavy and slow, almost like he was sighing every few steps. I tried to keep my breathing quiet so I could listen to what he was doing. My backpack shifted against my shoulders with each step, and the zipper pull kept clicking against my metal water bottle, making small ringing noises that sounded so loud in the silence. I could see the small wooden bridge up ahead. The creek underneath always smelled like old water and mud. It was narrow, maybe 10 feet long, with wooden railings that were damp with morning dew. The parking lot was on the other side, just past a little patch of grass and gravel. My friend's car would be there. I just had to make it across the bridge. As we were walking over the bridge, I felt like I couldn't breathe properly. My chest was tight, and my ears felt hot, and my face felt cold. The man was still right behind me, not even 2 feet away now. I could hear his shoes slipping a little on the damp wood of the bridge. My eyes darted forward and I saw the parking lot, and there it was, my friend's car, parked facing the trail. The headlights were on, and I could see him in the driver's seat looking at his phone. That's when the old man started to say something. His voice was low and rough, like gravel scraping against metal. He asked where I was going. I didn't want to answer, but my brain just made my mouth move without thinking. I told him school. He asked what school. I told him. I hated myself instantly for telling him. He muttered something else under his breath, but I didn't catch it. I just kept my eyes forward and said, "My friends are waiting for me." My voice was shaking so bad it didn't even sound like me. I hoped he understood what I was trying to say, that I wasn't alone, that if he tried anything, people would know. We got off the bridge, and I was almost running at this point. The dirt turned to gravel, and the rocks crunched loudly under my shoes. My friend looked up from his phone and saw me. His eyebrows went up a little, probably wondering why I was speed walking like a crazy person. Then his eyes flicked past me, and his face changed completely. I saw his eyes widen, and his mouth open slightly. I didn't turn to look behind me. I just ran. I sprinted the last few feet to his car and threw myself into the passenger seat, slamming the door shut so hard the windows rattled. My friend was staring at me with wide eyes, and I saw his mouth moving, but I couldn't hear anything over the sound of my heartbeat in my ears. I was gasping for air, and my hands were shaking so bad I dropped my phone between my feet. I yelled at him to drive. I didn't even care if I sounded insane. I just kept yelling at him to drive. He put the car in drive so fast it jerked forward, and I almost hit my head against the dashboard. As we peeled out of the parking lot, I looked back. The old man was standing at the edge of the trail, right where the dirt turned to gravel. He was holding the axe down by his side, the grocery bag still wrapped around the blade, and he was just standing there, staring at the car. His face didn't look angry or sad. It didn't look like anything, just blank. His eyes followed us as we drove away, and he didn't move, not even a step forward. Just stood there until we turned out of the parking lot and onto the main road. My friend was breathing hard too, gripping the steering wheel with both hands so tight his knuckles were white. He asked me who that guy was. I didn't answer right away. I couldn't. My throat felt closed up. I kept thinking about the axe, about how close he was to me, about how easy it would have been for him to just swing it at my head or neck, about how no one would have heard me scream. When I finally spoke, I told him everything. My voice was shaking, and my hands wouldn't stop trembling. We drove to school in silence after that. When we got there, I went straight to the office and asked to call the police. They sent an officer to take my statement. I told them everything in detail, what he looked like, what he was wearing, what he was holding. They wrote it all down and asked me a lot of questions. They checked the homeless registry in the area, but nobody matched his description. They checked with the families in the neighborhood, but no one had any relatives visiting. And the only Asian family there was Thai, not Korean, and they didn't have elderly family visiting them. There was no construction scheduled in the area that early, and the city had strict noise laws before 7:30 a.m. Nobody knew who he was or why he was there with an axe wrapped in a grocery bag. After that day, I never walked through those woods again. I started getting up earlier so my parents could drive me, or I got rides with friends who could pick me up right at my driveway. I still think about him sometimes, about the way he kept pace with me so easily, about the blank look on his face, about how nobody ever saw him again. There was no news about him. I remember that day clearly. It was around the end of winter, just cold enough that I could see my breath in the early mornings when I walked outside, but not cold enough to keep me from taking long hot baths at night. I had just come home from a long shift at work. My feet hurt, my shoulders were stiff, and my head felt heavy from staring at a computer screen for hours. All I wanted was to soak in hot water and let everything loosen up for a while. I went to the bathroom, turned the taps, and watched as the tub slowly filled with steaming water, curling upwards in little wisps and clouding the mirror above the sink. I undressed, feeling goosebumps rise on my skin in the chilly air, then carefully stepped in. The heat hit me all at once, making my legs sting at first, but I sank into it anyway, hissing softly through my teeth. I let myself slide down until the water came up over my chest and shoulders, dipping my head back just enough to wet my hair and feel the warmth around my neck. I closed my eyes for a while, listening to the quiet drip of the tap that never sealed completely, and the distant hum of the refrigerator from the kitchen down the hall. The house felt so still in those moments. It was a normal stillness, one I had felt many times before. But that night it felt different somehow, though I didn't know why at the time. I must have been in there for 30 minutes or more, my skin turning pink and my fingertips shriveling into little pale prunes. I sat up, reaching for the shampoo bottle at the end of the tub, and that was when I heard it. It came from above the hallway just outside the bathroom door. A deep, scratching scuffle that echoed through the ceiling, followed by a thump that rattled the old light fixture. My first thought was that it was a rat or a squirrel in the attic. We had them before. I wasn't new to the sounds they made. The house was old, built back in the 60s, with aging insulation and warped wooden beams that left little gaps into the attic space. Rats could squeeze through holes smaller than a golf ball. I knew that from all the times my stepdad had set traps and patched up gnawed corners. I ignored it at first. I figured it was just another rodent dragging something across the beams or gnawing at the boxes we stored up there. I went back to washing my hair, rubbing the shampoo into my scalp and feeling it foam up under my nails. But the noises didn't stop. There was another thump, then what sounded like scratching, like something with small claws scrambling for footing. The sound traveled, shifting along the ceiling and stopping directly above the bathroom. I froze. My hands were still tangled in my hair, the bubbles sliding down the back of my neck. I felt my heartbeat speed up in my chest, thudding loud enough that I almost thought I could hear it echo in the small tiled room. I tilted my head back and forced myself to rinse the shampoo out quickly, eyes half open so I wouldn't sting them with soap, but my ears were straining for any more sounds from above. The ceiling looked the same as always. Yellowed white paint, small brown water stains from an old roof leak, faint cracks from years of house settling. Nothing looked out of place, but I could feel my skin crawling at the idea of some rodent skittering directly above me. I finished rinsing off and pulled the plug out of the drain with my toes, watching the water swirl around me and sink away, leaving little flecks of soap scum and hair floating in the last inch. When I stood up, the cold air hit me hard, raising goosebumps all over again. I grabbed my towel from the hook, wrapping it around my chest tightly. I was still dripping, but I didn't care. I just wanted to get out of that bathroom. The feeling of something above me watching, even though I knew logically that wasn't true, made my skin itch with unease. I stepped out onto the old blue bath mat, squeezing my toes into it to warm my feet for a moment. Then I reached out and opened the bathroom door. The hallway was dim. The only light came from the little lamp near the front door at the end of the hall, giving off a soft orange glow that barely reached me. The shadows seemed deeper because of it, almost making the hallway look like a tunnel. I stepped out, clutching the towel tighter, and turned to look up at the attic door. It was just a simple rectangular panel with a little round knob in the center that you pulled down to get the ladder out. I wasn't even thinking about the noises anymore, not actively at least. I think I was too tired to care at that point, but something made me glance up. Maybe it was instinct, maybe just my eyes scanning around without focus. But I looked up anyway. At first, it didn't register. My mind saw something off, but didn't process it right away. There, running down the side of the panel and onto the wall below, was a dark, glistening line. It shimmered under the hallway lamp, reflecting tiny pinpricks of light like oil or water. But it wasn't clear. It was deep, thick red, a trail of blood oozing its way down from the attic door, soaking into the off-white paint of the wall. It was bright in some spots, darker in others where it clumped and slowly dripped onto the floor below, leaving small sticky splatters on the wood laminate. My brain lagged behind what my eyes were seeing. For a moment I just stared, breathing shallowly, trying to find an explanation. Anything other than what it looked like. The smell hit me then. Sharp, metallic, sour. Like rust mixed with rot. I felt my stomach twist. My legs suddenly felt weak. My knees almost buckled under me, and I clutched at the towel, pressing it into my chest so hard my fingers ached. I could feel my whole body trembling. I thought I was going to faint right there, my vision narrowing at the edges as my heart pounded in my ears. Every worst-case scenario ran through my head in that split second. Dead animal, dead rat, dead squirrel, dead person. The thought of a corpse stuffed up in our attic, rotting and leaking down the walls, made bile rise in my throat. I almost threw up right there in the hallway. My head spun, and I stumbled back a few steps, hitting the bathroom door frame. I couldn't think straight. All I knew was I needed someone else there. I couldn't be the only person seeing this. I couldn't be the only person dealing with it. Without thinking, I turned and ran down the hallway, my wet feet slapping against the laminate, almost slipping as I rounded the corner into the living room. I was still in my towel, dripping water everywhere, leaving a trail behind me, but I didn't care. My hair was plastered to my face, dripping onto my shoulders as I ran. My chest felt tight, my breath coming in sharp, ragged gasps. I could hear myself making this panicked, animal-like whimper as I went, a sound I didn't even recognize as my own. My stepdad was in the kitchen, reading something on his phone while leaning against the counter. I ran to him, grabbed his arm, and pulled him back towards the hallway. My hands were shaking so badly that I almost couldn't keep my grip. I didn't stop to think about how I must have looked, half naked, dripping wet, wide-eyed and wild with terror. I just needed him to see what I saw, to make it real, to make sure I wasn't imagining it. The entire time my mind was screaming over and over, "Please don't be a body, please don't be a body, please don't be a body," the words looping endlessly like a broken record. We reached the hallway, and I pointed with a shaking hand at the attic door. He froze when he saw the blood, his face paling visibly even in the dim light. He stood there for a second, silent and tense, then turned away towards the hallway closet where we kept the attic pole. I hovered behind him, pacing back and forth in small, jerky steps, doing this nervous little dance without realizing it, my towel slipping lower every time I moved. I clutched it tighter, pressing my free hand to my mouth to keep from gagging at the smell that was filling the hallway now, stronger and thicker with every passing second. He walked back with the pole, hooked it onto the attic latch, and pulled. The door creaked open slowly, a long drawn-out sound that made my skin crawl with goosebumps again. The smell hit us both full force then, making my eyes water and my nose sting. It was the smell of death, of blood and fur and rotting meat. The attic ladder slid down, and he grabbed a flashlight from the closet shelf, flicking it on and shining it up into the darkness. The beam cut through the dusty air, lighting up boxes, old furniture, insulation batting, and then something pale and gray sprawled across a stack of flattened cardboard boxes. Its body was twisted at an awkward angle, stiff and contorted. Its fur was soaked in blood, matted down in thick clumps around a gaping wound near its neck and chest. Its mouth hung open slightly, sharp little teeth visible under curled lips. A small possum. Dead. Very, very dead. But before my brain could even finish processing that image, there was a sudden movement behind it. A flash of orange leapt forward, and I flinched back instinctively. My stepdad stepped aside quickly as a large orange tabby cat jumped down from the attic, landing with a heavy thump on the hallway floor. She sat there for a second, licking her blood-soaked paws with a look of complete annoyance on her flat, squished face. My sister's cat. She looked up at us with narrowed green eyes, flicked her tail, and let out a small grunt of irritation, as if we had interrupted something very important. Then she turned and walked away down the hall, leaving bloody paw prints in her wake. I stood there in stunned silence, staring at the mutilated possum corpse half hanging out of the attic hatch, and the fat orange cat sauntering away like nothing had happened. My heart was still racing, my chest heaving with each shaky breath I took. The smell was overwhelming now. Blood was dripping down onto the hallway floor, thick and dark, leaving sticky red puddles that spread slowly outward. The wall was streaked with it, soaking into the paint and dripping down to pool at the baseboards. My stepdad sighed, rubbing his forehead with one hand, the flashlight beam wavering across the ceiling. He grabbed an old towel from the closet and spread it out on the floor under the possum to catch the dripping blood. Then he climbed up into the attic and carefully picked up the stiff, mangled body. The possum I woke up before my alarm even went off that morning. It was still dark outside, and my room felt colder than usual. I lay there for a minute, staring at the ceiling fan that wasn't moving. It was summer, but the morning air felt sharp. I could hear the crickets chirping outside my window and the occasional car passing by on the road in front of my house. My back felt stiff from how I slept, so I sat up slowly, letting my legs hang over the side of the bed before standing. I felt that dizzy feeling you get when you stand up too fast, so I sat back down and waited for it to pass. After a moment, I stood again and stretched my arms above my head, feeling the tightness in my shoulders. I walked to the bathroom and splashed some cold water on my face, looking at myself in the mirror under the dim yellow light. My hair was sticking up in all directions, and I had that deep sleep line across my cheek. I brushed my teeth and washed my face properly before going back to my room to change into my running clothes. My old black sweatpants, a white t-shirt with a faded logo, and my worn-out running shoes that had mud stains near the soles from my last trail run. I tied my laces tightly and grabbed my phone from the charger. It was almost 5 a.m. The sky outside was still a deep blue mixed with dark gray, and no sunlight had broken through yet. I slipped my phone into my pocket and grabbed my house keys from the small dish on the table next to the front door. I stepped outside and locked the door behind me. The air felt cool, and the street was completely empty. There was a light breeze that made the leaves on the trees rustle softly. I started walking towards the park where I usually ran every morning before work. The streetlights cast long shadows across the sidewalk. As I walked, I noticed how quiet everything was. It felt like the world hadn't woken up yet. I could hear my own footsteps echoing as I passed house after house. Some had their porch lights on, others were completely dark. A black cat crossed the road in front of me and disappeared between two parked cars. I reached the corner where I usually crossed to get to the park entrance. There was no traffic, so I crossed without looking too much. The park gates were open. They never closed them, even at night. I stepped onto the gravel path that led into the trees. The park wasn't huge, but it had a good 3-kilometer loop around the outer edge, mostly under thick trees that blocked out the early morning light. I started jogging slowly, warming up my legs. My breath felt cold in my throat. The gravel crunched under my shoes with every step. As I jogged deeper into the park, the trees grew denser. The path was wide enough for a small car, but it felt narrow with all the trees growing so close to the edges. I reached the fork where I usually turned right to do the loop clockwise. I picked up my pace and focused on my breathing, counting my steps in sets of 8 like I always did to keep a rhythm. My body felt heavy at first, but after a few minutes it loosened up. My shoulders relaxed, my breathing steadied, and I felt like I could keep running forever. About 15 minutes in, I noticed something strange. There was a strong smell in the air, like burnt plastic mixed with something rotten. I slowed down and looked around, but I couldn't see anything unusual. The path ahead was empty and quiet. I tried to ignore it and kept running, but the smell grew stronger with every step. I felt it burning my nostrils. I gagged once but swallowed it down and kept moving, telling myself it was probably a dead animal or some garbage left by the park maintenance people. I kept running, focusing on the sound of my shoes hitting the gravel. The smell faded after a while, and I felt relief. The sun still hadn't risen properly, but the sky was turning a lighter shade of gray. I reached the part of the trail that curved around the small lake in the middle of the park. The water was completely still and reflected the trees perfectly. I could see my own reflection as I jogged past, my white t-shirt standing out in the dim light. Then I noticed a shape on the edge of the water about 20 meters ahead. At first I thought it was a deer, since sometimes they came down to drink early in the morning. But as I got closer, I saw it wasn't an animal. It was a person crouched near the water, their back facing me. They were wearing a dark hoodie and dark pants. I slowed down to a walk, feeling my chest tighten. Something about the way they were crouching felt wrong, like they weren't drinking or tying their shoes. They were just there. I stopped walking when I was about 10 meters away. The person didn't move. I could hear the gentle ripple of water against the bank. My breathing felt loud in my own ears. I didn't know why, but I felt a strong urge to turn around and run the other way. My stomach felt tight and heavy. I took a small step backwards, trying not to make any noise, but the gravel shifted under my foot, and I heard the loud crunch echo around me. The person jerked their head up quickly, like an animal startled by a predator. They turned to look over their shoulder, and I saw their face for a brief second in the dim light. Their eyes were wide open, and their skin looked pale, almost gray. Their mouth hung slightly open. They didn't say anything. They just stared at me with that wide-eyed look. I felt frozen. My legs refused to move. Then they stood up slowly, still looking at me. They turned their whole body towards me, and I saw that their hoodie was zipped up all the way to their neck. Their hands were clenched into tight fists at their sides. I felt my heart beating so hard it hurt. My mouth felt dry, and I could feel sweat dripping down my neck, even though the morning air was still cool. The person started walking towards me, their steps slow but steady. I turned around and started running back the way I came. My legs felt heavy like they were moving through wet sand, but I forced them to move faster. I didn't dare look back. I just focused on the path in front of me, on the gravel under my feet, on the trees blurring past on either side. I ran until my lungs burned, and my throat felt like it was closing up. My feet were hitting the ground, so hard I felt pain shoot up my shins, but I didn't stop. I finally reached the park entrance and ran out onto the street. The sun was just starting to rise, and the streetlights were still on. I stopped running and turned around to look back at the park gate. There was no one there. The path was completely empty. My chest was heaving as I tried to catch my breath. I wiped the sweat from my forehead with my sleeve and looked around. The street was quiet. A few cars drove by in the distance, but everything else was still. I started walking home, my legs feeling like jelly. Every few steps I looked behind me to make sure no one was following. When I finally reached my house, I unlocked the door with shaking hands and stepped inside, locking it behind me immediately. I leaned my back against the door and slid down onto the floor, feeling my whole body shaking. My heart was still beating so fast it made my chest hurt. I sat there for a while, staring at the floor, trying to calm down. The image of that person's face wouldn't leave my mind. The wide eyes, the pale skin, the clenched fists. After a while, I forced myself to stand up and walk to the kitchen. I poured myself a glass of water and drank it in small sips, feeling it cool my dry throat. My legs felt weak under me, but I managed to stay standing. I looked out the kitchen window towards the street. Everything looked so normal in the brightening morning light. Cars driving by, a woman jogging with her dog on the sidewalk, birds flying overhead. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong, that something had shifted in my world forever. I didn't go to work that day. I called in sick and spent the whole morning sitting on my couch, staring at the TV without really watching anything. My mind kept going back to that moment by the lake, to that person crouched by the water, to the way they looked at me. I didn't know who they were or what they were doing there at that hour. I didn't want to know. All I knew was that I was never going to run in that park again. The thought of going back there made my stomach twist with fear. Later that evening, when the sun was starting to set and the sky turned orange and pink, I sat on my porch with a cup of tea, watching the cars drive by. The breeze felt warm now, brushing against my skin. I thought about how close that park was to my house, just a few minutes walk away. I thought about how many times I had run there, alone, without thinking twice. I thought about how safe I had always felt. And then I thought about how all it took was one morning, one person, one stare, to take all that away. I didn't tell anyone what happened. I didn't see the point. They would tell me I was overreacting, that it was just a homeless person or someone high on something. Maybe they were right. Maybe that was all it was. But in that moment, when I saw their face, I felt something deeper than fear. I felt something in my chest crack open and let a cold emptiness seep in. I realized that morning that it didn't matter how careful I was or how safe I thought I was. Danger didn't care about my plans or my routine. It didn't care about the time of day or how good a person I was. It could be waiting for me around any corner, behind any tree, in the silent early morning when the world was still asleep. That night I locked all my windows and checked the front and back doors twice before going to bed. I lay in the dark, listening to the crickets outside, feeling my heartbeat in my throat. I kept thinking about those wide eyes staring at me, unblinking, unfeeling. I don't know who they were. I don't know what they wanted, but I know they saw me. And I know I will never forget the way it felt to be seen like that. I didn't sleep much that night. Every sound outside made my eyes snap open. Every creak of the house made my heart beat faster. I waited for morning to come, for the light to wash away the shadows in my room. But even when the sun rose and filled my room with warmth, I still felt that cold emptiness in my chest, knowing that fear wasn't just something that lived in the dark. It was something that lived inside me now, something that would always be there, waiting. I woke up at around 5 in the morning that day. I wasn't sure why I woke up so early, but I felt restless. I sat up on my mattress and rubbed my eyes for a while. My room was dark, but I could see the first hints of morning light coming through the thin curtains. I lay back down and stared at the ceiling, hoping I would fall back asleep, but my mind felt too awake for that. I got up and went to the bathroom, washed my face, brushed my teeth, and then quietly went into the kitchen to get some water. As I drank, I looked out the window. The street was empty and quiet, with only a faint orange glow from the streetlights. I thought about going back to bed, but I knew it would be useless, so I decided to go out for a walk instead. I put on my old black tracksuit and slipped into my shoes, trying not to wake anyone up. The lock clicked softly behind me as I stepped out. The air outside felt cool and damp against my face. There were no people around, no cars driving by, just silence. I started walking slowly down the street, breathing in the early morning air, feeling my chest expand with each breath. I walked past the local park and then turned down a narrow lane that led towards a small trail. I had walked on that trail many times before. It wasn't very long, but it went through some thick bushes and trees, and then came out onto the other side of the neighborhood. I kept walking, listening to the crunch of gravel under my shoes and the soft rustle of leaves in the breeze. When I reached the entrance to the trail, I stopped for a second and looked down it. It was darker there because the trees blocked most of the sky. I felt a small shiver run through my back, but I ignored it and kept walking. As I moved deeper into the trail, the sounds of the city faded behind me and were replaced by the quiet hum of insects and the occasional distant barking of a dog. I walked for a few minutes until I reached the middle part of the trail where it curved slightly to the left. That part was the thickest, with bushes growing on both sides and tree branches hanging low. I slowed down a little as I walked through. The smell of damp dirt and old leaves filled my nose. I could hear the faint dripping of water somewhere deeper in the bushes. Suddenly, I heard a sound behind me. It was a dry snapping sound, like a stick breaking under pressure. My body froze for a moment, and my ears felt like they were burning. I slowly turned my head, but I didn't see anything. I stood there listening hard. There was nothing after that sound. I told myself it was probably an animal or maybe a branch falling. But I felt uneasy, so I started walking again, this time a little faster. As I walked, I kept looking back every few seconds. The trail was empty. When I reached the other end of the trail, I felt my shoulders loosen a little. I stepped out onto the road and took a deep breath. I could see a few cars parked along the sidewalk, and the windows of some houses were lit with early morning kitchen lights. I started walking towards home again, taking a longer route through the streets. I thought about the sound I heard. It was probably nothing, I told myself again. I walked on for another 15 minutes, looking at the sky turning pink and orange as the sun began to rise. The air felt colder on my face as a breeze blew through the street. I stuffed my hands into my pockets and kept walking. I turned onto my street and saw my house in the distance. As I reached the gate, I felt someone watching me. My skin felt tight and my heart started beating faster. I looked around. There was no one there. The street was empty. I shook my head and walked into the house. I locked the door behind me and leaned against it for a moment, listening to the silence of the house. The rest of the day went by like normal. I did some cleaning, ate breakfast, and sat on the couch watching TV for a while. Around noon, I went outside to buy some groceries. The streets were busy by then, filled with people and cars. I bought rice, eggs, and a few vegetables from the small market down the road, then walked back home. That evening, after dinner, I sat in my room scrolling through my phone. I felt tired from waking up so early, but I didn't want to sleep yet. Around 9, I lay down on my bed and closed my eyes. I fell asleep within minutes. I woke up again at 5 the next morning. It was the same feeling as the day before, that restless, alert feeling. I got up, washed my face, put on my tracksuit, and stepped out for a walk again. The morning air was just as cool, the street just as empty. I walked down the same road, past the same park, and towards the same trail. I don't know why I chose to go down the trail again. Maybe I wanted to prove to myself that the sound I heard the day before was nothing. As I walked down the trail, everything felt the same. The damp smell, the rustling leaves, the darkness under the trees. When I reached the curve, I slowed down, listening. There was no sound this time. I kept walking, feeling slightly relieved. When I reached the end of the trail, I stopped and turned around to look back. The trail was empty, but then I saw something that made my stomach twist. There were footprints on the dirt path. Fresh footprints, leading in the same direction I came from. They were not mine. I looked at my own shoe prints. They were different. These new ones were bigger and deeper, like from heavy boots. My heart started pounding as I realized whoever made them had been walking in the same direction, ahead of me. I looked down the road and then back at the trail. I felt like someone was watching me again, but I couldn't see anyone. I started walking home quickly, my mind spinning with thoughts. Who was out there at 5 in the morning? Why didn't I see them? I reached home and locked the door behind me. my hands shaking a little. I sat down on the floor, staring at the front door for a while. I didn't go out for a walk the next morning. Instead, I woke up early again but stayed in bed, listening to the sounds of the house settling and the faint rumble of early traffic outside. For a few days, I didn't go for walks at all. I spent most of my time at home, only going out in the afternoons when there were people around. But one morning, about a week later, I woke up before dawn again. I lay in bed for a long time, staring at the ceiling. I felt that same restless feeling, like something was pulling me outside. I didn't want to go back to the trail, but I felt like I had to. I got up, dressed, and stepped outside. The air felt colder that morning. I walked down the street, my steps echoing in the silence. I reached the trail and stopped at the entrance. My chest felt tight, and my breathing felt shallow, but I started walking down it anyway. The sky was darker than before, heavy with thick gray clouds. As I walked deeper into the trail, I kept looking around, scanning the bushes and trees for any movement. I reached the curve and slowed down, my ears straining for any sound. That's when I saw it. Something shiny on the ground near the bushes. I bent down and picked it up. It was an empty cigarette pack. It was wet from dew, but it didn't look old. Someone had been there recently. I stood up and looked around. My body felt cold all over. I started walking again, faster this time. I kept thinking about the footprints and the cigarette pack. Someone was using the trail at the same time as me, early in the morning, staying just out of sight. My mind started racing with thoughts of why. Maybe a homeless man living in the bushes. Maybe someone up to no good. I walked out of the trail and onto the road, my heart still beating fast. That day, I went to the local shop to buy some groceries. As I paid at the counter, I asked the old shop owner if anyone used the trail that early in the morning. He said he didn't think so. Most people only used it after sunrise when they walked their dogs or went for jogs. I nodded and walked back home, feeling uneasy. The next morning, I woke up at 5 again. I didn't want to go out, but my legs felt restless. My chest felt tight. I put on my tracksuit and shoes and stepped outside. The sky was dark and cloudy again. I walked towards the trail, my steps heavy. As I entered the trail, I felt my heartbeat thudding in my ears. Every step felt louder in the silence. I reached the curve and stopped. I listened hard. There was no sound. I felt a small relief and kept walking. When I was almost at the end of the trail, I saw movement ahead of me. My body froze. There was a man standing there, near the bushes on the side of the path. He wasn't moving. He was wearing a black jacket and dark pants. His face was turned towards the bushes, so I couldn't see it clearly. My chest felt tight, and my hands started to shake. I took a small step back, and the crunch of gravel under my foot sounded so loud in the silence. The man slowly turned his head towards me. I couldn't see his face properly, but I could tell he was looking straight at me. I felt like my whole body was shaking. I turned around and started walking back quickly, then faster. Then I was running. I ran all the way back down the trail, my breaths coming out in sharp gasps, my heart beating so hard it hurt my chest. I didn't stop running until I reached the road. I bent over with my hands on my knees, trying to catch my breath. My body felt weak and shaky. I looked back at the trail, but I didn't see him. I started walking home, my legs feeling heavy. When I reached my house, I locked the door and sat on the floor for a long time, staring at nothing. That day, I couldn't focus on anything. My mind kept going back to the man in the trail. Who was he? Why was he standing there so early in the morning? I thought about calling the police, but what would I say? That I saw a man standing on a public trail? He hadn't done anything to me, but something about him felt wrong. The next morning, I forced myself to sleep in. I lay in bed until the sun was up, then got up and made breakfast. But I kept thinking about the trail. I told myself I wouldn't go there again, at least not so early. But a week later, I woke up at 5 again. My body felt restless. I lay in bed for an hour, but then I got up, dressed, and I woke up before the sun came up that day. The sky outside my window was still dark, with just a faint gray light starting to spread along the horizon. I didn't really feel like getting up, but I had told myself the night before that I would go for a run in the morning before work. I lay there in bed for a while, staring at the ceiling, listening to the quiet hum of the fan overhead and the occasional creaks of the house as it settled. Finally, I pushed myself up and sat at the edge of the bed, rubbing my eyes for a bit before getting up to grab my running shorts and a t-shirt from the chair in the corner. I went to the bathroom, splashed cold water on my face to wake myself up, and then tied my shoelaces tight. When I stepped outside, the air felt chilly and fresh. I could smell the faint scent of dew on the grass. I stood on the porch for a moment, stretching my arms and legs, looking out at the quiet street. There were a few streetlights still on, casting pale orange pools of light on the ground. The birds weren't even awake yet. I started jogging down the road, heading towards the small park about a mile away. My feet made a soft pat-pat sound on the empty road. Every few houses had lights on, probably people getting ready for work or school. I kept my eyes on the ground ahead of me, trying to keep a good pace, breathing in through my nose and out through my mouth. I felt the cold morning air filling my chest, making my lungs burn slightly, but it felt good. I reached the end of my street and turned left, jogging past rows of sleeping houses with cars parked in the driveways. A cat darted across the road ahead of me, its eyes glowing in the dim light. I slowed my pace slightly as I reached the intersection, looking both ways out of habit, even though there were no cars. I crossed over and continued down towards the park. As I got closer, I saw that the gate was closed. I hopped over it easily, landing with a small thud on the gravel path. The park was dark, the trees standing tall and silent, their branches swaying gently in the breeze. I could hear the faint rustling of leaves above me. I started down the main path, running past the playground on my left, past the empty benches and trash cans lined up neatly along the trail. The deeper I went into the park, the darker it got. The tall trees blocked out what little light was starting to appear in the sky. I kept running, my footsteps crunching on the gravel. I passed the pond, which looked like a black mirror in the dark, and then reached the small wooden bridge that crossed over a narrow creek. I slowed down to catch my breath as I walked across it, looking down at the water below. It moved slowly, almost silently, with just a few small ripples breaking the surface. When I got to the other side of the bridge, I started running again, picking up my pace as the trail curved to the left and started heading slightly uphill. I could feel my thighs burning as I pushed myself up, breathing hard, feeling sweat starting to form on my forehead despite the cold air. I reached the top of the small hill and stopped for a moment, resting my hands on my knees, looking down at the path ahead. That part of the park was even darker. The trees were thicker there, with twisted branches that reached out over the path like thin arms. I stood up straight, wiping the sweat from my eyes with the back of my hand, and started jogging again. The path was narrow there, lined with bushes on both sides, and I could hear the faint sound of birds waking up somewhere in the trees. The path turned to the right, and then opened up into a wider clearing where there were a few picnic tables and a small open field. I slowed down, looking around. Everything was still quiet and empty. I stopped by one of the picnic tables, resting my foot on the bench to stretch my legs out before heading back home. As I stood there, catching my breath, I heard a sound coming from behind me. It was faint, like the rustling of leaves, or maybe the crunch of gravel under a foot. I turned around quickly, scanning the trees behind me, but I didn't see anything. I stood still, listening. The sound didn't come again, so I shook my head, telling myself it was probably just a squirrel or a bird. I stretched my other leg out, trying to ignore the uneasy feeling that was starting to creep up in my chest. I started jogging back the way I came, keeping my eyes on the path ahead, trying not to think about the sound I heard. As I reached the narrow part of the trail again, I heard it once more. A faint crunch, like someone stepping on the gravel behind me. I turned my head slightly to glance over my shoulder, but saw nothing except trees and bushes. I picked up my pace, my heart starting to beat faster, not just from running, but from the feeling that someone was there. I ran faster down the hill, back towards the bridge. As I crossed it, I looked back again. The path was empty, but I still felt like I was being watched. I kept running, past the pond, past the playground, until I reached the gate. I climbed over it quickly, my hands slipping slightly on the cold metal bar. When I landed back on the road, I stopped for a moment, breathing hard, looking back into the park. The trees stood silent, dark and still. I turned and started jogging back home, trying to shake off the feeling of fear. I reached my street and slowed down to a walk as I approached my house. My legs felt weak and my chest burned from the run. I walked up my driveway and stood on the porch, breathing hard, looking back down the street. The sun was just starting to rise, casting a pale orange glow over the houses. Everything looked peaceful and normal. I went inside, closed the door behind me, and locked it. I went straight to the kitchen, grabbed a glass, and filled it with water from the tap. I drank it all in one go, then leaned against the counter, staring at the floor. My heart was still beating fast. I tried to tell myself that it was nothing, that I was just being paranoid, but deep down I knew something was off. I went to the bathroom to take a quick shower before work. As the hot water ran down my back, I closed my eyes and tried to calm myself down, telling myself over and over that there was no one there. After I got dressed for work, I grabbed my backpack and headed out the door again. The sun was up now, lighting up the street in warm light. I locked the door and started walking to the bus stop at the end of the road. As I walked, I looked around, scanning every driveway and yard, half expecting to see someone watching me. But there was no one. I reached the bus stop and sat on the bench, resting my backpack on my lap, looking down at my shoes. The bus arrived after a few minutes, and I climbed on, taking a seat near the middle. I put my backpack on the seat next to me and stared out the window as the bus drove down the road, passing houses and trees, stopping to pick up other passengers along the way. My mind kept going back to that sound in the park, the feeling that someone was there behind me. I tried to focus on the day ahead, on work, but I couldn't shake it off. When I got to work, I went straight to my desk and started up my computer. People around me were chatting quietly, drinking their coffees, settling in for the day. I stared at my screen, feeling uneasy. At lunch, I went out to sit on the bench behind the building to eat my sandwich. The sun felt warm on my face, but I kept glancing over my shoulder, feeling that same fear again, like someone was watching me. I ate quickly and went back inside. The rest of the day passed slowly. My boss gave me a few tasks, and I tried to focus on them, but my mind kept drifting back to the park, to the sound of gravel crunching behind me. By the time it was evening, I was exhausted. I took the bus back home, staring out the window the entire ride. When I got off, I walked quickly down my street, looking around me as I went. The sun was setting, the sky turning pink and purple. I unlocked my front door and stepped inside, closing it behind me and locking it immediately. I went to the kitchen, grabbed a glass of water, and stood by the window, looking out at the street. It was quiet, with just a few cars parked along the curb and the occasional person walking their dog. I finished my water and went to my room to change into comfortable clothes. I turned on the TV in the living room and sat on the couch, trying to distract myself with a movie. But I kept thinking about the sound I heard in the park that morning. The movie ended, and I turned off the TV. The house felt too quiet. I went to the front door to check the lock again, then checked the back door and all the windows. Everything was locked. I went to the kitchen to make myself some tea. As I waited for the water to boil, I stood there staring at the kettle, listening to the ticking of the clock on the wall. When the water was ready, I poured it into a mug and carried it to my room. I sat on the edge of my bed, holding the mug in my hands, staring at the floor. I didn't sleep well that night. I kept waking up every hour, listening to every small sound in the house. The creak of the floorboards, the hum of the fridge, the ticking of the clock on my nightstand. Each time I woke up, I felt that same fear, like someone was there in the dark, watching me. I pulled the blanket up to my chin and lay there staring into the darkness until I finally drifted off again. The next morning, I woke up before my alarm. The sky was still dark. I lay there for a while, staring at the ceiling, thinking about what happened the day before. I didn't feel like going for a run, but I forced myself to get up. I put on my running shorts and t-shirt, tied my shoelaces tight, and stepped outside. The air was cold again, the street quiet and empty. I started jogging down the road, my feet making that same pat-pat sound on the pavement. As I reached the end of my street, I stopped. I stood there for a moment, breathing hard, looking down the road towards the park. My chest felt tight, my heart beating fast. I turned around and jogged back home instead. I couldn't go back there. I ran back up my driveway and stood on the porch, breathing hard, looking around at the quiet street. I went inside and locked the door behind me. That day at work, I couldn't focus on anything. I kept thinking about the park. I woke up around 5 in the morning that day, before the sun had even started to come up. The alarm didn't wake me. I just opened my eyes on my own, staring at the dark ceiling of my room, listening to the faint hum of the small fan in the corner and the occasional sound of cars out on the main road in the distance. I was tired, but I felt like getting up. It was summer, and the house was already warm, even though the sun hadn't risen yet. I lay there for a few minutes, rubbing my eyes, feeling the rough fabric of my pillowcase against my fingertips, then finally swung my legs out from under the blanket and sat on the edge of the bed. The floor was cold under my feet. I stood up, stretching my arms above my head, feeling my shoulders pop a little. I walked to the bathroom and splashed water on my face, staring at myself in the mirror with half-closed eyes, noticing how my hair was flattened on one side from sleeping. I brushed my teeth slowly, rinsed my mouth, and wiped my face with the towel that smelled faintly of the detergent my mom used. My stomach felt empty and a bit cramped, so I went to the kitchen to make some tea and bread. I turned on the small electric stove and boiled some water, standing there in the dim kitchen light, listening to the bubbling sound. I tore off a piece of bread and chewed it while waiting, looking out the window above the sink. It was still dark outside, only a faint blue starting to appear at the edge of the sky. I felt quiet inside, peaceful in a way, but also restless. The kind of restless where you want to go outside and walk, just to feel your legs moving. After finishing my tea, I put the cup in the sink and decided to go for a walk before the sun rose fully. I put on my old gray sweatpants and a thin black hoodie, slipped my feet into my running shoes without socks, grabbed my phone, and stepped outside into the dim morning air. The street was almost empty, only one car driving past slowly, its headlights yellow and hazy in the humid morning air. I started walking down towards the old park near the edge of town. The houses I passed were silent, curtains drawn, porch lights still on. I could smell the damp earth and grass from all the watering people had done the night before. My steps were soft on the footpath. The only sound was the quiet scuff of my shoes and a few birds starting to chirp somewhere far off. When I reached the park, the metal gate was closed but not locked. I pushed it open, feeling the cold iron under my palm, and walked in. The park was mostly open grass with some trees scattered around, an old rusted swing set near the back, and a dirt path that looped around the whole place. I started walking along that path. The sky was turning lighter by the minute, though the sun itself wasn't up yet. I could see better now, the worn patches of dirt on the path, small weeds pushing up from cracks, the dark outlines of the swing swaying slightly in the breeze. I walked slowly, breathing in the cool air, feeling it dry against the inside of my nose. I looked up and saw the faint outline of the moon fading in the sky, the clouds glowing with early morning light. I kept walking around the loop twice before deciding to sit on one of the old wooden benches near the far edge of the park. It faced a narrow line of trees that acted as a divider between the park and the open drainage field beyond. I sat there for a while, leaning forward with my elbows on my knees, feeling my breathing calm and even. I closed my eyes for a minute, just listening to the rustle of leaves in the breeze and the faint hum of traffic far away. When I opened my eyes, I saw something move among the trees across the small clearing. It was just a flicker of movement at first, almost like a shadow slipping between the tree trunks. I narrowed my eyes, trying to focus, but it was still too dim in that patch to see clearly. I sat up straighter, my chest feeling tight for no reason, and kept my eyes fixed on that spot. After a few seconds, I saw it again, a quick, smooth movement, like someone stepping behind a tree to hide. I felt a shiver go down my back. My first thought was that it was probably just someone else walking there, maybe someone who came out early like me. But there was something about the way it moved, so careful and silent, that made the hairs on my arms stand up. I kept staring, waiting to see if it would come out again. My ears felt hot, and I swallowed hard, feeling my throat dry out. After a few more seconds of nothing, I stood up, slowly, and started walking towards the line of trees. Each step felt loud on the gravel path. As I got closer, I felt my heart beating faster, a dull, steady thud in my chest. When I reached the edge of the clearing, I stopped. I couldn't see anything between the trees. The ground there was covered in dry leaves and fallen branches, the trunks dark and rough with old bark. I stepped forward, listening carefully. There was no movement now, no sound except the quiet rustle of leaves high above. I walked deeper in, picking my way around some fallen branches, feeling the cold air turn cooler under the shade of the trees. The smell of damp earth and rotting leaves was stronger here. I kept moving forward, stepping over a small mound of dirt. As I moved around a wide tree trunk, I saw fresh footprints pressed into the damp earth. They weren't shoe prints. They looked like barefoot tracks, small and narrow, pressed deep into the mud as if someone had run through here quickly. My chest felt tight as I bent down to look closer. The toes were clearly outlined, and there were more of them leading further into the trees. I stood up straight, feeling suddenly very exposed and alone. I turned around slowly, scanning the area. Everything was silent. The breeze had stopped, and the air felt heavier. I took a few steps back towards the clearing, but then stopped. Part of me wanted to follow those footprints, just to see who was out here barefoot at this hour. Another part of me told me to leave right now. I turned back towards the footprints and started following them, moving carefully so I wouldn't step on any dry twigs. The tracks led deeper into the trees, curving around bushes and low-hanging branches. I walked for a few minutes like that, feeling the cold morning air seeping through my thin hoodie, making my skin prickle. The smell of damp earth was strong now, mixed with the faint smell of something sour, like old garbage. After a few minutes, I saw an old concrete structure ahead, half hidden by trees and bushes. As I got closer, I saw it was a broken drainage tunnel entrance. The cement was cracked and crumbling at the top, vines growing over the opening. The footprints went straight inside. I stopped at the entrance, looking into the tunnel. It was pitch black in there. The smell coming out was strong and rotten, making my nose wrinkle. I could hear faint dripping sounds echoing from inside. I stood there for a long minute, my heart beating so hard it felt like it was shaking my chest. I thought about going in, but the darkness looked too thick and silent. I picked up a small rock from the ground and threw it inside. It clattered on the concrete floor, echoing loudly before the sound faded away into silence again. I listened but heard nothing else. I turned away from the tunnel and started walking back quickly, feeling my legs shake slightly. My shoes crunched over fallen leaves, each step feeling too loud. I felt like someone was watching me from behind. Every few seconds I glanced back over my shoulder, but there was nothing there except the dark tunnel entrance and the trees standing silent around it. When I finally stepped out of the trees and into the clearing, I felt the tension in my chest ease a little. The sky was brighter now, a pale yellow glow spreading across the horizon. I walked back towards the park path, breathing in the fresh morning air, trying to clear the smell of that tunnel from my nose. My head felt heavy, and my arms felt weak. I sat down on the bench again, wiping my hands on my sweatpants. I sat there for a while, just breathing, staring at the grass in front of me. After a few minutes, I saw a city cleaning truck drive past on the road beyond the park, and the sight of something normal like that made me feel steadier. I stood up, dusted off my pants, and started walking back home. On the way back, I kept thinking about those barefoot tracks. Who would be running around barefoot that early in the morning? The ground was cold and damp. The footprints were small, like a child's, but why would a child be out there alone in the dark, in a drainage tunnel that smelled like rot? The thought made my skin crawl. I walked faster, my shoes slapping the footpath, feeling safer as I got closer to the street with more houses and cars. When I reached home, the sun was just coming up, flooding the street with a soft golden light. I stood outside my door for a moment, looking at the quiet houses, the neat trimmed hedges, the cars parked in driveways. Everything looked normal, safe, peaceful. I unlocked the door and stepped inside. The cool air from the AC hit my face. I took off my shoes and hoodie and walked straight to the bathroom to wash my hands and splash water on my face again. As I looked at myself in the mirror, my face pale, hair damp with sweat, I felt a strange numbness in my chest. I didn't know why, but I felt deeply unsettled, like something was unfinished. I dried my face with the towel and walked back to the kitchen. The empty teacup was still in the sink. I made another cup, standing there in silence, listening to the faint sounds of my house waking up. The refrigerator humming, the clock ticking, birds chirping outside the window. I drank my tea slowly, staring out the window at the rising sun. For the rest of that day, I couldn't stop thinking about those footprints leading into the tunnel. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the dark entrance and the small tracks pressed deep into the mud. I knew I wasn't going back there again. Something about it felt wrong. It felt like a place where people went and didn't come back out. That night I lay in bed for a long time, listening to the sounds of cars outside, feeling the breeze through the cracked window. I thought about how I almost went into that tunnel, how I almost stepped inside. I never liked the idea of driving alone at night, especially on empty highways surrounded by nothing but open fields and broken fences. But there I was, gripping the steering wheel tighter than I needed to, feeling the grooves pressing into my palms as I stared at the endless black road ahead of me. The dashboard clock glowed a soft green, reading 12:47 a.m. I still had at least 2 more hours to go before reaching home. I kept thinking about how I should have left earlier. I had spent too long saying goodbye to my friend after dinner. It was her birthday and she'd insisted I stay, but now I was paying for it with this lonely drive. The hum of the engine and the rush of wind outside made a constant low sound that mixed with my thoughts. My headlights stretched far ahead, but only lit up whatever was within their reach. Everything else swallowed by darkness. I tried turning the radio on to keep my mind distracted, but every station was static or some old country song that only made the drive feel emptier. I turned it off after a while and focused on the sound of my tires rolling over the rough asphalt. The road felt never-ending. I kept glancing at the rearview mirror for no reason, expecting to see headlights behind me. But there was nothing, just my own tired eyes staring back. I noticed how hollow my face looked under the dim roof light, cheekbones shadowed, eyes sunken from the long day. I sighed and rubbed my forehead, feeling the dryness of my skin under my fingertips. Around 1:30 a.m., I reached a stretch of highway that I always hated. There were no streetlights. It was just a two-lane road, cracked at the edges with weeds pushing through. On both sides were old wire fences that had fallen apart in places, and behind those fences were empty fields that used to have crops, but now just had patches of wild grass. The moon was hidden behind clouds that night, so there wasn't even silver light to brighten the fields. Just darkness. I drove a bit slower here because deer often crossed this part of the highway at night. My eyes kept flicking left and right, trying to catch any movement before it was too late. My beams only showed fence posts flashing past, bent metal poles leaning like old men too tired to stand straight. I felt my shoulders tighten with every mile. Then I saw something up ahead on the right side of the road. At first it looked like a big trash bag propped up against the fence. But as I got closer, I realized it wasn't trash. It was a car, a dark SUV with its front end smashed into the fence. The headlights were off, and there was no light inside. I slowed down, instinct telling me to stop and check if someone needed help. I pulled over carefully, checking my mirrors out of habit, even though there wasn't another car for miles. The gravel shoulder crunched under my tires as I parked. I sat there for a moment, engine idling, thinking about whether I should get out. My stomach felt heavy, and I realized it was fear. I didn't want to step out into the darkness. But what if someone was hurt inside? I turned on my hazard lights and took a deep breath. The blink of the amber lights lit up the weeds near my car in sharp flashes. I reached into the glove compartment and pulled out the small flashlight I always kept there. Its plastic was warm from sitting in the closed compartment all day. I flicked it on to make sure the batteries still worked. A yellowish beam cut through the dark. I took another deep breath, opened my door, and stepped out. The air was warm and still. I could hear insects chirping in the fields, and in the distance a dog barking far away. So far it sounded like it was underwater. The fence wires rattled softly in the breeze. I walked slowly towards the SUV, my shoes crunching the gravel shoulder before stepping onto dirt. My flashlight shook a little in my hand because I couldn't stop my fingers from trembling. As I got closer, I saw the driver's door was open. It was hanging wide. The dome light inside was dead, so it was just a black open mouth. I pointed my flashlight in, expecting to see someone slumped over the wheel, but the seat was empty. I felt a sudden chill that had nothing to do with the warm summer night. I looked around. No one on the road. No one in the field. I shone my light around the front of the SUV. The bumper was crushed inward where it had hit a wooden fence post, and bits of broken plastic lay in the dirt. The engine was silent and cold. It must have been here for at least an hour, probably longer. I looked at the ground for footprints, remembering how my dad used to track deer when I was a kid. The dirt near the open door was disturbed. There were deep footprints leading away from the car towards the field, towards a break in the fence where the wire had been cut and curled back. I pointed my light through the gap. Tall grass bent away from me, creating a narrow path going deeper into the field. It looked like someone had walked or run through, pushing the grass down under their feet. My heart was thumping so hard I felt it in my throat. I didn't want to follow. Everything in my body told me to get back in my car and drive away. But something also told me that if someone was hurt or scared out there, I couldn't just leave them. I swallowed, felt how dry my mouth was, and stepped through the broken fence. The field smelled like dirt and weeds and the sweet, sick smell of old cut grass. My flashlight showed me the narrow path. I walked slowly, trying not to make too much noise. My breathing sounded too loud in my own ears. Every few steps I stopped to listen, but I heard nothing except the buzz of insects and the distant dog barking again. After about 20 meters, I saw something in the grass. My light reflected off white fabric. I moved closer and saw it was a sneaker, lying on its side, laces spread out like dead worms. I looked around, feeling the hair on my arms stand up. The grass past the shoe was more trampled, like someone had fallen. I took another step forward, feeling my heart hammering even harder now. Then I saw her, a woman lying on her side, knees pulled up to her chest, wearing jeans and a tank top. Her bare feet were dirty and cut up by the sharp grass. Her other shoe was still on. Her hair was spread out in the dirt, dark strands sticking to her sweaty face. I knelt down quickly and shone my flashlight on her. Her eyes were closed and her lips were moving slightly. She was breathing fast and shallow. I could see her chest rising and falling in quick jerks. My mind raced. She needed help. I put my hand on her shoulder to shake her awake, but she flinched so hard her whole body jerked away from me. Her eyes opened wide and stared up at me, pupils huge and dark. I raised my other hand to show her I wasn't a threat. Her lips were moving, but no sound came out. She kept blinking at me, like she was trying to see if I was real. I reached into my pocket for my phone to call 911. My fingers fumbled with the lock screen, the flashlight beam shaking across her face and the grass around us. I kept glancing at her to make sure she didn't pass out again. I dialed and pressed the phone to my ear, hearing the ring against the roar of blood in my head. My hand was shaking so badly, I almost dropped the phone. While I waited for the dispatcher to pick up, I looked at her again. Her eyes weren't looking at me anymore. They were staring past me, over my shoulder, into the darkness of the field behind me. I felt my stomach clench with fear. I turned around quickly, shining my flashlight behind me, expecting to see someone standing there. But there was nothing, just endless grass, waving slightly in the warm breeze. I heard the dispatcher's voice in my ear, calm and practiced, asking what my emergency was. I tried to keep my voice steady as I gave them my location and explained what I had found. They told me to stay with her and that help was on the way. I thanked them and hung up, then slipped my phone back into my pocket with trembling hands. I turned back to her. She was still staring past me. I crouched down beside her again, shining my light on her face. Her lips were still moving, but no words came out. I moved the light down to check her body for injuries. There were scratches all over her arms and legs, but I couldn't see any blood except for the cuts on her feet. I gently placed my hand on her shoulder again. She didn't flinch this time. Her skin felt hot under my palm. I could feel her trembling. I sat down on the ground beside her and kept the flashlight pointed towards the road so the ambulance could find us easily. I kept listening for sirens, but all I heard was the distant dog barking again, closer this time. I wondered if it was barking at us or something else in the field. I didn't want to think about it. Minutes passed. They felt like hours. I kept checking her breathing. It stayed fast and shallow. Her eyes closed again, and I watched her chest move up and down, up and down. I felt sweat dripping down my back, soaking into my waistband. The ground was hard under my legs, and my thighs were going numb, but I didn't move. Finally, I heard sirens. They cut through the night, distant at first, and then getting louder. I felt relief wash over me so hard I almost cried. I stood up and waved my flashlight towards the road, the flashing amber lights of my car guiding them in. 2 paramedics climbed out of the ambulance with their big bags, moving quickly but calmly through the grass towards us. They took over. One of them asked me something, but I couldn't really hear the words, only the calm tone. I nodded and stepped back, giving them space. They worked fast, checking her pulse, shining a bright light in her eyes, wrapping a blood pressure cuff around her arm. She didn't respond much, just mumbled something they couldn't understand. They lifted her onto a stretcher and started carrying her back towards the ambulance. I followed them, stumbling a little as I stepped over clumps of grass and uneven dirt. When we reached the road, a police car had arrived too. An officer stepped out, writing something down in a small notebook under the bright red and blue lights flashing over the empty highway. He asked me if I was the one who found her, and I nodded. He told me to stay and give a statement after the paramedics left. They loaded her into the I woke up around 5 a.m. that day, not because I had planned to, but because my eyes just opened on their own. It was still dark outside. My room was quiet except for the ticking of the wall clock and the faint hum of the fridge coming from the kitchen. I lay there for a while, staring at the ceiling, feeling that heaviness in my chest that I often felt in the early mornings. There was no reason for it, really, just a heaviness that came from waking up earlier than my body wanted to. I didn't feel sleepy anymore, though, so after about 10 minutes of staring at the shadows above me, I pushed the blanket away and swung my legs out of bed. The air felt cold against my skin. I sat there on the edge of the bed, my feet flat on the wooden floor, trying to gather my thoughts. I rubbed my eyes and yawned, then reached for my phone to check the time again, as if it would have magically jumped ahead in the last few minutes. It hadn't. It was still 5:07 a.m. I checked my notifications, but there was nothing. No missed calls, no texts, just the usual junk emails from stores I had never visited. I got up and stretched, feeling my back pop a little. My mouth felt dry, so I walked out into the kitchen to get a glass of water. I didn't turn on the lights. The streetlights outside were bright enough to make my way around without bumping into anything. I stood there by the sink, drinking slowly, staring out the small window above it. It faced the side alley next to the apartment building. There wasn't much to see, just a brick wall of the other building and some trash cans below. A cat was sitting on top of one of them, its eyes glowing slightly in the dim light. It was licking its paw lazily, looking unbothered by the world. When I finished drinking, I put the glass in the sink and thought about what I should do now. Going back to bed didn't seem like an option anymore. My body felt awake, even though my mind still felt heavy. I walked to the bathroom, washed my face with cold water, and then looked at myself in the mirror. My hair was sticking up in weird angles. My eyes looked tired, small dark circles forming under them. I patted my face dry and just stood there, staring at myself for a few seconds. I didn't feel anything in particular, just a strange emptiness. I decided I'd go for a walk. I hadn't gone for an early morning walk in months. Maybe it would help clear my mind. I walked back to my room, pulled on some sweatpants, a hoodie, and socks, and then slipped into my old sneakers by the door. I grabbed my keys and stepped outside. The hallway was silent, the fluorescent light buzzing faintly overhead. I locked my door and walked down the stairs quietly, not wanting to wake anyone up. The building was old, and the stairs creaked under my feet. I tried stepping closer to the wall where it didn't creak as much. Outside, the air was cool and smelled of damp concrete and morning dew. The sun hadn't started to rise yet, but the horizon was beginning to turn that dark shade of blue that comes just before dawn. The streetlights cast long shadows across the sidewalk. The occasional car drove by, its headlights cutting through the darkness, then disappearing around a corner, leaving everything silent again. I started walking towards the park a few blocks away. My hands were tucked into the front pocket of my hoodie, and my head was down, watching the cracks and stains on the sidewalk as I walked. I passed by a small grocery store that was closed, its windows dark except for the faint green glow of the ATM inside. I walked past a bus stop where an old bench sat under a flickering light. A plastic bag rustled near the gutter, pushed around by a light breeze. When I got to the park, it was empty. The gate was open as always. I stepped inside and started walking along the path that looped around the small pond in the middle. Ducks were still sleeping by the edge of the water, their heads tucked into their feathers. The trees around the pond stood silent and still, their leaves unmoving in the quiet air. I walked slowly, breathing in the cold air, feeling it sting slightly as it entered my nose. The gravel under my shoes crunched lightly with each step. I felt a little more awake now, my mind clearing bit by bit. As I rounded the far end of the pond, I saw a shape up ahead. It looked like someone was sitting on one of the benches that faced the water. At first I didn't think much of it. Sometimes people came out here early, to think or to smoke. As I got closer, I saw that it was a man wearing a thick black jacket and jeans. His head was bowed down. I thought maybe he was asleep. As I walked past, I glanced at him quickly. His hands were clasped together between his knees, and his shoulders were hunched forward. He didn't move or look up at me. I kept walking, not wanting to disturb him. I made another full loop around the pond, and when I came around to that same bench again, he was still sitting there in the exact same position. I slowed down slightly, looking at him from the corner of my eye. Something about how still he was made my stomach feel uneasy. I kept walking, telling myself it wasn't my business. But then I started thinking about him more. As I walked away from the park, heading back towards my apartment, I couldn't shake off the feeling. My mind kept coming back to how he was sitting, so still and quiet, not even shifting his weight or lifting his head once. It bothered me more than I wanted to admit. I was about 2 blocks away when I stopped walking. The street around me was empty. The sky was starting to lighten up, turning from dark blue to a soft gray. I stood there for a moment, thinking. Then I turned around and started walking back to the park. My heart was beating a little faster now. I didn't know why I felt so uneasy, but I felt like I needed to check, just to be sure. When I got back to the park, I walked quickly towards the bench. He was still there. Same exact position. My chest felt tight. I stopped a few feet away and just looked at him. The air felt colder now. I took a step closer, trying to see his face. It was shadowed by the hood of his jacket. I couldn't see much, just the shape of his nose and mouth. He wasn't breathing. His chest wasn't moving at all. I stood there frozen for a few seconds. Then I slowly reached out and touched his shoulder. It felt cold. Not just cold from the morning air, but cold in a way that made my stomach clench. I pulled my hand back quickly. My fingertips felt numb. I stood there, my mind spinning, not sure what to do. I looked around, but there was no one else in the park. Just me, the ducks, and this man sitting so still and silent. I took a deep breath and pulled out my phone. My hands were shaking as I unlocked it and dialed 911. I told them what I saw, where I was, and they said someone would come soon. I hung up and stepped back, sitting down on the grass a few feet away. My legs felt weak. I sat there staring at the ground, not wanting to look at him again. After about 15 minutes, I heard sirens in the distance. 2 police cars pulled up to the gate, and a few officers walked in quickly, followed by paramedics. They asked me where he was, and I just pointed at the bench. I watched as they approached him. One of the officers reached out and touched his neck. Then he shook his head at the others. The paramedics didn't even try to do anything after that. They just stood there quietly, waiting. An officer walked over to me and asked me a few questions. I told him everything I knew, which wasn't much. He nodded and thanked me for calling. He said I could go home if I wanted. I stood up slowly, my knees feeling stiff, and started walking away. As I left the park, I glanced back one last time. They were putting a white sheet over him. The walk back to my apartment felt longer this time. The sun was coming up now, casting a pale yellow light over the buildings and streets. Birds were starting to chirp in the trees. I walked up the stairs to my apartment, unlocked the door, and stepped inside. The smell of my room hit me, that mix of old blankets, dusty books, and leftover food containers on my desk. I closed the door and locked it, then sat down on the edge of my bed. I sat there for a long time, staring at the floor. My hands were still trembling slightly. I thought about the man in the park, how he sat there so still, how cold his shoulder felt when I touched it. I wondered who he was, what had happened to him, and why he had been there alone in the dark. After a while, I lay back down on my bed, pulling the blanket up over me. My body felt tired now, heavy and drained. I closed my eyes and tried to sleep, but every time I did, I saw his shape sitting there on the bench, silent and unmoving in the dark. Eventually, I just opened my eyes again and stared at the ceiling, listening to the faint sounds of cars and people starting their day outside. I stayed like that for hours, my mind stuck on what I had seen. I didn't feel scared anymore, just empty and sad. I didn't know him, but it felt heavy in my chest. Thinking about him sitting there alone all night until the sun came up and I found him. That thought stayed with me for days. Even now, when I wake up early and think about going for a walk, I remember that morning. I remember how the air felt, how quiet the park was, and how his shoulder felt under my hand, cold like stone in the early dawn. I never went back to that park again after that. I still walk around the block sometimes when I can't sleep, but I avoid the park completely. It's not that I'm scared something will happen to me there. I just don't want to see someone like that again. I don't think I could handle it. Every time I walk past the street that leads to the park, I feel that heaviness in my chest again. It reminds me of how fragile everything is, how quiet the world can be when something like that happens, and how sometimes, even though there are people all around us, someone can be sitting right there alone for hours, and no one notices until it's too late. That morning changed how I saw things. Now, whenever I see someone sitting alone on a bench or lying down on the sidewalk, I always look a little longer, just to make sure they're okay. Because I know what it feels like to walk past, and then wonder forever if they were still breathing. I never really liked waking up before the sun came up, but that morning I didn't have a choice. The power had gone out sometime in the night, and my phone's battery had died before it could wake me. I was supposed to leave for work at 5:30 sharp to open the warehouse, but instead I woke up to the faint light of dawn creeping around my curtains. My first thought was panic. I shot out of bed so fast that my knees hurt when I landed on the cold floor. I ran to the window and pulled the curtain aside just enough to see the sky turning gray, meaning I was probably already late. My heart pounded as I scrambled to find my work pants, the ones with paint stains on the thigh from when we repainted the stockroom. I pulled them on without underwear and grabbed my work shirt from the hook behind my door. It still smelled like stale sweat and cardboard, but I didn't care. I shoved my feet into my steel-toed boots, tied them with shaking hands, and grabbed my keys off the little metal tray by the door. I didn't even wash my face or brush my teeth. I just locked up and jogged down the outside steps, 2 at a time, praying my old Honda would start without the usual 15-minute warm-up. The morning air was damp and cold, and the smell of rain from the night before mixed with the sour garbage smell that always drifted out from the dumpster behind the apartment. My breath came out in quick white puffs as I ran across the cracked parking lot, weaving around puddles that had bits of oil floating on the surface. I could hear traffic starting up on the main road, the steady whoosh of cars heading out of town. When I slid into my car and turned the key, the engine groaned, coughed, and finally rumbled to life. Relief flooded my chest, but it did nothing to slow down my shaking hands as I buckled up and pulled out onto the street. The roads were quiet for the first few blocks, just delivery vans and a couple of people walking their dogs. I drummed my fingers against the steering wheel, wishing the heater would kick in faster because my hands felt like ice. My knuckles were dry and cracked from working in the warehouse all week, the skin splitting so badly near my thumbs that tiny scabs had formed. As I turned onto the main road that cut across the outskirts of town, I noticed how thick the fog was that morning. It sat low on the ground, swirling around the tires of the cars ahead, blurring the edges of street signs and traffic lights. I kept my headlights on low, leaning forward a little, as if that would help me see better. After about 10 minutes, I left the last cluster of houses behind and drove into the industrial area. The fog there was even worse, probably because of the river that ran behind the warehouses. Everything looked gray and shapeless. I could barely see the edges of the road. My headlights caught the broken white lines, but not much else. I slowed down to about 30, gripping the wheel tighter. The road curved slightly to the left as it ran alongside a thin line of trees that separated the warehouses from the river. I could hear my tires humming against the wet asphalt, a lonely sound in the heavy silence of the morning. That was when I saw it. A shape, just ahead on the right side of the road, low to the ground. I thought it was a dead deer at first, the way it lay so still. But as I got closer, I realized it was a car. A small dark sedan, nose down in the ditch, tail lights barely glowing through the fog. My chest tightened. I slowed to a crawl, pulling over onto the narrow gravel shoulder. The fog swallowed up everything behind me, making me feel like I was the only person left in the world. I sat there for a moment, engine idling, staring at the car. Part of me wanted to drive on. I was already late, and I knew the boss would be waiting with his arms crossed, ready to scold me for something that wasn't my fault. But the other part of me, the bigger part, couldn't leave someone there. What if they were hurt? What if it was my mom or my sister in that ditch and no one stopped? I put the car in park and left the engine running. I stepped out onto the gravel, boots crunching, breath clouding in front of my face. The fog closed around me like a damp blanket. I walked towards the car, my eyes straining to see through the shifting gray. As I got closer, I saw that the passenger side door was wide open, hanging crooked like it had been forced. The inside light was on, glowing weakly against the fog. I stopped a few feet away, my stomach clenching. The windshield was cracked from top to bottom in a spiderweb pattern, and the front bumper was buried in the weeds at the bottom of the ditch. One of the tires was flat. I could smell leaking antifreeze, that sweet, sick chemical smell mixing with the muddy scent of wet grass. I called out, but my voice felt thin and useless against the fog. There was no reply, just silence. My chest felt tight as I stepped closer and leaned down to look into the car. The driver's seat was empty. There was a dark stain on the seat that looked like old coffee or maybe blood. I couldn't tell. There was a purse on the passenger side floor, papers and a phone charger spilling out of it. The phone itself was gone. The back seats were empty, and the trunk was closed. I looked around, hoping to see someone walking up the slope, maybe embarrassed and cold but unharmed. But there was no one. The ditch was muddy, lined with half-dead weeds and crushed soda cans. The slope up to the road was steep and slick with rain. I felt a chill run up my arms and into my neck. I took a step back and looked around again. That thick fog made everything feel unreal. The trees across the road were just vague shapes, and the road behind me had disappeared completely. I didn't know what to do. I couldn't leave the car like that, but there was no sign of whoever had been driving it. I walked around to the front, stepping carefully down the muddy slope. The hood was crumpled against a tree trunk, the impact strong enough to bend the metal inward. I stood there for a moment, staring at it, my breath sounding loud in my ears. Then I noticed something that made my skin crawl. There were footprints in the mud, leading away from the driver's side door and across the ditch, towards the trees. They were deep, heavy prints, like someone had been limping or dragging their feet. The mud was churned up in places where they had slipped. I swallowed hard. The smart thing to do would have been to call the police right then. But I didn't have my phone. It was still dead from the night before, and I didn't have a car charger. I looked back at my car, the red glow of my taillights dim and blurry in the fog. I thought about just getting back in and driving to work, calling once I got there. But something in me wouldn't let me. I couldn't stop thinking about those footprints, about how the person might be lying just out of sight, hurt or dying in the wet grass. So I followed them. I climbed up the far side of the ditch, grabbing handfuls of weeds to keep myself from slipping back down. The mud sucked at my boots, making a squelching noise with every step. At the top, I paused to catch my breath. The trees were only about 20 feet away, tall skinny pines mixed with bare oaks, their trunks disappearing into the fog. The footprints led straight to them. I stepped carefully, my heart thumping so hard it made my chest ache. The grass was wet and cold against my ankles, soaking through my work pants. As I reached the tree line, I saw more footprints in the soft earth under the pines. They wove between the trunks, heading deeper into the trees. The fog was thicker there, curling around the branches like smoke. Everything was silent except for the distant sound of a crow calling somewhere overhead. I kept following the tracks, moving slowly, scanning the ground and the spaces between the trees. My mouth felt dry, and I realized I was grinding my teeth. I don't know how long I walked. It could have been 5 minutes or 20. The fog made it impossible to tell distance. Finally, I saw a shape up ahead. At first it looked like a fallen branch, lying crooked across the ground. But as I got closer, I saw that it was a leg. I froze. My stomach twisted so hard I thought I might throw up. For a moment, I couldn't move. I just stood there, staring at that leg sticking out from behind a tree. Then I forced myself forward. My boots felt like they weighed 100 pounds each. As I came around the tree, I saw her. A woman, lying on her side in the pine needles, her back against the trunk. Her clothes were soaked with mud and water, her hair plastered across her face. Her eyes were open but unfocused, staring off into the trees. Her mouth was slightly open, and I could see her breath coming out in quick, shallow puffs. Relief flooded me that she was alive, but it vanished when I saw her leg. It was twisted at a sick angle, bone sticking out just above the boot. Blood was smeared across her pants and soaked into the pine needles around her. She didn't seem to see me. Her eyes flicked past me, unfocused and wide. I knelt down beside her, my knees sinking into the cold, damp earth. I didn't know what to do. I had no phone. No one knew I was there. My chest tightened with panic. I looked around wildly, hoping to see someone else, another driver or a jogger, but the fog swallowed up everything beyond a few feet. I had to think. She was alive, but barely. If I left her there to go for help, she might die. But if I stayed, she would still die without help. My hands shook as I took off my jacket and gently draped it over her chest. She didn't react, just kept staring off into the trees, her breathing ragged and harsh. I looked down at her leg. The bone was white and jagged, sticking out like a broken stick. Blood oozed slowly from the wound. I felt like I was going to faint. I forced myself to stand. My knees were numb. I looked around again, trying to get my bearings. I had no idea which way the road was anymore. Everything looked the same in that swirling fog. I turned in a slow circle, panic rising in my throat. Then I remembered the footprints. I could follow them back. I forced myself to focus. I found the prints leading back towards the ditch and started jogging, glancing back every few steps to keep my direction straight. The fog made everything feel unreal, like I woke up before my alarm even went off. It was still dark outside, and I could see the streetlights glowing orange through the thin curtains of my bedroom window. I lay there for a moment, listening to the soft hum of the fridge in the kitchen and the occasional car driving past. My phone said it was 4:37 a.m. I didn't really want to get up yet, but I knew I wouldn't fall back asleep. My stomach felt tight with nerves, the same way it always did before a long drive. Today I had to leave early to reach the construction site 2 towns over by 6:30 a.m. I sat up on the edge of my bed for a bit, rubbing my face and trying to wake myself up. The floor felt cold under my feet. I got up and walked to the bathroom, flipped on the light, and winced at how bright it was. My face looked tired. There was a bit of stubble on my chin, but I didn't bother shaving today. I brushed my teeth slowly, staring at the crack in the tile under the mirror. I had been meaning to fix that for months, but never did. I went back to my room and put on my work clothes, a faded black t-shirt with the company logo on the chest, and my tan cargo pants with old stains from paint and cement. My boots were by the door, caked in dried mud from the last job. I slipped them on and tied them tight. I grabbed my wallet, phone, and car keys from the side table and stuffed them in my pockets. I looked around my room once more to make sure I wasn't forgetting anything. The place was small and messy, just a mattress on the floor, some clothes piled near the closet, and empty water bottles near the bed. I walked into the kitchen, turned on the small yellow light over the sink, and poured myself some cereal. I didn't have milk, so I just ate it dry, chewing slowly while scrolling through the news on my phone. There was a story about another missing hiker near the national forest. I kept reading it, even though I didn't want to think about that before going out myself. They said it was probably a mountain lion, or the person fell off a ledge. I finished my cereal, threw the bowl in the sink, and grabbed my thermos. I filled it with coffee from the pot I made last night and screwed the lid on tight. I walked outside and locked the apartment door behind me. The hallway was dark and smelled like old carpets. I went down the stairs, boots thumping on each step, and pushed out into the chilly morning air. The sky was just starting to lighten near the horizon. I walked to my truck, an old silver Tacoma with scratches on both sides, and tossed my thermos onto the passenger seat. I sat down and started the engine. It rumbled to life like it always did, a bit rough at first before settling into that familiar vibration. I turned on the heater and rubbed my hands together. My breath made small clouds in the cold cab. The roads were empty as I drove out of town. I liked it this way. No traffic, no noise, just dark roads stretching out in front of me with my headlights lighting up the asphalt. I drove past rows of dark houses, past the gas station that was always open, and then out onto the highway. I set my cruise control at 65 and sipped my coffee slowly, feeling it warm me from the inside. After about 40 minutes, I turned off the main highway onto a smaller county road. There were pine trees lining both sides, tall and black against the early morning sky. This road always felt a little eerie at this hour. There weren't any lights except my headlights, and the trees pressed in so close it felt like driving through a tunnel. I turned down the radio because I wanted to focus on the road. There were deer around here, and I didn't want to hit one. I drove for another 10 minutes before I saw something up ahead on the side of the road. At first it looked like a rock or a fallen branch, but as I got closer I saw it was a car. It was an old brown sedan, half pulled off into the ditch, nose tilted down like it had slid in. I slowed down and stopped about 15 feet behind it. My headlights lit up the back of the car. The trunk was dented, and the bumper was cracked on one side. Steam was rising from the hood, curling up into the cold air. I sat there for a moment, just looking at it. The driver's door was open. I couldn't see anyone inside. I didn't really want to get out, but it felt wrong to just leave someone there if they needed help. I put my truck in park, left the engine running with the heater on, and stepped out into the cold. The gravel crunching under my boots sounded so loud in the quiet. I walked slowly toward the car. I could hear the ticking sound of the engine cooling down. The smell of burned oil was strong. As I got closer, I saw there was nobody inside. The seat was empty and there were papers scattered on the passenger seat. Receipts, a crumpled fast food bag, an old soda cup in the cup holder. I looked around. The trees were so tall on both sides, their tops lost in darkness. I listened carefully. All I could hear was the soft rustle of branches in the breeze and the distant sound of an owl. I felt uneasy. Where would the driver have gone? There was no other car around, and the closest house was miles back. I walked around to the front. The hood was dented in on the left side, and the front bumper was smashed against a tree stump. I looked down and saw footprints in the soft dirt leading away from the driver's side, down into the trees. They weren't clear enough to see what kind of shoes they were, but they were deep and close together, like whoever it was had been walking fast, maybe even limping. I stood there for a bit, staring into the trees. The path the footprints took went downhill, into a small gully where I couldn't see anything except darkness. I didn't want to go down there. It felt wrong, like I was about to trespass into something I shouldn't. But I couldn't just leave. What if they were hurt? I went back to my truck, opened the door, and grabbed my flashlight from the glove box. I turned it on, and the beam cut through the darkness, lighting up the tops of weeds and brambles near the tree line. I walked back to where the footprints started and began to follow them, moving slowly. The ground sloped down, soft under my boots, and I had to hold onto a small pine to steady myself. The air felt colder down here. I could hear water trickling somewhere nearby. I moved my flashlight around and saw a small stream running through the bottom of the gully. The footprints went right across it. I stepped carefully onto some rocks, feeling the water splash onto my boots. On the other side, the ground rose up a little, and there were bushes and fallen branches everywhere. I kept following the footprints. They were easier to see here because the dirt was damp. They went straight for a while, and then turned to the right, up a small hill. I climbed up after them, using roots to pull myself up. My breath was coming out fast, not from exhaustion but from nerves. At the top of the hill, there was a small clearing, just a flat spot surrounded by trees. The footprints ended here. I moved my flashlight around, scanning every inch of ground. The leaves and pine needles were scattered everywhere, but there were no more footprints. It was like whoever it was just disappeared. I felt my stomach drop. I turned around slowly, shining my light into the trees, looking for any sign of movement. I didn't see anything, but I felt it, that feeling of being watched, like eyes were on me from somewhere just beyond the edge of my light. I stood there for a while listening. The trees creaked in the breeze. I could hear my own heart beating in my ears. I turned off my flashlight for a moment to see if my eyes would adjust. It went completely black. I couldn't see my hands in front of me. I turned it back on quickly, breathing hard. I didn't want to stay there any longer. I turned around and started walking back the way I came, moving fast but trying not to trip. As I stepped down into the gully again, my foot slipped on a wet rock and I fell sideways, landing hard on my hip. My flashlight flew out of my hand and rolled into the stream. I cursed under my breath, reaching for it. The cold water soaked through my sleeve as I grabbed it and pulled it back out. It flickered but stayed on. I got back to my feet and kept moving, ignoring the pain in my hip. When I climbed out of the gully and reached the road again, I felt a wave of relief wash over me. My truck was still there, engine running, headlights shining on the trees. I jogged back to it, opened the door, and got in, slamming it shut behind me. I locked the doors and sat there for a moment, breathing hard. My hands were shaking. I didn't know what to do. I looked at the brown sedan in my headlights. The driver was gone. They were just gone. I thought about calling the sheriff, but what would I say? That I found a crashed car with nobody inside? They would just tow it away and maybe search the woods, but I doubted they would find anyone. Whoever it was didn't want to be found. That was what it felt like to me. I didn't understand it, but that was the feeling in my gut. I put my truck in drive and slowly pulled past the sedan. As I drove away, I kept looking in my mirror until the car disappeared behind the curve of the road. My heart was still beating fast. The sky was getting lighter now, pale blue and pink above the trees. I drove the rest of the way to the site in silence. No music, no radio, just the sound of the tires on the road and the wind against the windows. When I reached the site, the other guys were already there, standing around their trucks and sipping coffee. I pulled in and parked. I sat there for a moment before getting out, trying to calm myself down. My hands were still trembling as I grabbed my hard hat from the back seat. All day I kept thinking about that car. I kept seeing the empty footprints leading into the woods and the way they just stopped. I wondered if the driver had been running from someone, or if they got hurt and collapsed somewhere I didn't see. Or maybe they were hiding hiding from someone or something. After work, I drove back home the same way. When I passed the spot, the brown sedan was gone. There was just a patch of crushed weeds and fresh tire tracks where the tow truck had pulled it out. I slowed down as I passed, looking into the trees, half expecting to see someone standing there watching me. But there was nothing, just empty woods. That night I couldn't sleep. I lay in bed. I woke up early that morning because the sun was shining straight through my bedroom window. I never really liked that window because the light would always hit me right in the eyes, but I was too lazy to put up curtains. I sat up in bed, rubbing my face and feeling the crusted sleep around my eyes. My neck hurt from sleeping weird. I cracked it both ways, feeling the stiffness. My room felt stuffy, so I stood up and walked over to open the window to let in some air. The air felt warm already, even though it wasn't even 8 yet. Summer was starting to come in full force, and I could feel it. The street outside was quiet, except for a few birds and the occasional car rolling by. I stretched and looked around my room. Clothes piled up on the chair, some dirty dishes on the table from last night, a couple of empty bottles of water on the floor. It smelled a little stale in there, but I didn't care. I grabbed my phone off the charger and checked it. No notifications. I threw it on the bed and headed to the bathroom. My feet felt sticky against the floor because I hadn't swept in a few days. In the bathroom, I looked at myself in the mirror. My hair was all stuck up on one side, and there was a red pillow line across my cheek. I splashed water on my face, ran my fingers through my hair to flatten it a bit, brushed my teeth lazily while staring at myself. I walked back to my room, grabbed a clean black shirt off the back of the chair, and smelled it. It didn't smell like anything, so I put it on. I pulled on some jeans from the floor, stepped into my socks, and shoved my feet into my shoes. They were old shoes, the sole coming apart on one side. I didn't care. I grabbed my keys from the table near the door and left my apartment, not bothering to lock it because I knew I would be back in a few minutes. I was just going to grab coffee from the gas station down the street. Walking down the hallway, the air felt cool compared to outside. The lights above flickered slightly, like they always did. I passed by Mrs. Thompson's door and heard her little yappy dog barking at something inside. That dog barked at everything: shadows, footsteps, the wind. I reached the stairs and headed down, skipping 2 steps at a time to save time. My knees popped a bit, but it felt good to stretch them out. At the bottom, I pushed open the main door and was hit by the hot sun again. I squinted and started walking towards the gas station, looking at the cracks in the sidewalk as I walked. Some weeds were pushing up through them. The gas station was quiet, only a couple of cars parked by the pumps. I walked inside, feeling the cold blast of AC hit my sweaty face. It felt nice. I grabbed a large coffee cup and filled it up, adding 2 creamers and 3 sugars. I liked it sweet. I paid at the counter, nodding at the cashier, and walked out. As I walked back to my apartment, I noticed something strange across the street. There was a white van parked there, but it was facing the wrong way, like it had parked against traffic. I didn't think much of it at first, but as I kept walking, I glanced back at it. The windows were tinted, and there was no company logo on it. Just a plain, old, white van with dirt splattered up the side panels. When I got back inside, I went straight to my room, set the coffee on the table, and picked up my phone. I laid back down on the bed, sipping coffee while scrolling mindlessly. A couple hours went by like that. I didn't have anything to do that day. Eventually I got bored and decided to go for a walk. I grabbed my keys, phone, and my wallet and left my apartment, locking it this time. As I walked down the street, I noticed the same van was still there. It hadn't moved. I felt a little weird about it, but told myself maybe someone was just visiting the apartment building. I walked to the park that was a few blocks away. It wasn't a big park, just a small area with some trees, 2 benches, and a little walking path that went in a circle. There was nobody there except an old man sitting on one of the benches with his eyes closed, soaking up the sun. I started walking the little path, feeling the sun burning my shoulders through my shirt. Sweat started to drip down my back. I could feel it sliding slowly, and it made me shiver. I walked around the path a few times, just thinking about nothing. The sound of traffic on the nearby road blended in with the breeze rustling the leaves. After about half an hour, I decided to head back home. As I walked back, I pulled out my phone and checked it again. Still no notifications. I shoved it back in my pocket. When I reached my apartment building, I saw that the white van was gone. I felt a weird sense of relief wash over me. I went upstairs, unlocked my door, and went inside. My room felt even stuffier now. I put my keys on the table and took off my shirt, feeling the sweat drying on my skin, making it itch. I sat down at my desk and started up my laptop to watch some videos. A couple hours went by again. The sun started to dip lower in the sky, casting orange light through my window. Around 6, I got hungry. I didn't feel like cooking, so I decided to go get some food. There was a small fried chicken place about a 10-minute walk away. I threw on my shirt again, grabbed my wallet and keys, and left. The air outside was cooling down, but the ground still radiated heat. As I walked, I noticed the white van again. It was parked a block away this time, in front of another apartment building. It was definitely the same van. My chest tightened a little bit, and I felt a cold sweat break out on my neck. I kept walking, trying not to look at it, but my mind kept thinking about it. I reached the chicken place and ordered a 2-piece with fries and a drink. I ate there, sitting by the window, looking out at the street as the sun went down. The sky turned purple and pink. Cars drove by with their headlights on. When I finished eating, I threw away my trash and walked back. The streets were darker now, with just the yellow streetlights glowing. As I turned the corner to my apartment, I saw the van again. This time, it was parked directly across from my building, half hidden under a tree. The engine wasn't running, but the parking lights were on, glowing dim orange. My stomach twisted into a knot. I kept my eyes forward and walked inside my building. I felt like I was being watched the entire way. As I climbed the stairs, my knees felt weak. I unlocked my apartment, went inside, and locked it behind me. I stood there in the dark entryway, listening. Everything was silent except the hum of my fridge. I walked to the window and peeked out from the edge of the curtain. The van was still there. It hadn't moved. I sat down on my bed, my heart beating faster than normal. I didn't know what to do. Part of me wanted to call someone, but I didn't know who. I didn't have any close friends in the city. For the next few hours, I kept checking the window. The van never moved. At around midnight, I turned off all the lights and laid down in bed, staring at the ceiling. I couldn't sleep. Every little sound made me twitch. The creaks of the building, the cars driving by outside, the ticking of the clock on my desk. Around 2 in the morning, I heard something that made my blood run cold. It was a car door closing softly outside. I sat up in bed, my ears straining to hear. I heard footsteps on the gravel outside my building, slow and careful. I crawled out of bed and moved to the window, crouching low so I wouldn't be seen. I pulled the curtain back a tiny bit and looked out. Under the dim streetlight, I saw the van's side door was open. A man was standing next to it, looking around. He was wearing dark clothes and a baseball cap pulled low. I couldn't see his face clearly. He stood there for a minute, then closed the van door quietly and walked around the back of it. I lost sight of him for a moment. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. Then I heard the sound of the main door downstairs opening. I held my breath, listening to the heavy footsteps coming up the stairs, slow and deliberate. They stopped on my floor. I felt like I was going to throw up. I moved away from the window and pressed myself against the wall next to the door. I could hear the footsteps walking down the hallway, pausing in front of each door. My mouth went dry. They stopped in front of my door. I could hear breathing on the other side. Heavy breathing, like whoever it was had been running or was excited. I didn't move. I didn't even blink. I just stood there, staring at the door. The handle jiggled softly. My knees almost gave out. The lock held. The person on the other side tried it again, a little harder this time, but it didn't open. Then it was silent. I couldn't hear anything for a long time. I stayed frozen, barely breathing, my ears straining to hear. After what felt like forever, I heard the footsteps moving away down the hall. Then I heard the main door downstairs open and close again. I waited another 10 minutes before I moved. I crawled over to the window and looked outside. The man was walking back to the van. He opened the side door, climbed in, and shut it behind him. The parking lights turned off. I could barely see the outline of the van now in the dark. I sat there by the window for hours, watching. The van never moved. The sun started to rise, the light turning the sky from black to gray to pale blue. My eyes felt dry and gritty from staying open so long. Finally, around 6 in the morning, the van started. I watched as it pulled away slowly and drove down the street until it disappeared. I sat back against the wall, my whole body shaking. I felt sick and exhausted. I knew I couldn't stay there anymore. I packed a bag with some clothes and my laptop, grabbed my wallet and keys, and left. I didn't even bother locking the door behind me. I took the stairs 2 at a time, my legs feeling weak under me. When I got outside, the early morning air felt cold on my sweaty skin. I looked around to make sure the van wasn't nearby. Then I started walking. I didn't know where I was going, but I knew I couldn't stay there anymore. I walked to the train station and bought a ticket to the next city over. As I sat, I never thought a simple decision to take a new route home from work would turn into something I'd think about every day for the rest of my life. That day had been long and tiring. I work as a night cleaner at a small office building in an industrial area outside the city. My shift ends at around 3 a.m. It's always quiet at that time, the roads empty, the world asleep, while I drive home with my windows slightly down to keep me awake. Usually, I take the highway. It's well lit and straight, and even though it's longer, I feel safer. But that night, I was just too tired to care about safety. I wanted to get home fast, take a shower, eat something, and collapse into bed. So I decided to take a shortcut I'd never used before. It cut right through an area of old industrial warehouses, railway lines, and empty lots with wild grass taller than a person in some places. When I turned onto that road, my headlights barely reached far ahead. The road was cracked, with weeds growing in the gaps, and potholes that forced me to slow down to a crawl. There were no streetlights, just darkness and my headlights making 2 narrow tunnels of light ahead of me. I remember thinking I should have just stayed on the highway, but I was already halfway down the road, so I kept going, driving slowly to avoid wrecking my suspension on the broken surface. The air smelled like wet concrete, old oil, and dirt. It hadn't rained, but the air was heavy with moisture, and I could hear crickets and frogs somewhere in the distance. As I drove, I passed an old railway crossing. The crossing lights were broken, and the gates were stuck halfway down. There were no trains anymore on those tracks. I hadn't seen a train on them in years, even when I used to come that way during the day for deliveries at my old job. The tracks were rusted, weeds growing between the wooden ties, and piles of old gravel scattered on either side. I kept going, the road getting narrower as the weeds from the empty lots leaned in from both sides, brushing against my car. I had to turn the wipers on at one point because the bugs were hitting my windshield so hard that I could barely see. My hands were tight on the wheel, and my back was stiff from how tense I was, forcing myself to stay awake. Then I saw something that made me slow down even more. Ahead on the side of the road was a small silver sedan parked facing the opposite direction. Its headlights were off, and it looked abandoned. The driver's side window was rolled halfway down, and there was no movement inside. I drove past it slowly, looking inside out of instinct. I couldn't see anyone in the driver's seat. The passenger seat looked empty too. For a few seconds, I wondered if it had broken down and whoever was driving it had left to get help. But there were no houses nearby. The closest gas station was at least 4 miles away back towards the main road. I thought about stopping, but then decided against it. At 3:30 a.m. on a dark, deserted road, stopping to check an empty car didn't seem smart. About half a mile after I passed the silver sedan, I noticed my fuel light came on. I swore under my breath. I didn't remember seeing it low when I left work, but maybe I had been too tired to notice. I checked my phone. No signal. I wasn't surprised. That area always had bad reception. I knew I'd be back near the city limits in about 15 minutes, so I kept driving, hoping I'd make it. I was focused on the fuel gauge, on how far I had to go, calculating in my head whether I'd make it to the gas station near my place. That's probably why I didn't notice at first that something felt wrong about the road ahead. It took me a second to realize there was a shape in the middle of the lane. My headlights caught it just in time. I slammed on the brakes, my tires skidding on loose gravel. It was a shopping cart, the kind you see at grocery stores, old and rusted, filled with bags and blankets piled high. It was just sitting there, right in the center of the lane. My heart was pounding from the sudden stop. I cursed out loud, then looked around to see if there was anyone nearby who had left it there. But the darkness outside my headlights was complete. There was no movement, no sounds except insects. I edged the car forward and turned slightly to drive around it. As I did, my headlights swept across the piles of bags in the cart. They looked like sleeping bags or rolled up blankets. Part of me wondered if it belonged to a homeless person living in the abandoned warehouse lots. As soon as I got past it, I sped up again. My heart was still pounding. I told myself whoever left it there probably didn't realize it was in the road. Or maybe it rolled there on its own from the slight slope. I kept going, glancing at the rearview mirror now, and then to see if there was anyone behind me, or if I could spot the cart again in the distance. But all I saw was darkness. About 2 miles later, I reached an intersection where the road split 3 ways. There were no signs left standing to tell which way led where. They'd been ripped out or fallen long ago. I had a rough idea that the left road would eventually lead me back to the main highway. The middle road went deeper into the industrial area, and the right road, I wasn't sure. It curved sharply behind an old brick building covered in graffiti. I turned left. The road there was even worse, with huge cracks and potholes full of muddy water. I drove as slowly as I could, trying not to bottom out. My fuel light was blinking now. I felt the tightness in my chest grow. The thought of running out of gas on that road in the middle of the night made me feel sick. I kept going for about 10 minutes, the road winding through dark, empty lots and silent warehouses with smashed windows and graffiti covering every inch of brick. Then I saw something that made my stomach drop. Up ahead, parked across the road sideways, blocking it completely, was that same silver sedan I had passed earlier. For a few seconds, my brain refused to process what I was seeing. I slowed down, staring at the car. The same half-rolled down window. The same dent in the rear bumper. I had driven in a straight line the whole time. There were no turnoffs. No way for it to get ahead of me. It didn't make sense. My hands were shaking as I stopped the car about 20 feet from it. I checked my phone again. Still no signal. I didn't want to get out. The idea of stepping into that dark road with no houses or lights or people around made my skin crawl. I sat there for what felt like hours, gripping the wheel, staring at the silver car. I couldn't see anyone inside from where I was. My headlights illuminated its back window, showing nothing but darkness inside. I looked around at the empty lots, the broken fences, the weeds swaying gently in the night breeze. Finally, I decided to turn around and drive back the way I came. I didn't care about the fuel anymore. I just wanted to get out of there. I shifted into reverse, backed up carefully until I could turn around without getting stuck in the weeds, and started driving back the way I came, faster this time. As I passed the spot where the shopping cart had been, it was gone. There was nothing there now, just empty road. I didn't stop to think about it. My chest felt tight, and I was breathing shallow and fast. I just kept driving, eyes flicking between the road ahead and my fuel gauge. After what felt like an eternity, I reached the railway crossing again. The old broken gates were still stuck halfway down. As I rolled past them, I saw movement to my left. I turned my head quickly. There, standing between 2 rusted freight cars on the abandoned tracks, was a person. They were just standing there, completely still, facing my car. They were wearing a dark hooded sweatshirt with the hood up, so I couldn't see their face. Their arms were hanging loosely at their sides. I couldn't see their hands. My headlights lit them up for a split second as I passed. They didn't flinch or move, just watched me go by. I felt my skin crawl so hard it hurt. Every part of me wanted to drive faster, but the potholes forced me to slow down again. I kept glancing in my mirrors, half expecting to see that person running after my car in the darkness. But there was nothing behind me. Finally, after another 15 minutes of crawling along cracked asphalt, I reached the main road. The highway lights up ahead looked like salvation. I turned onto the ramp and sped up, feeling like I could breathe again for the first time in an hour. I drove straight to the gas station near my apartment complex. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely slide my card into the pump. When I finished filling up, I sat in the driver's seat for a while, gripping the wheel, staring straight ahead at the bright lights of the station. I didn't know what I had seen back there. Part of me thought maybe it was some local homeless person living in that abandoned area, moving their car and belongings around. But then I remembered there had been no other turnoffs, no way for that car to get ahead of me. And the person on the tracks, just standing there in the dark, watching silently without moving a muscle. It didn't feel like someone looking for help or food or shelter. That night, when I finally got home, I didn't shower or eat. I just locked my doors and sat in my living room with all the lights on until the sun came up. My heart felt heavy and my chest hurt from how hard it had been beating. The next day, I tried telling myself it was nothing, just someone living out there. Maybe moving from place to place with their shopping cart. Maybe with a friend driving that silver sedan. But it didn't make sense. The cart disappearing, the car appearing ahead of me with no roads to take, the silent person on the tracks. None of it made sense. I never took that shortcut again. No matter how tired I am, no matter how late it is, I stay on the highway, with the streetlights and other cars and gas stations every few miles. Even now, years later, every time I pass that industrial area on the highway, I look down at the empty roads winding through the darkness and feel that same tightness in my chest. Sometimes I wonder if someone else takes that road home at night, if they see that same silver sedan, or that shopping cart sitting in the middle of the lane, or that person standing silently